And that this is the first weekend of the 2022 season where the championship, as you say, could be decided.
Thank you, Ted. And he does, of course, come here on an incredible run of form, Paul. 5 consecutive wins, all at very different tracks. He hasn't won in Singapore before. But, I mean, if you look at the permutations there, he must lead the championship by 138 points and outscore Leclerc by 22 and Perez by 13. It's not impossible. Does it change your mindset at all as a driver?
It's not impossible, like you say, especially the form he's been on. He's not actually had the quickest car at a couple of Grand Prix, and he's managed to extract a lap time out of it and get qualifying done. And I think the one that stands out for that is Zandvoort, his home race when all the pressure was on. That in their career, where they can honestly say they're going to win it, is just when and how they go about it. So he can go about his his race this weekend as aggressive as he wants, because he can still get it done at another race. But I think Max is very different in the sense he's very calculated this year. He's taking his chances when he can, and I think most importantly, he knows anytime he hits the track, he's going to have a car at some point in the Grand Prix that can challenge for the lead. Whether it's good enough to win the Grand Prix is another.
With a very serious threat from Sergio, and that threat disappeared dramatically, you have to say, after Monaco time.
After he won Monaco.
Yeah, and we just haven't seen that level of performance from Perez the rest of the time through this championship, and that's allowed Max to kind of build this massive lead. And it's hard, therefore, to look at the car and say it's all about the Red Bull, because when Lewis was winning championship after championship, he always had his teammate there, finishing second to him on the one occasion. Obviously Rosberg won.
It's absolutely about the combination of the two.
Albert, right. Stand by, we'll come back to you. So for us it looks fine, just try and we'll check.
I think there's something wrong.
There's something wrong with his brakes, he's saying there, and Ferrari.
You definitely don't want that around Singapore as well, when walls are staring at you, and if the driver's not comfortable, you would get it back in and just check it, wouldn't you?
Yeah, very demanding circuit on the brakes, of course, as well. So they're going to be looking at brake cooling.
That is something that could come up quite easy, I think, at this Grand Prix as well, as brake cooling. It's the first time the cars have properly been tested in this heat, and just with the limitation of getting the airflow through the brakes, and we already witnessed earlier in the year, McLaren, they had massive issues at the first Grand Prix, with this new 18-inch wheel, the way the cooling works, because it goes in basically, then exit and back out. Very different to how it was in the past. But you talk about Max, what he's been able to do. He's able to drive around problems that Red Bull present by unlocking potential that Checo doesn't like. He doesn't like the car being nervous, and I think the design team has said he's adaptable. He's just able to keep extracting what he can. Not necessarily maybe the best feel, but it's the best thing that the stopwatch doesn't lie, and it gives you the lap time that is needed to succeed. There's Leclerc in the pits.
And how much of that is down to the confidence he gained, and by taking his first World Championship last year?
With Max, yeah, I mean, obviously he's a very confident driver anyway, and
but to get that under his belt, there would have been a shift, therefore, in his approach.
I just think it's that evolution. Yeah, it's the evolution. Yeah. Like Ted said, he joined this category of racing Formula 1 when he was 17, and we've watched him grow and mature, because he came in, he was you have to say, a bit of a crasher when he first arrived on the scene, and I think people gave him a bit of an allowance for that because of his age and inexperience, and I've certainly watched him grow and mature. He's still very feisty, and I still feel like with age he'll get, worryingly for the competition, even stronger,
and he is
even better.
Still just 25.
Crazy, isn't it? It's crazy to think, especially when you think when he's up against the likes of Hamilton, who is statistically the best driver we've ever had in the sport, and what they're able to do. But it shows you that but those two are a step ahead of anyone else. They're relentless, and you know the Grand Prix that sticks out to me when they absolutely were at the top of the game was Budapest this year, both starting out of position, and what they did to the opposition in the same cars, what they're able to do.
Drivers like Lewis and Max only come along, you'd have to say, every...
Here's a Max, the way he is, continuing on like that.
Okay, well, he has just set the fastest lap, going purple in each sector, and I know someone that definitely didn't do that last night, Anthony Davidson, you and I.
Oh no. Yeah. So overtaken by Sebastian Vettel running the track.
It's a little bit unfair to you, Ant, because you did most of the pedalling yesterday. But
that's not unfair. I look fresh there, so it's all right. You should have seen me at the end.
Did you ask him to show that shot? Did he? You cycling?
I did do a bit of it, at least.
You did a good job. You were definitely helped a little bit by Seb. He did push us for a while, and then his physio took over as well. He was quick. I thought, where's this?
Yeah, but I loved it because Anne didn't see Seb go to the back and push me, and he was going, "Pigs! Wow, we're getting up some pace here." Little did he realise we were having a bit of a helping hand in that.
By the time we got to this part of the track, though, it was a very different story. The smiles had stopped. Yeah. The sweat had most certainly taken hold, and
we weren't buoyed by the crowd that were cheering us on. At that stage, right? Okay. That is for the track guide that you will see later this weekend.
But getting back to the serious story here of Alex Albon,
yes,
as you see on screen, these are very tense moments for him and everybody in his team, because after that
ordeal,
that ordeal, that nasty moment that he suffered in the last race with appendicitis and had the operation, of course, and we all know the story there. How, that was. I mean, heart really went out for Alex during all of that, and I'm watching him now thinking, you have come back in record time. I can't believe, honestly, I can't believe what I'm witnessing, how he's recovered from that.
Yeah, because
and he's out there on
for
the
anyone
most physical
who doesn't know, he had to have his appendix out, but then he had a reaction to the anaesthetic and had respiratory failure, which is incredibly tough to come back from. He has exceeded his own expectations of recovery and even those of the medics. And this is just a big session for him, Paul, because he will make a decision after this one as to whether he can drive for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, horrible what he went through. But you're in the safest hands when you've got the doctors. It shows you the peak physical condition of a Formula 1 driver. You know, they're not necessarily just down to one aspect of how they do their training. I think you can be versatile, you can have all this, and you can do it. And the most important thing for me was hearing that he's been in a go-kart and has been able to drive. Anyone that's driven a go-kart, you're not...
Physically, I mean, maybe I'm just being
that's going to take a while to sort out. I think you can see the human wall that the that they cannot complete the Singapore Grand Prix because they are so on the edge with brakes. And if it wasn't for the human wall, Nats, you'd be able to see some of the cooling. We can actually some of the cooling.
A sneak peek. Look at
yeah,
that.
some of the extra cooling that they've got around the caliper, around the small as possible. People who are in charge of keeping the brakes as cool as possible want them as big as the Mersey Tunnel, but they can't do that.
Front wing damage, but yeah, definitely goes to show a small lock here, small lock up can have fairly hefty consequences.
The car carried a long way in though, given the speed of the corner as well.
Yeah, well, it's like we've seen all year long, Paul, isn't it? These cars, as soon as they lock up, it's such a, with the bigger wheels, the bigger 18-inch wheels compared to last season, it's just more energy to start getting that rotation back into them.
So much heavier the cars now as well, aren't they?
Yeah, so it's like this bigger mass to try and slow down and restart as well. So just really goes to show the challenges of this track.
Well, let's just talk about Mercedes' chances here. Singapore, George Russell has said, will show validation of all the hard work that they put into the Mercedes W13. But Paul, the bumps, it's the bumpiest track on the circuit. Won't that flare up the porpoising and bouncing that they've struggled with?
Well, we haven't witnessed any huge porpoising. The thing we've not got here is super high speed, which I think is when the porpoising generally sets off more on the Mercedes. So because it's such a low speed end of straight, they may get away with it and it may play into them. I'm definitely not going to be the one that's standing up here today saying that they're going to be out of the equation, because sometimes this year they've switched that car on. I don't think they fully understand why, and they've been definitely in the game. So let's see. Let's hope it's a three-way fight, because I think Ferrari will definitely be suited better here than they have been at some Grand Prix. And it's just whether Red Bull can react to that and how flexible that car is, because we know on the other scale of it, Red Bull was the most efficient in Spa, which is the complete opposite end of downforce levels and efficiency needed to get your way around here, because it is so high speed. Even the high speed corners push you that way. But Verstappen, 1.8 seconds ahead of the next best, the Perez, is certainly saying they're in good shape.
Certainly is. On his birthday, looking very good, Max Verstappen. And Red Bull generally, I mean, this is obviously their first chance of winning a Constructors' title since 2013. 139 points ahead of Ferrari at the moment. But keeping it calm, talking to Christian Horner, they're not counting any chickens, they're doing it race by race, and that definitely seems like the best approach. Team Radio.
I went in straight on, there's nothing wrong with the steering or anything like that.
Yeah, just looks like a few minor repairs maybe on that right-hand leading edge of the wing, but yeah, I reckon he's got away with that. So, like you said, doesn't feel anything through the steering, but looking at poor old Charles Leclerc there, not out on track yet, because he's still suffering with that the brake issue he felt on the first lap.
I think if you're Christian Horner, go back to the Constructors. Where he feels nervous is it depends on the job that Sergio Perez is going to deliver for him. It's not Max Verstappen. It's whether Carlos Sainz, Charles Leclerc combination we know is a bit more consistent in terms of how they compare to each other. Is where's Checo going to fall into that?
Perez currently 9 points behind Leclerc in the driver's standings.
What you're not going to see is a rapid rate of development by any of the teams. I think they'll be saving, they'll have spent their allocation of budget that they've put aside for development, and it'll all be focusing on next year's car now. They run into the end of the year, so you would say on top of that they'd be better.
Just a lot of bouncing for me.
Okay, so nice.
Both in the straight line and there's some braking zones.
So the straight line is driver comfort. The braking zone, obviously, we've seen one car go wide and into the barrier, George Russell at turn 11, so that's definitely going to impact performance. But yeah, like we were saying, it tends to happen more in a straight line here where the bouncing starts to take hold. There aren't any high-speed corners where that will affect the car, obviously, like Paul mentioned, but even in the straight line, the bigger problem is the wear on the plank. So pretty strict rules these days on how much you can wear the plank of the car. So that governs your ride height. They're obviously all keen to get the car as low to the ground as possible because that gives performance with the ground effects. You can see how important it is. They're looking at the side pod there with the Flovies paint all over the McLaren on the side.
That's the new side pod, though, that Lando Norris has only got this weekend. And
the new livery, special livery for this double header in Asia, a collaboration with OKX. Neon pink embellishments and cyberpunk-inspired illustrations. Plus, of course, they're already flamboyant fluoro papaya. And it is inspired, I am told, by the cityscapes of Singapore and Japan. It looks cool, doesn't it? Certainly pops even more than it did before.
But if it goes well, then it will look even better.
That's all they care about. Yeah. I think there's a bit of concern on that, Paul, that it may not. It may highlight the problems the car has been having. Certainly something Daniel Ricciardo's referred to.
Well, I guess that's the question, but why would they have spent the allocation and the budget to put it on the car? They're obviously trying to get a philosophy change and where they are, but I think we can go down to Ted in the pit lane again.
Thank you, Paul. Yes, it's quite a decent upgrade for McLaren. So new side pods, new floor with those little sort of Viennetta-style waves on the edge of the floor. Only for Lando Norris at this race. They've kind of sold it as, well, it's a different route. We're not quite sure if it's an upgrade or not. Clearly it is an upgrade. That's why they were only able to get one of them. But that excuses why Daniel Ricciardo doesn't have it. Of course, Lando Norris further up in the championship, performing better on track this year, better results than Daniel Ricciardo, so it's only logical if they only have one set of the new upgrades, it does go to Lando Norris. Ricciardo, hopefully for his sake, will get it in Suzuka in a week's time. But James Key, the technical director, flying out to be at this race. He's not at all the races. That is important for him to be here with that McLaren upgrade. Very nice it is too. Hopefully it gives them a few tenths of a second. We'll get on to the Alpine upgrade later, Natalie, but just want to tell you that George Russell, I think there might have been a little crack to that front wing. That's what they were just taping up with that metal speed tape on the inside edge where the wing main plane meets the upright, the end plate. But otherwise, Russell is back out on track.
Great stuff. Thanks, Ted. Ted, do you know any more about the helmet swap between Lando Norris and Marshmallow? The
Marshmallow?
DJ? Not the edible kind.
Right.
Can we send you down to McLaren to find out a bit more about it?
I know about Lando Norris's new helmet design this weekend. It's inspired from the game Halo, I believe. And it's...
Here it is. We're seeing he did a little... I mean, if you could call that a helmet. In the loosest sense of the word.
It's a bit more than the mask, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
It's Master Chief, isn't it? Master Chief is the game, is it not? And it's in connection with Lando's Quadrant gaming concern. I believe it's something like warthog coloured. But, yeah. I'm in my mid to late 40s, Natalie. I don't play the computer games as much as my young friends do, so they'll know more about it than I do.
That wasn't Lando's new helmet we were seeing in the pictures there. Right?
No,
this
was the helmet with Marshmallow.
Yes,
okay. We're getting things a bit confused.
Either way, hopefully Lando will be happier with his car this weekend.
Oh dear.
Sorry.
That's quite good, actually.
You like that?
I do. Okay, so how do we... Thank you, Ted. So, Paul, how do we think McLaren's remain that encouraging? What can he do now? I mean, he needs to sort of stake a claim, if indeed he wants to stay in the sport for a seat. What do you anticipate happening?
I think Daniel's end to the year dictates if he gets another chance at Formula 1, to be honest, where he is.
It seems so strange to be talking like that.
Crazy, absolutely crazy, and I just don't know where his mindset is in a sense. Has he given up motivation? Has he certainly got the fight still in him? Some will say one, some will say the other. But at the end of the day, it can't be great, given that he's lost out, obviously, to Oscar Piastri coming in, McLaren taking that decision to move on. But with Daniel, you know, if he thinks Formula 1 is where he wants to be, he's got to show some teams he's able to turn it around. But why would that happen, given it's not happened in the time with McLaren to now? And
is he crucially going to get the chance to prove that in this car? A car that he clearly isn't.
He's certainly not been able to unleash that, has he? And not got the confidence in the car that he's been able to get, like Lando's able to achieve.
Well, someone who is definitely leaving the grid next year is Nicholas Latifi. We'll miss him. He's a great guy. Who do you think will take the Williams spot, Ant?
Well, I mean, after the job that Nick de Vries did in Monza, I would like to see him, like Paul said, I'd like to see him alongside Alex Albon.
Well, the rumours are that he's going to go to AlphaTauri.
I don't know if I can quite believe that one. Other rumours that it's going to be Logan Sargent taking this, but I would like to see Nick there, at least on the grid in some shape or form, whatever car it is. I think the job he did in Monza, I've seen him in other categories as well in racing, and you know, a previous F2 champion. So look, I think that would be a good partnership. I really do.
Well, Toto Wolff has gone on record as saying he believes the Dutchman should have a spot on the grid next year. So let's wait and see. We should know fairly soon. Okay, so it's Max Verstappen who currently tops the table with 38 minutes to go in this first practice session here in Singapore.
Looks like that tyre change is paying off. In this race, the ability to adapt is invaluable. Formula 1 on Sky Sports, sponsored by Workday, a system for finance, HR and planning.
Internet's playing up again. What a nightmare.
Dad, it won't stop spinning.
It's been loading forever.
Save yourself from broadband nightmares. Together, BT and EE bring you unbreakable Wi-Fi. Only BT's hybrid broadband is backed up by EE, the UK's best network.
Let's do this side. Let you go right ahead. Working my dreams. What you gonna do next? This is what we do best.
You know that feeling you get when things just magically work? And you're like,
wow.
Yes. Well, that's Salesforce. It's like
when my barista knows exactly how I take my chai teas.
Or that I like my hotel room set to 22 degrees.
Yeah, that's what it feels like.
Like when I get upgraded to a seat first class.
And being a super fan gets me a VIP pass.
Wow, your customers in a whole new way with Salesforce.
Everyone's feeling the squeeze right now, so we want to make it a little easier to save on your energy bills. Our free Energy Hub shows you where you're using the most energy, so you can take control, helping you to save up to £70 per year.
Is that everything?
Yeah. Come on, Mum.
Okay, I'm coming.
Channel 2, right?
Yes, please.
I wonder if they have jellyfish in Spain. With a little umbrella and a straw.
Nice.
Okay, all set?
Yeah. Hurry up, Dad.
I'm coming. So do you like sandy beaches or rocky beaches?
Do you own a second home? How would you like to stay in luxury estates, villas, castles or yachts in some of the most beautiful locations on Earth? Try Third Home. Third Home is the members-only home exchange club that opens your world to exquisite travel in 100 countries. Discover the secret to staying at luxury holiday homes around the world with a nominal exchange fee. Explore all the breathtaking locations you can travel to. Visit thirdhome.com. Third Home. Where will your second home take you?
I'm offering you the chance to see things you haven't. Take a deep breath.
setup change we need to do, guys. What we talked about. Yeah, also for us is quite clear, so it's good.
So not an ideal start to practice for either Ferrari driver. Leclerc having problems with his brakes, Sainz questioning the setup that's required. At a street circuit like this, Paul, wanting to build confidence in the car, lap after lap, how crucial is it just to get out there and feel the confidence in the car beneath you?
Massive, and nice to have been able to get Leclerc back out, who you're on board with at the moment. This is coming to the end of his first lap, so we'll see what his first lap does. He's on the hard tyres, so we already know Verstappen's been on the medium, as you can see on the left-hand side of the graphic next to his name, and already P12, 3.3 seconds off, but he will do a cool-off, go again. He wasn't actually using DRS as well on that lap, so...
it wasn't a bad lap. Not a bad lap from Sainz when you think 1.3 off on the hard tyre, and that would automatically put him ahead if he was on the medium, ahead of Perez and Alonso, much much closer to Verstappen. So we don't know the difference in speed from the hard to the medium. That will come out in time. And yeah, if you look at the bottom of the screen there as well, that graphic of championship progress between Leclerc and Perez, you can see just how it's Leclerc and the Ferrari's kind of surge of performance was there in the beginning, and it's just petered out as time's gone on, and that's what's given Max this more than healthy lead in the championship.
Which certainly
they had so much promise
at the start of the season. You're right. I mean, it was a very quick car, particularly in Australia.
Well, Max said in Australia after the reliability problems they had there, that's it, the championship's done. I mean, I think a lot of lessons were probably learned there for him and everybody watching on, because it did look pretty disappointing in how unreliable the car was and how slow it was compared to the Ferrari. And he had written the championship off there in Melbourne.
A couple of mistakes by Leclerc as well, though. They've been very costly, especially when you're leading the Grand Prix. The one that stands out is the French Grand Prix, isn't it? But the confidence loss of that at such a turning point of the championship, I think, was...
You could say
by strategic.
You could say that Max has made mistakes as well. You know, he went off in turn 4 in Barcelona. It's easy to forget that one, and he had a spin whilst leading the race in Budapest. But they weren't race-ending. I think that's the difference. But
bottom line is, we stand here with Verstappen on 11 wins and Leclerc on just 3.
Yeah, on a car that is massively dominant in some races as well.
You certainly wouldn't have predicted that at the start of the year, that is for sure. A shot of Antonio Giovinazzi there, and obviously still very much involved with the Ferrari setup, and some talk about him coming back for that second Haas seat. Can you see that happening?
I think with Giovinazzi, he's had his time in Formula 1. He had a chance to prove with all the back in the Ferrari. I would be surprised if Ferrari put him in the Haas, because I think they can kind of dictate who goes in that seat. They've got the second seat. I would have thought they'd put Schwartzman, who's going to drive for them in a couple of FP1 sessions, the Friday driver rule that we've got. I would think that's who they would push. I don't see why you would give Giovinazzi another kind of go. You kind of know where he is. I think keeping him in the system as a reserve driver, simulator.
And would he be a necessarily an advancement over Mick Schumacher?
Well, it's interesting because Binotto has said that Schwartzman deserves an F1 seat. For anyone wondering this, he was of course born in Russia. He is Russian. He now races under an Israeli passport. As Paul says, he'll do FP1 in the US and in Abu Dhabi. He won the 2019 F3 title 2 seasons in F2, but Binotto has gone on record as saying he's very quick in F1. He's done a lot of sim work for us. He's looking really good.
He's driven the old car as well quite a lot on the track, so they've got that data and where they are. And then you look, does Giovinazzi offer you more than Leclerc and Sainz offer you? He's at a similar age as well. He's never going to beat them on track, is he? So why do you not invest a bit more in the future and the academy and try and bring people through from that?
Okay, well, let's head down now to Alpine because we can hear from Ted on their updates.
Thank you, Natalie. Yes, I was saying, well, I'll go down to Alpine, have a look at this new floor they've got that apparently is worth nearly half a second per lap. Well, maybe that's a bit adventurous and over-optimistic, but they have high hopes for this new floor and diffuser. And I've been looking around, and I know there are some secret bits that I can't see, the Venturi tunnels right underneath the side pods, but it all looked a bit familiar. And then I checked with the team. And it's the old one on the car. There's a reason that it all looks a bit familiar. It's because it's the old one on the car for this session. So I think that's probably wise that what Alpine are doing. They know that this session, as we've been saying, isn't particularly representative because of the conditions, the time of day. And just while Esteban Ocon and Fernando Alonso dial themselves into the circuit, they don't want to go around breaking brand new floors that could be so beneficial for the rest of the weekend. So these are the old floors they've got on at the moment. The new floors will come on perhaps for FP2, I would imagine, but definitely for FP3 and for qualifying tomorrow. So, yeah, in this age of cost caps, it's just taking a while for a lot of the developments to come through. And while they might have had this design and the idea for this, Fernando Alonso was saying several months ago, it's only now that something as complicated as a floor with all the ground effect Venturi tunnels that it has in it is actually able to be made and shipped out to the circuit. So high hopes for the weekend down at Alpine.
Yes, indeed. Thanks, Ted. They're expecting and hoping for a massive step of downforce with that new floor. That's off the back, of course, of some unexpectedly poor performances from both their drivers in Monza, Ocon P11 and Alonso P19, only their second pointless race of the season. So, yeah, they'll all be looking forward to this one, won't they, Paul?
They will. They're in that fight. Alpine have surprised me this year. Obviously, the new engine, how it's all come about, but it's just the impacts of losing Fernando Alonso and where he leads the team. Where does that go?
That is true. I mean, they're currently 18 points of McLaren in quite a tight tussle, 4th and 5th in the Constructors. Just on that point, Ant, how disruptive will it be for them? Alonso going and all the saga around Piastri. We heard Lauren Rossi talking about considering ending their academy after the Piastri saga. He had their fingers burnt because they were growing talent, only to get poached.
I think it was a very public mistake, you'd have to say, from the team's part.
And humiliation, really, to lose both Alonso and Piastri.
For Piastri, I've been there myself as a reserve driver, waiting to get into Formula 1 to have your shot on the grid, and you've got to go with where that opportunity is. If you're approached from another team and you've got absolute right to be there, you know, at some point loyalty has to be put aside to get yourself onto the grid, because otherwise there was no guarantee it was going to happen, as far as I'm aware. So, you know, it's unfortunate for the team's point of view, but nothing was concrete in their guarantee that he would be on the grid where there was an offer somewhere else. So I don't you know, it's happened, and I wish Piastri all the best, and it was embarrassing for him and something you don't want before your first season in Formula 1. But they will miss Fernando Alonso. You know, look where he is at the moment there. Second place to Max Verstappen, just 1.1 seconds away. And you look down the list, see where Ocon is. He's P9, 1.9 seconds away, again on the medium tyre. Maybe they're trying different things so far, but we've seen throughout this year and their time together that Fernando just brings that fire. He brings those performances. He wrestles that car around. And despite being the age of 41, he's still got it.
Look at that, Albon in the top 10 as well.
Yeah, he's on the soft tyre. So it's considerable step more grip with that soft tyre around here at this point in the session.
But that must be encouraging to him, given his physical conditions.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying.
But going back to that, where Ocon, you know, lacks to get up to speed quick enough. He sometimes beats Fernando in qualifying. And he can sometimes be there in the race, but it's the early point in the weekend that dictates where the car's going and where the team's led. I think that's where they've got to be very careful of who the replacement is and who they get, and they were just a bit too slow getting him signed on that dotted line.
Yeah. Okay, let's head down to Ted. He's got an update on Sainz.
So they've done the setup change, Nats. It just looked like a fairly standard suspension change, and he's gone back out on a nice new fresh set of soft tyres. Obviously, I have no idea what the fuel load is. You'll be able to tell that from his lap time. But watch out for Sainz in about a couple of minutes as he starts his fast lap on with now the setup. It seems that he wants it all along in that Ferrari.
Okay, thanks, Ted. Our graphics telling us that he's on the hards for Sainz, and he's on the outlap. We will see how he performs shortly. Stroll popping it up in second on the mediums.
And there's some data evidence of where Alonso's better than Ocon, so you can obviously Alonso the purple, Ocon the green. Anything up on that graph is just faster, and you can see Alonso's able to brake a bit later, get off the brakes earlier, roll a bit more speed in, and get a better exit. And the benefit of that, 0.18, so 2/10 if you're talking at the business end of what Ocon's able to look at and where Fernando has just got more confidence earlier in this session.
Yeah, and Ocon has already said these 2022 F1 cars are going to be like carts on curbs around here. We saw him earlier in the weekend, didn't we, Anne? And he said, yeah, I'm expecting a bumpy ride.
Yeah, they're all getting onto the soft tyres now. They'll give them a bit more grip and ride the curbs a little bit better, but we all expected these cars to be a bit more of a handful than last time around.
What's going on with this torque overrun into turn 8 and 9? Do you see it?
iPhone, we can see something going on there, suggesting to lock more in there.
It's not diff.
So Russell feeling that the car's just, the rear isn't quite there for him. Something to do with the torque of the engine, maybe just overrunning a little bit too much and causing the rear of the car to snap around a bit there in turn 8. And so his engineer is quick to try to address the problem by saying, try and lock the diff a little bit more. Just to if you lock up the rear axles a bit more, it can induce a little bit more understeer. And so he's saying, no, it's not the diff. There's something else within the drivetrain that's causing this problem.
It's obviously push in some sense, isn't it? And it could be something to do with the recharge, the hybrid. Oh, that was a moment.
Did you see it on the way into the corner as well? It was like a bucking Bronco. It was all over the place, and he's backed out of it. Unsurprisingly, that's turn 5, the corner that you were analysing before, Paul, that runs down the straight towards turn 7. So really important to get corner to get right and to carry the speed. And I think that is Fernando on his soft tyres following in there. Yeah, if we look at this replay here, so this is just picking up on the exit. But the problem started on the entry. Here we go, look.
It's all settled there, though.
Well, no, but it was just before that. It was the front and rear of the car porpoising around. You certainly did.
Wonder if that's his new setup that's made it turn into the bucket.
Yeah, I know the direction we need to go. Lower the car. Oh, yeah, that's just going to make it bounce
how
around.
frustrating is that as a driver to, request these changes and then not go in the direction or feel the way that you hope?
Yeah, but this is where the simulation tool simulator, the teams arrive with the fastest way the car is going to physically go around the track. And then what happens? The driver sits in and goes, well, no, because we're not a perfect computer here. We've got the human factor of turning the steering wheel, pressing the pedals. And then what it's all about from there is a compromise. And that's where the driver, a good driver, will push the team into something that is the least amount of compromise on the setup that is the best at producing downforce, mechanical grip, and all the way through this racetrack. And that's where only the human element of what a driver is able to extract out of the best potential the car's got. And that's where Max Verstappen differs from Sergio Perez, because he's able to deal with the best setup that Red Bull needs, and Perez can't.
It has been, speaking to some of the engineers, it has been very difficult coming here to almost guess where you need to put the car in terms of the ride heights and the setup, because they've got no data to go on with these new cars, with this specific circuit. Someone's hit the wall,
It's an Aston Martin.
It's happening in the exit of turn 5. We saw Sainz get close. Has this been the left rear contact on the exit of that corner for Stroll? Verstappen going faster. Bottom of the screen, you see 4/10 sub on his personal best. I know Perez's best at this stage, but that's going to be a long limp round for Lance Stroll.
He'll get told to stop, won't he?
He's doing the right thing in going very, very slowly, because you don't want the tyre to start to disintegrate. We're now on board with Verstappen through turn 19. The final little chicane. The car's just floating around on him there as you're desperate to try and get on power for the final 2 corners coming up, which are medium speed corners. Car looks a bit more settled there. It goes fastest with a 43.1. He went fastest here actually last time around in 2019 in FP1 with a 1:40.2. So it just goes to show how much slower the cars are. They having to deal with this year.
What's interesting is you've obviously lost a lot of compliance with the tyre, isn't it? Because you've got that 18-inch red flag, 18-inch wheel. But they cannot get on the curbs like they used to be able to in the final chicanes through turn, especially I would say 19, 20, 21. They just can't attack it. They've got to kind of stay clear of it and go. But where has Stroll eventually stopped the car? At turn 7. I wonder if he stopped in a place where they can't get to, but I thought he would have went down the escape road.
It's one of the issues with this track, though, isn't it? Is it difficult to recover the cars? So the session has been red flagged with 20 minutes to go.
Still waiting to see a replay of what happened. Look at that,
Here we go.
As if by magic. And this is turn 5. Throws the car in, looks all right there, and then just gets on the dust and runs out of road. as we expected. But yeah, it was all settled on the way in. Just a bit of understeer mid-corner and desperate to get on the power to carry that momentum. Got away from him.
And having a decent session till that point, running in 4th.
So that's basically what could have happened to Sainz.
It was just a nasty angle he hit it, wasn't it? I think if he kind of brushed it a bit more with front and rear, he would have got away with it. But it was just the angle as he got that slide that Sainz had got out of before. And it just looks like it's broke the wheel, actually.
Hit the wall. So stop the car, go straight and stop the car, go straight and stop the car.
Well, they're probably asking him to stop the car as well because it's taken a bit of a hefty hit through the drivetrain and you don't want to go damaging any gearboxes unnecessarily, so it's probably why he was told to stop. But shame for him and everyone else, a little less track time.
Okay, so with just over 18 minutes to go, the session has been red flagged. Verstappen and Perez at the top of the timesheets.
Quick, smart decision-making will put your team at the top of the table.
Absolutely right, Martin. Formula One on Sky Sports, sponsored by Workday, a system for finance, HR and planning.
AWS helped F1 push the limits of their next-generation car. Data analytics powered thousands of simulations, revolutionizing aerodynamic analysis to achieve less turbulence, closer racing, and more wheel-to-wheel action. Pushing the limits of what F1 can do. Pushing the limits of what your data can do.
Show the world what it means to be a fan at fanatics.co.uk. A collection of officially licensed fan gear. Fanatics.co.uk. Officially licensed everything.
When you buy Dyson's V15 Detect Vacuum, you own powerful suction across hard floors and carpets. Power that's generated by a pioneering digital motor, whole machine filtration, scientific proof of a deep clean, illumination that reveals invisible dust, and hair detangling technology. The most awarded cordless vacuum. Free next day delivery at Dyson.
Willpower can help you do incredible things. Sometimes that's just resisting the next cigarette. But even your willpower can use a little help now and then. Nicorette gum relieves cravings fast. To help give more power to your willpower.
With O2 Switch Up, you're free to swap to a new phone anytime you like. Any reason, as often as you like. With no need to pay off your contract for an extra $3.99 a month bolt-on or included on selected plans. Switch up to new when it suits you.
When you can buy by spoke just for you. From a real person. Why buy boring? Shop Etsy.
Welcome back to this year's solo loafing heat, where the lack of action is exhilarating.
Absolutely. She's a natural born loafer, this one, really at the top of her game.
Oh, I don't believe it. A perfectly executed milk slap. Not even an eye flicker away from her book.
Wonderful stuff.
Loaf like you mean it!
Only the sea can make you feel at home, can make every moment special, creates endless discoveries. Be inspired by infinite choices. Plan your cruise now. Only the sea, only MSC. MSC Cruises, a world of discovery.
Our original movies battle their remake.
Let's boogie.
Nice outfit. Sky Cinema Original vs. Remake available now.
Train. All episodes available now.
We estimate a fatality rate of 500,000 deaths.
500,000 dead. Isn't it someone's actual job to see what's coming towards us and give me a heads up?
And it's this time of the evening that Singapore really bursts into life, and these iconic scenes that we so associate with the Marina Bay circuit. It's so evocative, isn't it? As you see the lights coming on, and you get that beautiful aerial shot, and you get a sense of perspective as to just how technical it is around this circuit, weaving your way along the harbour side and through the streets of Singapore.
You can see here actually in the pit lane how you see those lines, those vertical lines. That's where the track was cleaned.
I thought it was just my eyes.
No, it's where they were cleaning. I saw the machine actually on the front of a truck going around, desperately trying to clean it. It hasn't worked brilliantly well.
Well, this is the thing with street circuits as well. We saw it yesterday doing the track guide. The streets furniture, I love this bit, by the way, when they go into the grandstands at 18, 19, it looks great. But these drain covers, you see how the white markings have been painted over. You made the point that it's not just about visibility, but also about if there's any rain, that those white paint marks will get slipperier.
Yeah, they cover the unnecessary white lines and arrows that you get on a street track with this non-slip paint, in inverted commas, because it is still pretty slippery. But yeah, they do it for two reasons, like I say, Natalie. One for visibility, and the second, the main cause is to stop it from being so slippery when it's wet.
Okay, well, what are conditions like down in the pit lane, Ted?
Pretty good, actually, Natalie.
Great.
Thank you very much. All the teams having come into the pits after that red flag are now going back out. Alex Albon, I'm happy to say, was straight out after the red flag, together with Nicholas Latifi. Actually, I think Albon is now just doing a practice start at the end of the pit lane. Yeah, he's looking in good shape, which is good. But I wanted to update everybody listening about this budget cap story that's really a hot topic in the pit lane and the paddock at the moment. If it's all right, Natalie, we'll just do it briefly now. So it's a truism in Formula One. If we start at the beginning, in Formula One, if you want your car to go quicker, you spend money on lots of different areas, and that helps your car go quicker. It doesn't always, spending loads of money doesn't always guarantee to make your car go quicker, but it's a pretty good rule of thumb that if you spend lots of money, your car will go quicker. So clearly it's a sporting thing, and to stop that, to bring costs down in Formula One, the FIA and Formula One all agreed to have a budget cap to make sure there's a bit more level playing field amongst everybody else. And to enforce this, the FIA does a process of verification. It starts in March and it refers to the year before. And we've had a statement from the FIA, an FIA spokesman, I'm quoting here, the FIA is currently finalising the assessment... Sorry, yep, do stop it.
We are listening, but we're also
No, stop me, I can't see a
pictures.
TV, so tell me if you need to come in.
Carlos Sainz into last corner, Ted.
Had a big moment. Okay. We thought he was going to go into the barrier very hard, but
once
somehow...
again, he saved it.
Somehow he defied physics and got away with it.
Okay.
As you were, Ted.
Okay, right. So the FIA is finalising the assessment of the 2021 financial data submitted by the F1 team. So this is last year's budget cap. Alleged breaches of the financial regulations, if any, say the FIA, will be dealt with according to the formal process set out in the regulations. That's the FIA saying that there are any alleged breaches. And that's the rumour going around in the paddock and the pit lane that one team is in a very big breach of the budget cap for last year. Another team is in a small breach of the budget cap for last year. So that's the rumours going around. And just to tell you how it works, they go through all the policing all this budget cap. They go through all the books and try and ensure compliance and everything. And they issue certificates apparently next week. So that's why this is quite a timely story. These certificates of compliance need to be issued next week.
And what do they mean?
To ensure, as a rubber stamp, a certificate with a nice seal on the bottom saying, yes, team, you are in compliance with the budget cap. Well done, you didn't break the budget cap.
But what if you're not, if you don't get one?
Well, then there are penalties that can be applied, ranging from financial penalties, from fines, to sporting penalties, to even worse, to constructors' points deductions, to, I guess you could be. I can look for the actual regulations, but I'm pretty sure that you could go all the way to exclusion from the championship, from last year's championship, or maybe it could be this year's as well. But it is done 1 year in arrears. So it's pretty serious stuff. and the FIA is doing good work, hard work, in actually policing the budget cap. But it all seems to be coming to a head here in Singapore.
Right.
And when those issues, those certificates of compliance are, I know it's a bit of an engineer speak, certificates of compliance, but it's fairly self-explanatory. You get the green light, you get the stamp on your certificate, whether you've been a good team and kept to the budget cap or not, and that will happen in the next week. So that's what the story's all about.
Thank you, Ted. And I suppose the big question is those who have not, Paul, and the fact that the FIA are taking this seriously. I mean, why wouldn't you? If there's a budget cap, you've got to stick to it.
The rule is a rule, isn't it? It depends on what breach they're in with it. But the biggest thing that worries me about the budget cap, the sport's never been in a better place in terms of sponsorship, exposure, money coming in. It's the teams who are behind. Where do they find the extra cash? Because if you've got the budget and you're working to the budget cap, how do you redevelop your car to catch up with the people who've lucked in or had a better start at where they are? How do you get back on top of that? And the one that stands out to me is Mercedes next year. They've probably got the money there to do it, but they're constrained by where they are because of the rule to catch up Red Bull and Ferrari. So you just get this dominance of the sport that we're trying to get on top of with it.
Ironic, really.
How do you flip it around? Yeah. And I honestly, looking at it, how can you be in favour if it's going to dictate the sport where it is? But you know, it's way above where we are in our thinking. But at this point, that's what I'm thinking ahead of next year, because so much will carry over as well.
Leclerc just gone up to P2.
Yeah, it's a decent lap, fastest middle sector of all. But no, I totally agree with what you're saying. You know, the budget cap, I understand why it's there, but I do think the wind tunnel time is a better rule. You know, to do it through wind tunnel time, the sliding scale that you have. So Mercedes started, or at the end of last year, in development of this car, they had, say, 10% less wind tunnel time than Ferrari did, for example, based on where they were in the championship. And now, as the season's gone on, with past the halfway mark, it's now Mercedes from this point to the end of the year have 10% more, or this point next year have 10% more time than Red Bull, who are leading the championship. So that kind of makes sense, because you want everybody to be able to play catch up on the fastest car. That makes sense to me. But the budget cap, it limits maybe a bit too much the development. So you've got this extra wind tunnel time, you can't do anything with it. You've got no money to spend on it. So it doesn't really go hand in hand, in my opinion. But these things can be tweaked and perfected
Clearly
as the years go on.
not a perfect system,
No,
but
exactly.
evolving towards it.
But then, of course, if you've got other teams that are spending more than they're allowed, then that's an issue. And that's what Ted was talking about.
And I guess what the consequences of that, you know, if it's a fine, they're prepared to pay it. But if it's sporting
you've got
disqualification, that's a whole other thing.
But that's the irony, isn't it? That they are so limited on cash that they've got the cash to pay the fine.
I look box coast into the pit lane if you can.
I lost gears or something in neutral.
Oh, could it be the dreaded Singapore
magnetic
MRT?
Explain this theory.
It's the magnetic bridge underground for their underground rail system, the MRT.
I remember this from years ago.
Trigger,
I've seen it before.
And it happens to
Red Bull. It's generally Red Bull that has the issues.
It was not Weber.
Yeah.
And it does affect other teams as well. So they all have to make.
Give us more detail.
They have to basically shroud their gearboxes and those technical parts of the car that can suffer failures if there's interference from like magnetic field because of the underground system.
That's crazy.
So maybe Ted can snoop around
Ted
and get on it.
He'd
be very good with that.
That's if it is that. It could be something else, couldn't it?
I quite like this theory.
Let's just go with it. We've started something here.
Hamilton's on a very strong lap here.
Absolutely. Having said drivability was really poor earlier in the session, this is looking
He's matched
much more
Verstappen
encouraging.
in Sector 2, not far off in Sector 1, only a 10th. So Mercedes definitely showing very good potential on this tyre at least. We'll see how the car rides the bumps through here. It looks like they can get on the curbs a little bit more than what Red Bull are able to do.
That looked okay there, didn't it? And the chicane before. He's got a slower car in front. I think he's going to be okay though. Now we've seen you've got to be careful at the curb on the right hand side, because Sainz, who
quickest.
There's no grip on
for that.
Massively strong there.
They are one lap tyre.
Well, that's a surprise, and I'm sure Lewis is going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, not
Remember,
least for him after what he was saying.
This is
the
circuit as well, where, don't forget, he himself says driven one of the best laps of his entire career.
2018
qualifying.
Fantastic. Four-time winner here, of course, as well.
That was a championship deciding lap, wasn't it? Certainly at that point there, but that's very strong for them at this point in the weekend as well, especially when their car comes alive when you put fuel in it for a race as well.
And it's funny, it used to be a bogey track for Mercedes year after year after year. Yellow flag in sector 3, it's Verstappen.
They turned that around when he did that lap. The year before they struggled, they turned it around and definitely the philosophy changed.
They had a big investigation, didn't they, on as to why the car didn't work, as to why in Singapore they didn't have the performance. I'm sure we'll see the replay of why Verstappen did go off, and here we are. So this is the run down towards turn 14. That's the last of the 3 DRS zones around this track, and
it's an
it's all right there. Yeah, so it's 15 coming up here. You've got to slow the car down whilst turning. He just grabbed the inside front and bailed. So yeah, a little bit similar to what we saw with George Russell in turn 11. Nice little pirouette there for Max, and I'm not sure who was that. Was that Ocon coming around? I think he was a little bit unsure of where Max was going to end up as he came back onto the track. But no, a very good lap from Lewis there, and hopefully we can, with only less than 1/10 of a second separating Verstappen and Hamilton, I'd like to see that fight continue so closely.
Absolutely. And so Lewis currently at the top of the timesheets. He hasn't led a session all season.
He will lead this session, that's.
And Russell, P5. All the top 7 setting their times on the soft tyres, but really encouraging, and a tentative nod of approval from Toto Wolff there.
It's a compliance that surprised me through the last sector, and especially into 20 and 21. Was able to go on top of the curbs. Max he had to drive around now. You'll see if the AlphaTauri is able to do it. I suspect he'll probably stay away from him. Yeah, he's staying away from that curb.
So this is the one that Lewis was able to ride here, coming up here, turn 19.
If you can get on that, it hooks the car around, and it just makes it so much easier because you get the rotation earlier to point yourself out of the corner with confidence to get on acceleration. But yeah, I mean, unless they're saving something, Red Bull and Ferrari, but certainly looks at the moment like it could be a 3-way fight.
They are running the car like they all do on the high downforce package. Gasly said yesterday that their car isn't great on the high downforce package. They prefer the low downforce package like they had in Monza, but the Mercedes most definitely works better on the high downforce package. Think to Zandvoort, think of Budapest. You know, once they sorted the ride of this car, which seems to be okay on this track as well, it's good news for them. They had the performance every time they've run the car with a high downforce package.
And where you don't need a lot of top speed, where the Mercedes has that weakness of straight line speed, this is not a
power sensitive track.
Well, I think it's power sensitive. It's just you can run a bit more drag than you would generally like to run. So it probably favours that car, but you can obviously see that graph there where Hamilton is getting the lap time on Russell. So he's just a bit like what Alonso was doing to Ocon, what we were explaining earlier on. He's just able to get into the corner, get the rotation a bit earlier. His braking efficiency is so much better because you can see he's quicker at the 100-metre mark into the corner, and then when he gets kind of to the V of the corner, you can see he actually dips below, so his efficiency has been so much better, so much steeper, which gets him in such a good position to get out the corner.
I've got a feeling this will be I mean, George has done an absolutely phenomenal job this season, surprised many, I think Lewis himself as well, but this circuit, this is a Hamilton track, and George is going to have to, he'll be studying that data like we've just been in turn 14, but for the whole circuit, look at where was he faster there, where's he braking, what's he doing with the car there. You know, it's going to be a big challenge for George to try and match Lewis around this particular track.
Well, he hasn't had a win yet all season, the first season since his first one in Formula One. He said that it wasn't a stat that bothered him, but you know that he'll want to break that record, particularly at a circuit like this. As you say, his record is only bettered by Sebastian Vettel, who's won 5 times, as opposed to Lewis's 4. Can he make it 5, though, come Sunday? Well, we shall see.
And you see how quick, I mean, it wasn't long ago we were talking about Fernando Alonso up there in P2, he's now P10, and it goes to show how rapidly this circuit starts to improve with grip. Similar, you know, like Monaco. It is so, in so many ways, similar to Monaco. With the nature of the corners, you just arrive at them much faster because you've got longer straights leading to them.
And a beautiful shot there of the Singapore Flyer, 541-foot high Ferris wheel, which is so synonymous with this circuit now.
Great shot, the helmet cam here with Joe Guan Yu. heading out of turn 3, bring the car to the left-hand side, looks to the right because this is turn 5 coming up. It's where Stroll hit the barrier on the left there, gets through there unscathed, changes pedal map before turn 7. I wanted to stay on that onboard shot into turn 7, leaves himself a bit of room on the right-hand side and a bit of snap of oversteer mid-corner. He's compromised the line there by the Williams into turn 8 as Nicholas Latifi is trying to get out of the way.
So you're pointing out that Norris down in 19th. Has he got a problem?
Not sure. He got a run on the soft tyre, and I'm not sure why, whether they've been delayed to get out, but obviously the most important thing for them is getting the correlation with the two cars. You know, and going into the weekend, if you think that's the right thing to do with this new side pod package they've got only on that car for this Grand Prix. Daniel Ricciardo's not got it, so worrying if it's not for McLaren to be that far down.
First car to take the checkered flag, car 23, Alex Albon. How many laps did he manage in this session? Looking down the list there. 19 laps. He's done well. And the fact that he's driven the entire session goes to show he's there, he's ready, he's going to do it.
We've not heard any comments on the radio either, which form I'm sure would have been all over.
It's unbelievable. Honestly, it's unbelievable.
Absolutely superhuman. To come back from that.
It is.
Many would take weeks, let alone to just to walk again, let alone to get in a race car.
The one I'd be interested to actually chat about it is our fellow colleague Timo Glock at Sky Deutschland, because I'm thinking he had a similar issue where he had to have his appendix taken out and had to race quite close to it, and it knocked him back quite a bit.
But there's having your appendix out under a normal, you know,
straightforward
operation. And then there's, I mean, I don't want to over-dramatise it.
Failure.
Nearly dying. You know, to be here doing what he's doing, it's honestly, it's remarkable.
It really is.
Goes to show how naturally fit all of the F1 drivers are when they get to, especially this part of the season.
Mental tenacity for me. I mean, that's
what they've all got. And that's what we don't see when the visor's up or when the helmet's off and they're laughing and joking around the paddock. Make no mistake, when that visor's down and they're in full focus, every F1 driver has that steely determination. Otherwise they wouldn't be out there. They would never have even got as far to even step foot in a Formula 1 car in their career if they didn't have that.
And you certainly need it here more than most. Well, look at that. Lewis Hamilton, for the first time this season, tops a practice session ahead of Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc in third. Mercedes, Red Bull, Ferrari. That bodes well, doesn't it, Paul?
It does at the moment. The one you've got to say that could have way more potential is Charles Leclerc, given he lost half an hour with that brake issue. But you know, they'll digest that. They'll go into the night. Who's using more engine mode, where it is. But obviously they get the chance to do practice starts here on track to make sure they verify everything. And both Ferraris kind of lining up in the front row.
Step forward on that. Step forward on that box as well.
Yeah.
Confident.
If he did that for the Grand Prix, though, outside of the grid box, there'd be questions asked, no doubt. Lewis Hamilton tops the session. Who would have thought? A track that's been so tough for them in the past, and a car that none of them had the expectation of it being the fastest here.
Not going to be much flying, Cliff, is there?
Yeah, but if you'd bought the car from Bahrain here, it bouncing around, porpoising all over the place, if you'd bought that car here, it would have been a nightmare for them, guaranteed.
Like
so yeah, it goes to show the strides they've taken to get the car where it is today.
Well, their trajectory has certainly been an upward one going into the second part of this season. There's been a kind of quiet confidence about them, but at the beginning of the session, Lewis sounded very downbeat.
I'm sure
not the same at the end.
I'm sure in the debrief it will still be mentioned that the drivability is not great, and that really is your friend on a track like this. You need the drivability. You mentioned right at the top, Nats, when you're talking about the tyres, they run the softest compounds here for that very reason, to give you better traction and more grip in slow speed corners. If you've got a power issue, the torque coming in at the wrong levels, then it makes your life very difficult.
Without getting ahead of ourselves as well, they could be running less fuel than the others as well.
Of course,
so, let's just see. But at the moment, great to see 3 teams in it.
It really is.
But the car looks different. It's reacting different.
Seems to be a lot of men up there, not many women. Did you notice that? I just saw lots of men looking over the edge of the pool.
Your eyes, Nats.
Oh.
I didn't notice. I was just thinking, what a lovely view.
I mean,
that
is an incredible view, isn't it?
I've never been up there.
Oh, you should go. It's absolutely stunning. Well, just have a look at that. Lewis Hamilton topping the session ahead of Max Verstappen and Charles Leclerc. All top 7 setting their times on the soft compound tyre. Perez in 4th. George Russell, strong session for him as well in 5th. The second Ferrari, Carlos Sainz in 6th. Fernando Alonso, of course, winner here at the inaugural race in 2008 in 10th. Sebastian Vettel, 5-time winner here, managed 11th. Daniel Ricciardo in the McLaren without the upgrades in 12th. The one that did have the upgrades, Lando Norris, could only manage 19th on the soft compound. Alex Albon, though, the story of the day, along with Lewis Hamilton, because he came through this session seemingly unscathed. Great stuff from him.
Yeah, look at that for a view, and we'll be under the lights for the second practice session in around about an hour and a half's time. In the meantime, though, what a session that was. As Natalie was saying, the first time this year, Lewis Hamilton top of the timesheets for a session, back from 1:45 with that second practice session. The F1 show is from 3:15. Remember, we're 7 hours ahead of you here in Singapore. Third practice is from 10:45, qualifying from 1 o'clock tomorrow, and on Sunday, slightly earlier on air time of 11:30 compared to the European races, with lights out at 1. Any Driven Monday with Naomi and Matt back from 6 o'clock on Monday on YouTube. There you go. So it is Lewis Hamilton, top of the timesheets here in Singapore. More when we come back.
It looks quite scary when they first get up on one side.
Okay, Max. Yeah. So we just want to go just to the left of that mark.
I think it was almost a good thing it just happened so quick and so unexpected and sudden. Because I think if you kind of know a week prior you're going into your first Grand Prix weekend, I think the kind of pressure and nerves are just building up. And now I very quickly had to move them away to kind of focus on what I actually had to do.
On the topic of heritage and culture, I'd love to hear a little bit more about your heritage and your family history.
What I have discovered is, for example, how we got the Hamilton name. There's a slave owner from Scotland,
wow.
Robert Hamilton, who then had a plantation, had around 150 slaves, and obviously at some stage then the slaves took on the name of the slave owner.
You just never know what's around the corner.
Drivers have to adapt quickly or get left behind. Formula One on Sky Sports, sponsored by Workday, a system for finance, HR and planning.
Intelligence is the foundation of any good business. But if every good business has it, how do you stand out? Intuition. When enabled by technology, intuition stops feeling like a hunch and starts looking like confidence. The confidence you get when you work with Cognizant, where we engineer every aspect of your business, technology, processes, and experiences to anticipate expectations and act instantly. This is intuition, and we can engineer it.
I was born here, I'm from here, and I'm never leaving here. I'm a New York hotel. Yeah, I'm tall, 563 feet and 2 inches. I'm on top of the world. I'm looking for someone who likes to be in the middle of it all, but also likes some peace and quiet. You hungry? I know a place, and a few others nearby. It's the city that never sleeps. But hey, If you need the rest, I've got you covered.
Feel more in every moment. All new Lexus NX plug-in hybrid.
At Zurich, we help you sustain the things that matter the most. Your family, your livelihood, even your hopes and dreams. And we're taking positive steps to do more. From offering access to counseling services for customers making a claim, to planting a tree for every new life insurance policy. So we can help you sustain your world.
Say hello to Go.Compare, the new way to compare prices on insurance, credit cards and more. So if you're looking for the right deal on your pet insurance, looking to switch your home insurance, or searching for car insurance with £250 free excess cover, remember Go.Compare. One click and you're there.
Go.Compare! You see, live sport is magnificent. Because it happens once.
Sky Sports, it's only live once.
Watch the final of the NRL as the Panthers face the Eels. Sunday, live, only on Sky Sports.
Watch Hull host Luton and Watford travel to Stoke as the EFL Championship season continues, live on Sky Sports.
Welcome back. Busy old session here in Singapore. First time here since 2019. And for the first time this year, Lewis Hamilton top of the timesheets with a 1:43.033. But representatives from all of the top three teams inside the top three, with the champion-elect Max Verstappen tucked in behind, and he is very much a champion-elect. He could secure it, as we know, this weekend. Dr. Marco said he'd rather it was next weekend in Japan because of Honda, but you've got that hand on the trophy. Don't want to relinquish it, but...
I don't think you can claim when you're going to do it. I mean, we're in a great position. 6 races to go. It theoretically has a first strike or first opportunity this weekend, but the probability is probably very low in reality. And Mercedes were looking quick there. Ferrari, I'm sure, are going to be there or thereabouts. And it's a tough track, this one. So we're just focused on one weekend at a time and trying to maximise each score we can.
I guess you would happily take a victory here and forget about the championship for this particular weekend. Yeah, you'd really like to win this race.
Yeah, it'd be a great race, to win. We haven't won here since Sebastian back in 13, and it's a tough track. It's bumpy. It's aggressive. There's walls. It's unforgiving. It's hot and sticky. It usually goes pretty close to 2 hours. So it's it's a car killer as well. So it'd be a big one to win if we were fortunate enough to pull it off.
I know you say, the odds are probably lower here of the opportunities Max has to win this season, and I think he's downplayed the situation a little bit as well, but what exactly is his mood? I mean, he has the opportunity here to win his second Formula One World Championship. I mean, he must be feeling incredible.
I think, like the whole team, you put that out of your mind and you focus on the job in hand, and you just take this championship race by race, and then the tables tend to take care of themselves. So that's been very much our philosophy. Back with Sebastian all the way through, and that's what we're adopting very much this year.
We saw a problem there for Sergio. What's the story on that?
It looks like a drive shaft, so you need to understand what's caused that, so it won't affect him for the next session. But preliminary report looked like a drive shaft.
Are the drivers talking much? We were worried about the 2022 cars, stiff sidewalls. There has been a little bit of resurfacing here, but a lot of vertical movement.
They're not moaning about the bouncing. I mean, our drivers have been pretty good on that this year, but I think you're not seeing like huge oscillations in the cars around here, so it doesn't look like it's a major issues. The curbs are tough here as well, and of course these cars are pretty stiff, so you can see they have an effect as well. But generally they've been performing pretty well.
been a bit of noise up and down the paddock as we came here into Singapore, Christian. The forensic accountants are obviously being in to all the teams. We understand next week they're going to issue certificates of compliance. There are rumours that one or two of the teams might be in breach of that. Are you aware of any breaches?
Well, look, certainly not aware of any. The accounts were all submitted way back in March, so it's been a long process with the FIA, going through, and we're in that process as we speak. So they're rightly following that process, and I think mid next week is when they declare their certificates. So I think that certainly our submission was below the cap, and it's down to the FIA obviously to follow their process, which they're currently doing.
Is this going to be a storm in a teacup or a big story, this cost cap business for last year? And of course that then impacts on who had extra money to spend on this year's cars.
Well, inevitably, it's a brand new set of regulations and a set of very complicated regulations. So how rules are interpreted and applied, inevitably you're going to be subjected between the teams, and I'm sure as the years go by things will get tidied up, but we're confident in our submission, and as I say, the FIA are in a process, and I think there's always going to be rumours. I've heard of major breaches and whatever. I'm certainly not aware of that.
Well, you said that you hand in your accounts in March. They've obviously had 7 months to look through them, and like you say, the compliance certificates come out next week. A 7-month process to look through accounts is obviously a long time, and it must mean that there's a lot of complicated scenarios with the accounting, potentially some creative accounting. But from the team's perspective, is it clear for you guys when you hand in your accounts that you're absolutely clear?
Well, you have to remember this is the first time this has ever happened, but we do our due diligence. We get audited anyway. It's a similar process, to that of working with an auditor. So it's slightly bespoke to Formula One, and clarifications have been coming even after the submissions were made. So you can see how immature the process is. But the FIA, obviously been working hard on it and doing obviously the best they can.
So this is nothing extraneous. This is just part of the audit process, and not specifically looking into Red Bull.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, every team theoretically is subjected to it, so they will have looked at every team's submitted accounts, and they're following a process, and that conclusion date has been moved from I think July to September, now to October. But it's a big job. It's a lot for them to get through.
So confident you're under the cap. Yep.
Look, we're very confident in our submission. So anything different to that, then obviously we'll wait to hear from the FIA.
Thank you, Christian. Appreciate your time. I know you've got to get
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Let's just pick up on another couple of things from that. Obviously, drivers trying to find the limits. Obviously, it's a bumpy track, but a few of them very close to going into the wall, and a couple were into the wall.
Yeah, and you can see there's a lot of leaves out there. Obviously, it's a circuit that has zero use year by year, and all of a sudden we haven't been here for 3 years, and they're pushing funning limits. That's why it's called practice, and quite a few incidents with it. But it is, they've never been here with this type of car, and they are completely different, particularly with the tyres they have.
And, like you said, Martin, new cars here on this track, but one thing with these cars that the visibility in the cockpit is reduced. So, when the walls are that close to you, sometimes you get really close and you just think that you have a great peripheral vision, but sometimes you touch it without even thinking you were quite that close. And, we saw with Stroll, he did touch the wall, but he looked clean coming in, and then all of a sudden the car just snapped, and you just don't have the room for that kind of movement in the car.
And a word on Alex Albon, as you were saying, as he got into the car, and Ant was talking about, it's almost superhuman effort, considering what he's been through, to go in there and be a second clear of his teammate. He's a class operator.
He absolutely is. I mean, I think to come back from an operation like that, and he said he's been training for 2 weeks, but as far as I remember, his operation was 2 weeks ago, so he must have been right out of it and straight into some training. Patrick Harding, his trainer, actually used to be my trainer for a season, and I know that he's a hard-working guy, but he also won't put you up for something that you're not up for. So I think, he's surrounded by great people that'll help him to make the right decision for today, and as we saw in that session, he's obviously up for it.
Absolutely, he is up for it. Right, let's head to the Skypad.
So we didn't expect to see Lewis Hamilton topping that timesheet, but here he is. Have a look at the lap here. On board into turn 1. down through the gears, and the great thing about this circuit, you can actually see, because of the lights, you can see the dashboard at all times. Taken in 4th gear, turn 1, 2, and then down into 2nd gear by the time he gets to turn 3. Drivability problems were there in the Mercedes, and you can see just the lack of traction perhaps on the exit of 3, but turn 5 here looks good. Into the DRS zone, takes you through turn 6, up through the gears, and actually just down on the brake bias, you can see there to 57% for turn 7. The car turns in pretty well, rides that curve on the right-hand side as well as that. Turn 8, slow it right down for the 2nd slowest corner on the track, and there you could just hear under me him getting on power, and the rear wheels just struggling a little bit once again for traction. Now up through the gears towards turn 10. 56% brake bias you just saw there into 4th gear. This is where Russell went wide and into the barrier in turn 11, but the car looks good there. Rides that curve well through the kink of turn 12, now the slowest corner on the track. And great rotation. You can see there as he demands the steering angle. The car responds nicely, turns in well, and gets out of there to the final DRS zone of the lap into 14. Once again, just the car not looking great on the traction side of things, but here in 16, rides that curve nicely, and again on the curve on the left-hand side there of 17. So I am seeing a car that's pretty compliant around this track over those curves, which is critical for lap time. Now towards the last chicane, here at turn 19, 20, flick the car to the left, run the car out very wide to the barrier on the right-hand side, and then to the 2 last corners, the medium speed of 22, 23 to take it to the end, and that's a lap of the Marina Bay circuit. I can barely keep up, let alone driving one of these cars. So yeah, back to you, Simon.
Brilliant stuff. There we go. So I was saying about an hour and a half till they get going again. Obviously, they're just collecting an enormous amount of data where they haven't been away for so long.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they've got the simulators and they turn up very well prepared. There's a lot of information to digest there and to make best use of the next session, which is a very relevant session because of the time of the day and the track temperatures. So this is now where they need to find the sweet spot.
I mean, it's been interesting to see, you know, how they've translated the work that they've done on the car. We know that their car was really competitive in Hungary, as well as Zandvoort with their, you know, higher downforce package. That's clearly working for them here. Although we heard earlier on in the session, Lewis saying, you know, drivability was really poor. But I think for them, and I was just discussing this with Martin, that the tyres are really where they are struggling to get them in the window and to try to understand where their pace is and how to unlock it.
Okay, 3 teams up there, though, in the opening hour of practice here in Singapore. As we said, we're going to be back from 1:45 in the UK. That's the 2nd practice session here in Singapore. Lewis Hamilton, top of the timesheets.
Sky Sports F1. Feel it all.
Quick, smart decision-making will put your team at the top of the table.
Absolutely right, Martin. Formula One on Sky Sports, sponsored by Workday, a system for finance, HR and planning.
What does the future of driving electric look like? It's month-to-month payments for back-to-back freedom. It's being able to swap your car whenever you want. It's everything included, from insurance to charging. Drive on to the future with Onto.
To lead and inspire with innovation means progressing through technology. With impeccable attention to detail, we can power ahead. Because future is an attitude. Audi, the official innovation partner of Sky Sports.
Is that everything?
Yeah. Come on, Mum. Okay, I'm coming.
Terminal 2, right?
Yes, please.
I wonder if they have jellyfish in Spain. With a little umbrella and a straw.
Nice.
Okay, all set?
Yeah. Hurry up, Dad.
I'm coming. So do you like sandy beaches or rocky beaches?
For Expedia members, travel doesn't end at booking. It's getting a discount on your trip, plus points for your future travels. So you can think about the next trip, and the next trip and the next trip. So wherever you go, you'll know you're getting the most out of your travels. And you can keep thinking, where next?
Show the world what it means to be a fan at fanatics.co.uk, a collection of officially licensed fan gear. Fanatics.co.uk, officially licensed everything.
It's going Dutch in 2021. Max Verstappen, for the first time ever, is champion of the world.
Quick, smart decision-making will put your team at the top of the table.
Absolutely right, Martin. Formula One on Sky Sports, sponsored by Workday, a system for finance, HR and planning.
That's nice to be back at your lovely place, Christian.
Yeah, this is my sanctuary, after the madness of a Grand Prix weekend. I'm a country boy at heart, so being back in the countryside, it's polar opposite of a Grand Prix weekend.
What I'd love to do is talk all things Formula One, Red Bull racing, and about you too.
Okay. Here are the goats.
What are the goats called?
That was called Chase, but then it had a baby. So, small problem.
And the dogs? You've lost Bernie.
So, Bernie, unfortunately, he died last year.
Yeah.
But Flav's still going strong.
Yeah.
He's a bit overweight. We just seem to end up collecting more and more animals. So what are we up to? 4 miniature donkeys, 4 goats.
Christian Horner, OPE. Let's talk all things Formula One, Red Bull, and about you. Formula One first. We seem to be in a pretty good place at the moment. Why do you think that is, especially?
Well, I think the sport's just in this halcyon moment. I think these new regulations are working well. I think that the racing, has been really competitive this year. It seems that the cars, they can follow closer without that disturbance of, the aerodynamics that we saw previously. And I think that, it's the biggest regulation change that we've had in 40 years, and it's definitely moved things around.
Drive to Survive, do you think that's made a big impact?
I think it has. I think it's brought a massive new audience, a young audience, an audience that wasn't there previously, with Formula One. And we're seeing it wherever we go. The following is huge. And, of course, America as well is now tuning into the sport. And it's causing some polarisation with all these new fans that are coming in. But it's also bringing a huge amount of new female young fans as well, which is great to see, the girls getting involved in the sport and that interest, growing and growing.
I think people buy into these new young drivers that we've got. They're personable, they're open, they're honest, they're media savvy.
I think we've got a great crop of youngsters. I mean, when you look at them with Max and Charles and Lando and George, and there's this great crop of youngsters that's coming through, and they've got personalities. You can warm to them, and they race fantastically well. So I think Formula One at the moment has got just so much interest around it and so much substance.
Liberty Media, the new owners, Stefano Domenicali, the boss.
Yeah.
How do you think they're performing?
I think he's doing great. I mean, Stefano I've known for many years. We've raced against him when he was running for Ferrari, and but he gets the business. And I think with Liberty, they brought a completely new, different angle to it. So, things like digital media, the content that we're creating, the Netflix, scenario, they're things that weren't happening previously, and it's just the age that we now live in.
The FIA have had some big changes, a new president, and obviously the race director has changed for 2 race directors. How's that going?
It's going, it's changed. It's going okay. I mean, I think, Mohammed, he's looking to put his own mark on things. He's getting his house in order, so there's, quite a bit of movement. So it seems a little unsettled, within the FIA at the moment. But that's going to take time to, to bed down. And, of course, that working relationship between, the FIA and the promoter is one that's so important. And I think that it's going to take time for that new organisation to really find its feet. But it's making inroads.
They're toughening up on things like parc fermé and track limits in particular. Are you happy with that?
I think what you always want is clear rules, and it's the areas of greyness that get you into trouble. And I think that I'm all in favour of having absolute clarity, because at least you know where you stand.
The cost cap, you were fighting hard against it, but it's there to protect you from yourselves in the team, surely.
It is, and it's doing its job. And I think, look, every team is probably at the cap level this year. So I think it's one of the things that's driving interest into the business. It's controlling the teams from ourselves. Previously, we would have had a development budget that would have been circa, $50 million. We've got 8 this year, maximum, probably even less than that. And so, that's such a percentage drop. You have to be so precise where you want to spend and commit your funding, and the bang for buck, the return on investment is so important. It's a completely different mental attitude, whereas Formula 1 used to be run as fast as you can and then work out how you're going to try and pay for it. Now it's about, well, can we actually afford to do this?
That sounds like a good thing, doesn't it? And it keeps the pack, keeps the grid a little bit closer.
No, absolutely. I think it will over time. It will create convergence. I think the most important thing we have is stability of financial regs, of technical regs, of sporting regs, and that way you'll see, the racing, just converge and get better and better.
Talking of 24 races next year, do you think that's right for Formula 1?
When you talk about 24 weekends out of 52 in a year, it does feel too much. But then when you look at the venues that are coming in, you think, okay, I'd definitely go an extra weekend for Vegas. If South Africa's on the calendar, I'd do an extra weekend, for that as well. China, might be coming back. It's such an important market. And I think, they're working hard to try and make the weekends, shorter and operationally, more bearable for the teams and the travelling staff. And I think it's going to need that combination. So, but it's right on the limit.
If a race like Spa was going to be dropped from the calendar, would the teams and drivers fight hard against that?
Spa, for sure. It's one of those historic races. I think there should be a few races. Monaco, Silverstone, Spa, Monza. They're the big ones. They're the historic ones. And I think, we should ring fence those and really protect those. And it's great that these new venues are coming in and that there's interest. But you've got to have that history. It'd be like having the ATP tour without Wimbledon. I think they're part of our history. They're part of our DNA. We'll definitely, make our opinion known. But you've got to trust the people that are running the business at the end of the day. And Stefano knows what he's doing. He will guide the investors. They're obviously driven by their bottom line and where the revenues and where the interest is going to come from. And, an extra race in the US versus a race in Spa, that's what they're going to have to weigh up.
We could well have 24 races next year with 20 cars on the grid. Would you welcome, say, 2 more teams and a full house of 24?
I think if you remove the economics, then to have 24 cars on the grid, is a good thing. And I think it would see more young drivers that are struggling to make it in, to see them getting in. I think the problem is always going to be, how do you address the finances? Because by bringing 2 more teams in, you just dilute the pot for the 10 that are there, and there's no relegation or promotion system. So it's going to be something that, the promoter, so Stefano, is going to have to justify, particularly to the smaller teams, that if they have to give up $5, $10, $15 million for the sake of another entry coming in, why would they do that? So all things, the commercials will drive it. I think if you look at it from an idealistic point of view, I'd fully support 12 teams. But when you look at the numbers and what it's going to cost each team individually, that's where it falls over.
But thinking of the bigger picture, would you welcome Andretti onto the grid, an American team?
I think Andretti, Penske, all they're big names. They're and I think American teams, it would be great to have one of those. I know we've got Haas, but to have a name like Andretti or a Penske or one of those big names would be, personally, I think it'd be fantastic. And I think we could look at a different model. We could look at the customer car scenario, that you'd look at a different distribution of money if they're not a constructor, that they maybe just get, points money or championship position money, not constructor money. So you could create a third column of payment, for a customer team, so it didn't dilute, the manufacturer teams. And
you know, we supply gearboxes and suspension and bits and pieces anyway. Why not go the whole hog for a new entrant like that?
Some significant changes proposed for 2023 on the aerodynamics of these cars to stop the bouncing. Is that really for safety reasons? Do you need to do that? Because that looks like an all-new car to me aerodynamically.
Well, like all things, you know, it's never just about one thing. I think if you asked us, we'd want to leave absolutely everything as it was and change nothing, obviously. I think that, you know, there is an issue with the bouncing. It affects, you know, certain teams worse than others, and particularly one team. And so it's finding the right balance. That is it right for everybody to change to accommodate that one team, or do we do something in the interest of safety that's, you know, addresses it? That, you know, instead of the 25 mil that they're talking about wanting to raise the car, why don't we look at 5 or maximum 10? But, you know, to try and find a compromise that doesn't have everybody over, that is looking to carry over parts to next year. Because when you change the aerodynamics like that, it fundamentally changes the concept of the car, and it's just too late in the year for that.
So that's Archie. This one is Rose. That's Cherry's horse, isn't it? Mummy's horse.
And Bluebell shares it.
Bluebell share. And this is Bluebell's Frisian cow, isn't it? And this one is Gretel.
Hello, Gretel.
I think I'd put you on Gretel.
Maybe next time.
Next time we'll go for a ride round. Get your camera up. And should we go and see the racers?
Get some jodhpurs on.
Yeah. They're in the field. They're in the field next door. Let's go and have a look at them.
So the races then are the point to point.
Yeah, these guys are a bit like a Range Rover, slow and comfortable.
Aren't they beautiful?
And they're named after Jerry's songs. So he's called Lift Me Up.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're going to call him. Stop Right Now or something. Probably not a good name for a horse.
They're friendly, aren't they?
They are friendly. They are friendly.
So the point-to-pointers...
They're point-to-pointers, so it's like Formula 4, basically. But it's amazing how competitive it gets. You know, it was supposed to be a bit of fun, but you know what we're like, Martin. Anything that's supposed to be fun ends up being competitive.
Yeah.
So...
They want a carrot or something, don't they?
So they came round... He came round the first lap in the lead. Mrs. Horner got very competitive, and I'm so... Defend! Defend! Cover the inside!
Did your foot get tapping?
Yeah, the foot was going. It was very exciting.
Yeah.
So, I think drivers are actually easier to work with than horses, though.
Drivers are a bit more expensive, I'm going to guess.
Yeah.
Even more expensive.
Even more expensive. Even more expensive, so...
Another great victory in Paul Ricard. Congratulations. 12 races down, 10 to go. You're relatively comfortably leading both World Championships. Do you think you've got them in the bag?
No, definitely not. I think, look, there's for the drivers, there's still 258 points available out of the last 10 events. So, and whilst we've got a healthy lead, you know, let's not forget, after Australia, I think Max was over 40 points behind Charles. And so it can change very, very quickly. And, you know, Ferrari have had some bad luck. You know, we've capitalised on that. We've had some bad luck earlier in the year. But, you know, you just got to keep focus one event at a time to, you know, keep scoring the points and keep the consistency, because it can disappear very quickly.
But the Ferrari looks a bit fragile. They make mistakes sometimes on strategy, and the drivers have thrown it off the road. They're not really coming at you in a consistent way.
Yeah, but they'll get it together at some point. They've got a quick car. They've got quick drivers. And, you know, we've made sure that we were there to capitalise. I was actually quite disappointed they retired on one hand on Sunday, because it was going to be a fascinating race. You know, the pit stop that we'd taken, we essentially banked track position, so Charles would have had to pass Max, and we felt we had the pace on that harder tyre. So, but you know, we're not going to turn down a gift horse.
Mercedes can't seem to really unlock the full pace of their car. I mean, they're coming at you a bit, but not fast enough, I'd imagine.
They're making inroads, and obviously at certain circuits they're looking quicker than at others. I mean, it's been a massive surprise for us how, they've missed the target this year because they transferred onto this car very, very early. So, and they're obviously such a quality team. It's only a matter of time before, they're going to be, back fighting for victories.
How important is Max Verstappen to your team?
He's a huge element of our team. I mean, he's grown, with us, and I think he's really becoming that complete driver now. And I think that after last year's, World Championship, you can see he's just grown. That inner confidence, that pressure is almost off his back. That he's got that first championship on his CV, and now whatever he adds to that is, in his mind, a bonus. And so I think in many ways, it's released him, and you can see the maturity with which he's driving, the composure. He's really on top of his game.
Does he drive the team like a Michael Schumacher would have done? No,
I would say he's different to Michael. What you get from Max is when he gets in the car, you're going to get 110%, and if he doesn't feel he's getting 110% back, he'll make his feelings known. But then he very quickly, moves on. He's not one of these guys that's going to pore over data for days and weeks. He sees his job is to get in and deliver. And it's always telling for me, first lap, practice one, pretty much anywhere we go, he knocks it out of the park. He's often 2 seconds a lap quicker, just that inner confidence and his ability to get down to a time to feel where he is with a circuit, with the car, and that confidence.
How would you compare him with more recent champions like Seb Vettel, who you, of course, were very close to his 4 World Championships?
I'd say he's just different. I mean, Sebastian, what we did with Sebastian was incredible, but Sebastian was a very different kind of driver. He's very analytical, worked incredibly hard, and he put in the hours. I think, Max, he's more seat of the pants, equally determined, probably even more determined, but just a very different character, and very difficult to compare the two.
Do Max and his dad Jos call the shots?
No. Max is the one that we've got the contract to. Jos, I heard some horror stories about Jos before he came to the team. I have to say, he's been, good as gold. He's never caused any issue within the team. He's expressed an opinion now and again on a blog that, perhaps hasn't been helpful. But I have to say, for a motor racing dad, he's been perfect. And I think that, there's a great respect between Max and his father. But you've seen just Max, growing up, and Jos attends fewer and fewer races. I mean, he wasn't at the track, yesterday. He came for the practice, and it's just part of, Max's evolution as a young man as well.
We've all noticed that Max is a lot calmer this year, on track and off track. Why do you think that is?
I think it's just inner contentment that he's got that World Championship. I think that, he's comfortable in his own skin. He's comfortable, in the team. He trusts in the team. He feels, that he's got everybody's, got his back, and, he's got that number one on the car, and he just loves racing. He doesn't enjoy. He's not one that craves, fame. In fact, he'll shy away from that. He's a very private, guy, but he just loves racing. And if he's not racing a Formula One car, he's racing online with his mates. He's very into the Porsche Super Cup racing as well. He'll drive one of those for fun. He just loves driving.
And Sergio's the perfect teammate, really, isn't he? He's experienced enough and adult enough to cope with Max's prodigious speed.
Yeah, I think that Sergio has really found his feet in the team this year. I think the change in regulations has suited him better, and I think that he's doing a good job. You can see that victory in Monaco was fantastic for him. He got his first pole in Jeddah. He's driven some amazing races. This year Silverstone he was on fire as well, and I think just that inner confidence you see is growing in him this year. Everything's not new to him, and again, of course, with COVID, last year, for the large part of last year,
he could even walk around the factory and meet the people. So it was a very strange introduction to him into a brand new team. And I think now you just see he's more relaxed. He's got a good relationship with his engineering team. And of course, the relationship that he has with Max is better than we've ever had between any of our combination of drivers.
Is it a bit like Bottas to Hamilton? If you didn't have Verstappen, would Sergio be able to win the World Championship for you instead?
I think, Sergio's still very much in this World Championship, and I think that being Max's teammate is very, very tough. And I think that could he win it without Max being there? Of course we want two of the best drivers that we can, but I think the actual fit between these two, works in incredibly well. And sometimes when you get two absolute alphas, it can be incredibly destructive. And I think, Sergio, at the stage that he's at in his career, this is the best car that he's ever had, and he knows he's got a chance, but he, knows he's going to have to be pretty canny to make use of that over the course of a season.
What do you think is the key to winning, Crofty? Smart decisions made quickly? Formula One on Sky Sports, sponsored by Workday, a system for finance, HR and planning.
West Ham v Wolves kicks off a weekend of exciting football, live only on Sky Sports.
What next for the Red Bull team? It appears Honda's leaving Formula One, although sometimes that looks a bit grey. You've got Red Bull powertrains now. A lot of talk that Porsche are joining up with you. What's the situation?
Well, it feels a really exciting chapter of our history. Honda have been a great partner. We have a technical partnership with them that will continue, obviously, until the end of the current regulations at the end of 2025. And then behind the scenes, we're building this entire new business, starting from scratch, to take on Mercedes and Ferrari and Renault as a power unit manufacturer. And we've built a factory in 55 weeks. We've recruited 270 people so far. And the quality of people that we managed to bring into the team, is phenomenal. And it's a really exciting period for us. And of course, we're up against it for 2026 because it's, in engine terms, it's just around the corner. But, Red Bull's never been shy of a challenge and, never been afraid to take on something that perhaps others would have found too daunting.
So is that your backstop, Red Bull powertrains, if Porsche were to join you?
Well, Red Bull powertrains, is established. It's there. It's got its technical management under, obviously, Ben Hodgkinson, and everything is in place. If a partner like a Porsche was to come along, it would be only natural for it to plug into what is already there and to complement it. So it would be tremendously exciting if an OEM like a Porsche or an Audi did come into Formula One. But we've set off on a journey, and the first Red Bull engine is not far from firing up on the dynos.
It's your 18th season with Red Bull, extraordinarily, and you're still only 48 years old.
Thanks, Martin.
Back on that with the 9 world titles so far under your belt.
It's been an incredible journey. When I came into the sport, it was about wanting to be competitive. But when I came in, there was the likes of Ron Dennis, Flavio Briatore, Jean Todt running Ferrari, Frank Williams, Bernie was running the sport with an iron fist with Max Mosley. And the whole thing has just changed, so much during that period. And if you'd have said to me that it'd be sitting here now with, the victories that we've achieved in the World Championships, it would have been beyond my wildest dreams. That was something that I aspired to. And I've never looked too far ahead. Long-term in Formula One is about 6 weeks. I love what I do. I enjoy what I do. I enjoy working with a fantastic group of people, with Adrian, with the whole technical team, Pierre Vacher, and you know, this team that we've built, it's just an absolute pleasure to work with. And so 18 years has gone like that.
Would it be fair to say your greatest achievement is signing and retaining Adrian Newey and Max Verstappen?
I think Adrian's been such a big part of our team. When you know, when I was growing up, I was a big fan of Adrian's cars, whether it was with Leighton House and then obviously what he went on to do with Williams and Nigel Mansell at the time and so on. So he was the guy that I really identified when I first went to Red Bull, that, you know, he was the designer that we needed, and you know, bringing him in the journey from such an early stage, it's a journey that we've been on together, and you know, it's been a lot of fun as well. You know, he's a friend as well as a colleague, and he's of course has been a big factor in our success in you know, over the last 18 or 17 years. So he's been a key part, but there's also so many other factors. Of course, it's not just about me or about Adrian, it's about the whole group of people that it takes to, you know, to form a team, and of course the drivers play a key role in that. But all the operational staff, all the guys that are and girls that are in the background as well, that you know, play a crucial you know, role. We're, you know, what, circa 800 people to build and design, you know, 2 Formula 1 cars. With the engine side will be over, you know, well over 1,000. And of course you need a phenomenal group of people around you.
So where did you get the experience or the confidence to be a deal maker and to run a company of 800 people?
It's something, you know, I started my life as an aspirational driver, and you know, I raced in the junior categories up to what would now be Formula 2, and of course in those days you had to raise the money. It was about finding a sponsorship. I didn't have enough budget to go to a top team, so then I created my own team to try and further my own driving career, and I've actually found that I actually enjoyed and was actually better at operating the team than certainly was at driving. So it was a very easy transition to say, do you know what, I'm going to stop driving and focus on building this team. So, you know, I wouldn't know what I'd be unemployable, you know, otherwise. So,
but you were just 25 years old at
I was 25 when I retired, and focused on building a team. And I think the experience that I'd had through, you know, through that, you know, you do all the, you know, I was booking hotels, I was doing the VAT returns, I was having to find the money. I was having to make sure that I was even making sandwiches for the sponsors that were coming, you know, before putting the overalls on and driving the car. I remember, you know, Hungary, next race that we're at, I was at the supermarket on the Thursday buying, you know, rolls and ham and cheese to be making sandwiches for the sponsors that were turning up, you know, the following day, and, you know, washing trucks, you know, booking parts, negotiating with suppliers, and then obviously drivers and dads and managers and so on. So for me, it was a great education, and I think you know, you've got to have had that experience to be able to, you know, to really feel it. So I have no formal management training. I've never been on a management course in my life. But it's a people business. It's about working with people, getting the best out of people, and people are always your biggest asset. And it's getting to work collectively as one group with one goal, with one thing in common, which is the car.
We often see your foot tapping up on the pit wall, but you've been the other side of the pit wall reasonably successfully. Formula Renault, Formula 3, Formula 3000. Does that help?
I think it gave me an insight. I mean, obviously I was never at the level of Formula 1. I tested for Lotus in Formula 1 when Johnny Herbert was the driver with Mika Häkkinen, but it gave me an insight. And you know, being a driver, it's a very lonely place, because at the end of the day, they're contractors. They're part of the team, but they're also contractors. And I think trying to relate, you know, when you sometimes hear engineers being critical or dismissive of a driver, I immediately get defensive. Because I think, hang on, you've never been there. You can't even imagine what it's like to experience you know, what they're going through. So I'll always try and see it from the driver's, you know, perspective. And of course, you know, confidence, like in any sport, is such a big thing. And if you're sitting in the cockpit and you don't feel that you've got that support around you, it's so important.
So it seems like your life's been fast-tracked a little bit, you know, your racing career into team ownership, running a Formula One team at the age of 30. Is it fast-track's the expression that springs to mind?
Well, yeah, I mean, everything happens for a reason in life. And, you know, I was looking to go into Formula One originally with the team that I had in Formula 3000. And then Bernie was pushing me hard to, you know, take on Eddie Jordan's team and so on. And then Dietrich Mateschitz came along and said, I'm going to buy Jaguar. You know, why don't you come and get involved in this? And it was, you know, such an opportunity. And he's, you know, we had some tough days in the beginning, but he's been unwavering in his support, you know, and you know, together with Helmut, that's played again a key role in all of this. You know, we've had tremendous stability, and they've given me the freedom to run the team as a racing team, not as a multinational corporation, but our essence and our being is still very much, you know, we're a race team, and it's all about, you know, going racing on a Sunday afternoon.
You always wanted to be famous, didn't you? That naked picture of you in 1997 alongside your F3000 car, jumping in the pool semi-naked in Monaco, which I admit was mostly my fault.
That was all your fault. That was nothing to do with me. That was the result of
a bet.
A Thursday evening bet with Martin Brundle, which I've learned never ever to do again.
That if you got on the podium, you'd have to jump in the pool naked.
Yes, which I'd, you know, conveniently forgotten about, but you then informed the entire nation. So of course I then had to fulfil it.
But you loved the fame. You wanted to be famous. You're a team boss. You've got quid in your pocket. It's all gone terribly well, and you were aiming for that.
It wasn't about fame, it was about success. And I think recognition comes as a result of success. So I think if you go into any walk of life chasing fame, it's the wrong reason. I ended up, the photo shoot you're talking about, I went there in a shirt and tie and a blazer, and I was expecting it to be something very different to what it turned out. And you know, sometimes circumstances dictate certain outcomes.
It was a magazine,
it was,
Como magazine.
No, it was Cosmopolitan, and I went there. I was asked to go do this photo shoot. It was for some cancer, you know, charity thing. I turned up in a blazer and tie and a pair of chinos, and they said, "We just need to put your makeup on." And the girl that was doing it said, "Well, if you can just leave your clothes." And I thought, she's a bit friendly. And then there was a guy that walked in with just a guitar covering, you know, his vitalities. And he's like, "Well, what kind of photo shoot is this?" And they said, "Well, you know, you're gonna have the wing mirror of the car hiding your modesty." And so it's like, oh, Christ.
Was it a big wing mirror?
It was huge.
Netflix Drive to Survive, that's been very good for you personally, hasn't it? I mean, you've got 1.9 million followers on Instagram, for goodness sake.
I think it just shows where the sport is. And I think, though, I'm the type of person that, you know, I speak my mind. And some people like it, some people don't. I'm not everybody's cup of tea. My priority is my team, is my drivers, is getting the best that I can and doing the best that I can to protect them, doing the best that I can to ensure that they're able to just focus on their role, on their job. And of course the Netflix thing has been enormous. I mean, it's been stratospheric, and you know, within our world, you know, Formula One fans know who you are, but then suddenly this Netflix thing has gone into a whole different category where, you know, suddenly my 16-year-old daughter's mates think, oh, you know, you're reasonably cool. We've got two rabbits that are fighting.
Fighting for what?
I don't know. Supremacy. It could be me and Toto.
Christian and Toto.
They've had to be separated.
Your nemesis, Toto Wolff, is that part show business or is it really personal, the friction between you two?
It's not personal in any way. I mean, Toto's Toto. He's done a phenomenal job with Mercedes. He's obviously come into the sport from a very different background from me. He's very much from a financial, background. And it's very easy to pull his chain. And you can see it. Sometimes it affects him. So of course, when you're competing, it's and last year was so intense, and of course it's the first time he'd ever been in that situation. It's always interesting to see how people react, and when they're smashing headphones and so on, you can see that you got to them.
Is it part of the job to try to knock back the opposition? Because sometimes you look the baddie, you're moaning because you're not winning, or you're having a go at the stewards or whatever. Is that just part and parcel of it? And does it bother you if people think you're being out of order?
Look, if it bothers you, you shouldn't do the job. My job is to do the best I can for the team and the people that I represent. If I look at somebody like an Alex Ferguson, I doubt he ever worried about what the perception of people or other managers within the sport thought. And as I say, my priority and my prerogative is to do the best I can for the people that I represent. And that means whether it's with the promoter, whether it's with the FIA, whether it's with getting the right partners, the sponsors, with the shareholders, with you guys.
My main big one is to get this incident clear.
You only need one racing lap.
Do you think you're a better team principal than Toto?
That's not for me to judge. I'm focused on what I'm doing. You guys are judge and jury. Sometimes we get judged by Sky, but that's not for me to. I'm focused on what I'm doing. I'm sure Toto is focused on what he's doing.
Do you often reflect on the somewhat bizarre events of Abu Dhabi last year?
Race control are now saying lapped cars to overtake the safety car.
Do you know what? I always tend to look forward. So Abu Dhabi already seems to be a long time ago, and the page always turns. And I can understand, if you're a Lewis fan or a Mercedes fan, that you'd feel pretty aggrieved by the events of Abu Dhabi. If you're a Max fan, you feel it's redemption for what happened earlier, in the year.
El semáforo que se va a apagar en unos instantes por última vez. 2 segundos, 1 segundo. Se conversa el DRS, se mete por interior, le devuelve la moneda, se tira, Fernando Alonso que le vuelve a dar a España y al mundo un podio.
Ever going to get too hung up on Abu Dhabi?
Toto owns a third of the Mercedes team.
Muy buena gente, bienvenidos a Kilómetro Cero. Estamos de vuelta aquí en vuestra casa de retransmisión favorita de Fórmula 1 en YouTube. Bienvenidos al Gran Premio de Singapur. Circuito callejero de Marina Bay, circuito nocturno. Y vamos a vivir esta jornada inicial, esta jornada de viernes plagada de entrenamientos libres, como no de la mano. El análisis técnico de nuestro ingeniero Sergio Codón. Bienvenido a tu casa.
Buenos días, Aitor, y buenos días a todo el mundo de Kilómetro Cero. Y efectivamente, estamos aquí nosotros, pero lo importante no es que estemos aquí. Lo importante es que por fin llega la Fórmula 1.
Pues sí, por fin llega la Fórmula 1 después de unos 3 semanas aproximadamente de parón que hemos tenido después de aquel Gran Premio de Italia que vivimos, con aquella victoria de Verstappen bajo el safety car. ¿Cuánto hay que hablar desde entonces? Todo lo que ha ocurrido, todo lo que se ha movido, y sobre todo la última hora, que no es poca. Ahora vamos a ir con eso porque es bastante complicada. El rumor que está dando la vuelta desde primera hora de la mañana es increíble, la verdad. A ver lo que va a ocurrir con todo esto. Pero primero vamos a pasar por el chat a saludar a toda la gente. Sabemos que es muy temprano, 85 personas que ya están con nosotros al pie del cañón desde la madrugada de Latinoamérica. Mañana ya por aquí por España, 11:20 de la mañana. Muy buenos días España, muy buenas noches Latinoamérica. José Manuel García, que nos saluda, Laura Valencia también, Mar Mañé, Gianni Bragaglia desde Venezuela, Lucas Vladimir, nos saluda Rubén Merino, José Vicente, Sam Strumer, Francisco Pérez, nos acompaña también Luigi Fiscaletti desde Italia, Pepe Salazar, Jesús Rodríguez Álvarez, Carlos Molina, creo que se nos está escuchando bien, también a Sergio, así me lo hacen llegar, Luis Dania, nos acompaña por aquí también señor Makoto desde Argentina, dice que va a desayunar y que almorzar quizás también, nos saluda también aquí Oscar65, Juan Feu y Laura Valencia. Bueno, ¿cómo estamos, Sergio? ¿Qué tal estás? 3 semanas de parón aproximadamente, llegamos a este circuito callejero, donde para empezar te diré que tenemos una probabilidad media alta de lluvia para mañana la clasificación y para la carrera del domingo.
Siempre llueve en la Fórmula 1, pero nunca llueve. ¿Qué te quiero decir? Que hasta en Singapur, que yo tenía entendido que es verdad que hace mucha humedad, pero era un sitio seco, también parece aquí que va a llegar a llover. Entonces, vamos a ver qué pasa, pero de primer momento tampoco nos fuimos mucho del Meteosat porque nos ha dado muchas sorpresas. Además, nos la da cada gran premio.
Sí, cada gran premio, todo lo que decimos aquí en Kilómetro Cero sobre el tiempo es al revés. Pero bueno, me he metido a ver la meteorología y había incrementado respecto a lo que hacía llegar a la comunidad por la pestaña de la misma. Y parece que tenemos ahora un 80% de cara a mañana y también para el domingo. No lo sabemos si va a llover al final, pero la cosa está aquí. Ahora mismo está bastante encapotado. Igualmente es el día, este viernes, que menos probabilidad hay. Sergio, para entrar ya en materia directamente con toda la comunidad, ahora hablaremos de la lluvia, de todo lo que puede ocurrir si es que llueve, pero fuera de cámaras te comentaba, ¿no? Porque ha sido una última hora. Hay un rumor, y esto es bastante real, ¿no? No es algo que se ha cogido por Twitter y ya está, sino de gente del paddock, también de Automotorsport, un medio reputado de la Fórmula 1, Albert Fábrega, analista de Dazón, se rumorea que Red Bull habría pasado el límite presupuestario la temporada pasada. Es decir, esto podría llevar a posibles sanciones, una restricción del desarrollo para el año que viene puede ser y una multa bastante gorda. Al fin y al cabo es un rumor, pero está bastante calentito el ambiente. También se habla sobre Aston Martin, pero el foco está centrado en Red Bull, la campeona del mundo.
Porque ningún equipo tenía pensado desarrollarlo. El año pasado casi que no se desarrolló porque fue un año excepcional por la COVID-19 y Red Bull por la lucha a muerte que tenía contra Mercedes sí que fue el que más lo desarrolló. Yo lo único que puedo deciros, no puedo saber qué es lo que ocurre, que en el reglamento cada actualización que uno pone la certifica, le manda a la FIA los papeles sobre el costo de cosas y si hay otras cosas que tú contratas como personal, como limpieza o lo que sea, también se lo certificas a la FIA. La FIA, según el reglamento, no te lo pone como parte del límite presupuestario. Eso es lo único que yo puedo decir.
Claro, todo esto se está generando un gran revuelo porque son 9 meses después de que finalizase la temporada, ¿no? Digo, campeones del mundo sobre Verstappen y claro, a ver qué va a ocurrir a partir de ahora, porque si la FIA no obra con contundencia probablemente dejaría en evidencia esta normativa técnica sobre normativa técnica sobre el límite presupuestario que tanto ha dado que hablar esta temporada.
Claro, pero es verdad que aunque, como decía, aunque todo esté certificado, a mí no me extraña porque, a ver, la mayoría de equipos realmente tienen dinero de sobra para hacer muchísimas actualizaciones. No es lo que los directores de equipo cuentan para justificarse, ¿no? Lo que pasa es que queman el dinero. Lo más normal es cuando tú tienes queman el dinero, ¿no? Entonces, pues a mí no me hubiese extrañado que hubiese habido un par de cosas, 3 o 4 actualizaciones de Red Bull que a nivel burocrático, a nivel de papeleo, las hubiesen puesto para que no formara parte de esas cosas que ponían en el reglamento que estaban en el límite de presupuesto y que luego la FIA en una reinterpretación de esos papeles pues haya dicho lo que antes no era dentro del límite, ahora sí. Eso es lo que yo creo que puede haber pasado, pero claro.
Daniel Ricciardo, and another one.
A ver qué es lo que va a ocurrir a partir de ahora. Insisto que ha sido una noticia de última hora, hace escasos 30-40 minutos que se daba a conocer, y de ser así, pues no sé, hagan juegos en sus casas de qué va a ocurrir. Dudo mucho de que vayan a cambiar el resultado, pero fíjate que parece que la temporada 2021 tampoco llega a acabar.
Claro, hombre, ya no van a quitarle el título a Verstappen, pero sí que le pondrán una gran multa a Red Bull o le podrán penalizar algo ocurrirá, ¿no?
En caso de que esto sea verídico, al fin y al cabo es un rumor que va cogiendo forma a medida que va pasando el tiempo, la mañana, seguro que ahora el año pasado,
He's committed to the team. He says for the rest of his contract, are you committed to him?
Yeah, absolutely. So there's no news. Con el límite, porque el límite de reglamento es como la nueva práctica relativista. Es muy interpretable qué puede entrar dentro del reglamento y qué no puede entrar. Como yo comentaba, crear un alerón delantero nuevo en la fábrica dentro del límite de presupuesto, pero por ejemplo, tener una marca que te dé todo el combustible como Cielo Petronas a Mercedes o a Ferrari no entra dentro del reglamento. Fíjate tú.
Claro, por aquí dice, por ejemplo, Iván Tarugi que le saquen puntos esta temporada, pero el trofeo no. Yo lo que creo que le harían, el trofeo no se lo van a quitar, el título no le quitarían a Verstappen en caso de que esto sea real, se haga la notificación de manera oficial por parte de la FIA, como que han infringido ese sobrepaso en el límite de presupuesto del año pasado, pero podrían hacer a lo mejor se habla de una restricción en el desarrollo del coche del año que viene, y esto sería un problemón para Red Bull, sería un problemón de cara a la temporada que viene.
Sí, un problemón, y el año que viene tenemos 10 millones menos de límite de presupuesto que sea. Así que si este año a costa de desarrollar el coche, el año pasado más difícil, y pienso exactamente lo mismo que tú. No van a cambiar el trofeo, lo va a seguir teniendo Mercedes, el de constructores, y Max, el de piloto, porque ya no es malo solo para Red Bull, sino que sería malo para la comunidad de la Fórmula 1, para el espectáculo, que de repente te cambien el pasado.
Y algo que también está dando un poquito de revuelo sobre que es un poco malo, otros piensan que es un poco bueno, son cada uno a gusto del consumidor. Para la Fórmula 1 son, señores y señoras, los 6 sprints que se han hecho de manera ya oficial por parte de la Fórmula 1. Tendremos 6 carreras, 6 fines de semana al sprint para la temporada que viene. ¿Qué te parece, Sergio? La comunidad, sé que es demasiado pronto todavía. Muy buenos días a todos, tanto para España como para Latinoamérica. Sergio, 6 formatos sprint. Creo que es excesivo.
Yo lo único que tengo que comentar allí, porque creo que es justo a gusto del consumidor, es que cuando tienes un sprint, a mí me gusta un poco la idea, pero le quita emoción a los libres 2 y le quita emoción a la cual. Entonces veo bien un par de sprint al año, pero no.
Porque lo que tenía por aquí sobre el comunicado que daban, también se estaría considerando la introducción, sobre lo que comentas, ¿no? De las clasificaciones, la introducción de 2 sesiones de clasificación para los fines de semana que contengan la modalidad del sprint. Pero esto ya sería para el año 2024. El DRS también se está barajando la posibilidad de poder permitir la apertura durante toda la vuelta, como se hacía el primer año de estreno en 2011. Y para las relanzadas. Vamos a ver si con este tipo de detalles se podría mejorar un poco el espectáculo.
Bueno, yo a esas últimas medidas no le echaría mucha cuenta. Yo creo que tenemos ahora mismo una directiva de la FIA nueva, como la de Mohamed Ben Sulayem, la de Freitas y el otro, y hombre, creo que intentan un poquito llamar la atención y crear una marca en la Fórmula 1, y por eso tantos cambios. Pero la verdad sabemos que hay 2 o 3 puntos. La Fórmula 1 es una competición purista, es una competición tradicional, no es una competición en el que sea fácil innovar.
Bueno, pues yo te digo que vamos a tener que prepararnos para un fin de semana bastante calentito. No por lo que va a ocurrir en la pista, que también, porque si la previsión meteorológica acompaña va a ser interesante. Ahora hablaremos un poquito de este circuito que tuvo de parón desde el año 2019, el último ganador a Ferrari, que no lo teníamos. El 2020-2021 estuvo ausente por la pandemia y ahora vuelve. Pero muy importante, Sergio, vamos a recapitular un poco. Echamos la vista atrás hace 3 semanas qué ocurrió en el Gran Premio de Italia con Max Verstappen, ganador de esa carrera, ¿no? En el circuito de Monza, donde ya prácticamente llegamos a Singapur con el primer match ball para él. Se puede convertir en este fin de semana campeón del mundo, bicampeón del mundo, mejor dicho.
Podría ganar aquí el campeonato ya, que es increíble. Si Max queda primero, hace la vuelta rápida, Leclerc queda de octavo para abajo y Checo Pérez, aunque bueno, sabemos que Checo Pérez no va a ser un problema a la hora de conseguir el mundial, aunque vaya segundo, el problema es Leclerc, y Checo Pérez queda cuarto o por debajo. Entonces lo tiene difícil, pero vamos, que si no remata aquí va a rematar en Japón.
Sí, luego, bueno, Japón se le pondría de cara. Ahí lo tenemos, todo pasa porque Verstappen gane la carrera y consiga la vuelta rápida. Siempre y cuando Verstappen haga esto, Leclerc debería de quedar octavo o peor, y como bien comentas, cuarto Checo Pérez. Verstappen también puede ganar la carrera sin la vuelta rápida, pero por este entonces Leclerc debería de quedar noveno o peor, y Checo podría quedar también cuarto, pero sin que el mexicano consiguiera la vuelta rápida. En caso de que Verstappen quede en segunda posición, habría que esperar ya sí o sí al Gran Premio de Japón la semana que viene.
Claro, efectivamente. Pero bueno, que da igual. O sea, que si no es ahora, Aitor, que además Singapur en el papel no es un circuito Red Bull, es un circuito muy pro Ferrari, muy Alfa Romeo. Lo va a ganar lo más probable en Japón.
Más hubiera sido Ferrari si no hubieran metido esas métricas de la nueva normativa técnica, ¿no?, sobre el porpoising a partir de Bélgica, porque ha perdido mucho agarre mecánico, también está sufriendo más con las gomas el equipo Ferrari últimamente, y aún así llegamos a un circuito muy bacheado, de vital importancia para la tracción, de vital importancia para la frenada. Es el segundo circuito con más frenada en cada vuelta, solo por detrás de Mónaco, y vamos a ver cómo se comporta. Muy importante cómo van a levantar el fondo del asfalto, ¿no?, el fondo del monoplaza, ya que está muy bacheado el circuito callejero, por lo que la FIA, Sergio, compañero, a toda la comunidad también, la FIA ha decidido hacer un alto al fuego, ¿no?, con las métricas, porque no van a saber lo que es de rebote propio por el monoplaza sobre el rebote de los baches de la calle. Entonces han preferido curarse de salud
y también salió información de la FIA de que al final en la métrica casi ningún equipo fue afectado, como yo venía comentando desde hace tiempo, porque veías que la mayoría de equipos iban más o menos en la misma línea de porpoising. Otra cosa es que estéticamente era una diferencia muy grande entre Alfa Tauri y Alpine, era realmente igual. Y el que cometía una gran diferencia era Mercedes, ¿no? Mercedes, antes de que llegara la métrica, ya en los libres se fue ajustando a tener que subir un poquito el monoplaza para no tener porpoising. Entonces, claro, han visto que ya es un fenómeno que con esta métrica está prácticamente solucionado. Y ahora la FIA, ¿qué es lo que hace? Ahora la FIA está dando más rango de, oye, vale, podéis bajar un poquito más el suelo, porque veo que si lo bajáis un poquito, esperemos que no vayáis a tener porpoising. Eso es lo que están haciendo, ¿no? Eso es lo que ocurrió estas 2 semanas. Y luego también, que como es un circuito urbano y está muy bacheado, pues obligatoriamente tienes que levantar un poquito el suelo. ¿Para qué? Para que no te choque el fondo plano continuamente, no se te rasure y por lo tanto pues a partir de ahí se te escape la línea de aire que pasa por debajo y pierdas efecto suelo.
Muy importante sobre este trazado, Sergio, que ha llevado alguna que otra modificación de hace un par de años. Yo recuerdo aquella triple chica, no sé si lo recordaréis, ya se quitó obviamente, pero tenemos 3 zonas de DRS este fin de semana.
Sí, menos mal, porque si no se puede adelantar, claro.
Complicado adelantar, ¿eh? Igualmente tenemos la parte del primer sector, se puede adelantar, pero tienes que salir muy pegado. Fórmula 1 on Sky Sports, sponsored by Workday, a system for finance, HR and
paga
muy caro. De hecho, así como dato, hablando sobre la peligrosidad que tiene este trazado urbano, tenemos un 100% de probabilidad de que salga un coche de seguridad de la carrera. O sea, desde el año 2008, de manera ininterrumpida, ha salido el coche de seguridad porque siempre ha habido algún que otro incidente.
Wow.
Sí, certainly looks like Max is going to end the year a double world champion then. Y también en la quali hay mucha probabilidad porque hay un muro que la mayoría de pilotos lo rozan siempre con el neumático trasero, que van dejando ahí su marca, ¿eh? Entonces suele haber muchísimos safety car, vamos. Es lógico en un circuito urbano como este.
La salida de la curva 21 que la tengo aquí justamente puesta en rojo. Siempre salen muy rápidos. Esta zona del tercer sector, zona más revirada, más angosta. Prácticamente vas en segunda, tercera marcha, ya que a mí personalmente, así te lo digo de ya, el inicio de la semana, el inicio de estos directos de Singapur, Sergio, es un circuito que visualmente me apasiona, pero que en el apartado técnico no me gusta, la verdad. A Nelson sé que sí que le va a gustar, es un circuito stop and go.
Red Bull did not suffer from porpoising and have even emerged from the recent technical directive tightening up on flexible floors and skid block wear faster than everybody else. Maybe that shouldn't be a surprise, given Red Bull have F1's preeminent aerodynamicist Adrian Newey in charge of the car. And as he explains for the first time this season, nothing beats experience.
Proclamarse campeón por segunda vez de manera consecutiva. Y si no lo hace, tendrán que esperar a Japón, que será la semana que viene. Y lo tiene de cara. Recordemos un poquillo los puntos, Sergio. Verstappen sigue primero con una distancia bastante clara, ¿no? Muy holgada sobre Leclerc, que es el segundo. 335 para Max Verstappen, que lleva 11 triunfos esta temporada. 219 puntos para Leclerc, que está en la segunda posición con tan solo 3 triunfos. Tenemos en la tercera posición a Checo Pérez con 210, a 9 puntos de diferencia de Leclerc con un triunfo. En la cuarta tenemos a Russell con 203, 187 puntos para Carlos Sainz en la quinta con un triunfo, Hamilton en la sexta con 168 puntos, y a partir de aquí ya tenemos al mejor del resto, es Lando Norris con 88
more specifically, these Venturi tunnels either side of the central floor section. They're very powerful in generating downforce. Just look what happened to Verstappen's handling in Silverstone when one of those tunnels was blocked by some debris. Now back to that suspension. Spa showed the car's incredible sharpness in its change of direction and ability to ride the curves, which allows the drivers to place the car exactly where they want it and gain lap time. That's down to a unique front suspension layout with a single-piece top wishbone that travels through the top of the chassis. Couple this with a rear suspension that gives Max, but not necessarily Checo, the field he wants, and you've got what was at Spa, at least an almost perfect package.
Aquí en la Fórmula 1 creo que no, pero bueno, todavía hay cosas bonitas que ver. Sobre todo decir que ahora los libres creo que cobran otra importancia porque ya hay muchos equipos que han dicho que al menos libres, que es donde preparan el setup básico, lo van a destinarlo al año que viene. Entonces las alturas de los suelos, muchos alerones y tal van a ser los que vamos a ver el año que viene. Así que yo creo que ahora van a estar guay.
De hecho, hablando sobre las mejoras, etcétera, que ya nos van comentando por el chat, que enseguida pasamos para allá. Sergio, Ferrari trae un nuevo suelo aquí, pero no lo van a probar. Lo van a probar ya de cara al Gran Premio que viene, el Gran Premio de Japón. Muy importante este fin de semana porque como empieza a llover, un circuito bacheado, el circuito más exigente por los pilotos, Sergio. Lo catalogan el circuito más exigente, no por lo que vemos, ¿no? Porque parece muy bonito, pero tantas curvas, 23 giros que tenemos, 23 curvas, 61 vueltas que daremos en la carrera del domingo. Mucha humedad, mucha calor, llegan a perder los pilotos casi 5 kilos de peso, es una auténtica barbaridad. Así que veremos cómo lo van afrontando, pero sobre todo un buen setup, porque como empieza a llover, con lo rachada que está la pista, con el agarre mecánico que necesitas para las frenadas, con una muy buena tracción, sobre todo esa parte trasera, que no se te vaya demasiado en alguna que otra curva, y muy importante, es un circuito muy suspirante, muy suspirador, la parte delantera tienes que cuidar, tienes que tratar de meter un poquito más de ala, la parte delantera que la trasera, Sergio, porque si no metes las curvas.
Red Bull have this one, fair and square.
Bueno, aquí el setup es un setup curioso, ¿no? Lo primero, a ver, lo primero que voy a hacer es destripar un mito, ahora que tengo un poquito de tiempo para rollarme en la previa de los libres, que es la carga aerodinámica. Es una carga aerodinámica alta, pero no máxima. ¿Por qué no es una carga máxima? Porque tenemos esa recta, como tú comentabas, Aitor, que era de la curva 5 a las 7, ¿vale? Y después también tenemos mucho cuidado, muchas curvas lentas. Entonces, curvas lentas tú no tienes carga aerodinámica, por lo que al final es una alta carga, pero intentas que no sea máxima. Eso por la parte de la carga. En reparto de freno, intentas poner el reparto de freno un poquito más atrasado de lo normal. ¿Para qué? Para que el coche sobre todo te pueda cruzarte, porque estás continuamente girando. Y no lo pones en la parte delantera porque normalmente si te bloquean los neumáticos se te van fuera los neumáticos. Porque realmente vamos a poner unos neumáticos muy lisos, muy finos, ¿no? Una gama blanda, vamos. Realmente, ¿no?
La más blanda, de hecho. Pirelli trae la gama más blanda.
Efectivamente, y bueno, y ya para acabar, un balance aerodinámico muy adelantado, o sea, tienes un coche mal hecho realmente, un coche desequilibrado. ¿Para qué? Para que en la parte delantera sea hipernerviosa, ya que estos coches tienen combinadores en la parte delantera y continuamente tiene que estar girando. Entonces, ¿cómo hago un coche hipernervioso? Pues desbalanceándolo. Y por eso pongo mucha carga en la parte delantera y pierdo un poquito más en la parte trasera. Empiezo claramente en la salida de curva de las medias y lentas, que es donde importa la tracción. A partir de ahí van a perder. Después la presión de freno normalmente la bajas un poco, intentas que no sea tan fuerte porque puedes pasarte de frenada y, como digo, bloquear conductos de freno muy abiertos, porque aquí es un problemón increíble, mucho más que Mónaco el tema de los frenos. Y luego un tema muy principal es, como siempre hablo de los balanceos, balanceo lateral muy rígido, suspensiones delanteras, amortiguación delantera rígida y las traseras muy sensibles para que cuando traccione vaya todo el peso en la parte trasera y por lo tanto traccione bien. Ese es el setup.
Y sobre todo, como bien comentas, ahora que has dicho la refrigeración, los conductos de refrigeración de frenos van a tener que abrirlos más de la cuenta, ya que ya no solo por la humedad, ya no solo por la calor, sino por la suciedad, que estamos en un circuito callejero y necesita una muy buena refrigeración, un circuito que te la pasas prácticamente en casi todas las curvas frenadas. Son 23 curvas, la mayoría son en frenada. Es el único, bueno, creo que sí, Mónaco, ¿no? Comentábamos antes, Mónaco solo por encima, el que más frenadas tiene. Y bueno, McLaren precisamente trae unos nuevos conductos de refrigeración de frenos. Siguen, ¿recuerdas en Bahrein el problema que tenían con los frenos? No paran, no están parando, están haciendo hincapié en trabajar en desarrollar esas piezas porque les daban dolores de cabeza desde la pretemporada. Y bueno, parece que lo han
Quick, smart decision making will put your team at the top of the table.
Absolutely right, siempre Red Bull y McLaren van a ser los equipos que tengan problemas con los frenos tienen que ajustarlo más al setup por el tipo de suspensiones que tienen, que los brazos son más gruesos, son más cortos, entonces pues pasa de manera natural menos aire por los conductos, pero vamos, que hay siempre grandes maneras medianamente fáciles de solucionarlo y aún más a estas alturas de la temporada.
Bueno, pues quedan ya menos de 20 minutos para que arranque, para que se ponga el semáforo del pit lane en verde y arrancará la primera práctica de este Gran Premio de Singapur. Aquí también en kilómetro cero pasamos a saluдар al chat, ya casi 300 almas apoyándonos desde el primer momento antes de que salgan los protagonistas a pista. Damos saludos al señor Makoto, dice que solo hablas con Williams, ellos aceptaron el dinero, están hablando entre ellos, Francisco Pérez. Damos saludos a Laura Valencia, José Augusto, dice que son las 5:41 de la mañana. Sí, la semana que viene nos toca madrugar a nosotros. Vaya, ¿estás preparado para el madrugón, Sergio, de la semana que viene?
From Monty Python to Harry Enfield to the Crazy Frog.
Nos toca como en Australia, a las 4 o 5 de la mañana. Sí, la carrera es a las 7.
His big grin was on show as much as the victory finger. But in recent years, Sebastian has become just as passionate about social issues, injustices and the climate change emergency, prompting him to push the charge for fully sustainable, non-fossil fuels to be used in all motor racing series worldwide.
Yeah, lots of things, lots of ideas. I mean, I have lots of interests that some are very close to racing. And maybe, you know, they will take a
República Dominicana a las 5:30 de la mañana, de la madrugada. Todavía, gracias por el esfuerzo, chicos, como siempre, ahí al pie del cañón. Y aquí Cronin Nova, también desde la República Dominicana, David GM, Jesús Rodríguez Álvarez, Héctor José desde Venezuela, Gerardo Morales desde México, Ian Correa, Arturo Sergio, Héctor González, también Héctor José Sánchez, Juan Feu.
So just as he left Ferrari with a song in Abu Dhabi in 2020, so he'll leave Formula One for good in 10 races' time, including today. And now, as his favourite band, the Beatles, would say, it's time for someone else to drive his car.
Claro, porque competía con gente de no mucho nivel. Estaba haciendo kartcross que además es una categoría que los que podéis ahorrar un mínimo de dinero en cualquier ciudad, yo creo que lo podéis hacer en cualquier lugar de tierra. Está hiper guay.
Bueno, pues te digo una cosa, Sergio, esto va a arrancar en nada, quedan menos de 16 minutos ya y nos hemos quedado antes con lo que ocurrió en el Gran Premio de Italia. Me gustaría tratarlo antes de pasar ya con el formato sesión número 1, práctica número 1 de Singapur. ¿Qué te pareció lo que se vivió? Aquella finalización del Gran Premio de Italia bajo el coche de seguridad. El chat aquí en kilómetro cero se prendió de una manera brutal. La gente que no podía creer. Y bueno, el propio Andreas Seidel comentaba, ¿no? El team principal de McLaren comentaba que la Fórmula 1 y la FIA se habían reunido con los equipos para llegar a un acuerdo que no terminase las carreras sobre estas circunstancias, ¿no? De coche de seguridad. Pero que no llegara a ningún acuerdo. Fíjate lo que hay.
Pues a mí criticarme si queréis, pero yo estoy a favor de lo que hizo la FIA. Sé que me vais a pegar. Que ponen bandera roja porque se choca la bici, malo. Que acaba en bandera amarilla, malo. Que ponen cualquier cosa y no cumplen el reglamento, es que no cumplió el reglamento, claro. Es que nunca llueve a favor del espectáculo. Cuando tienes un reglamento, o cumples el reglamento en pos de la seguridad, o vas todo a favor del espectáculo, como hacen en la IndyCar, que es decir, haramos bandera roja, aunque haya solamente una pieza de fibra de carbono. De una cosa a la otra. Seguro. Que llegue a haber una bandera roja para que se pueda acabar la carrera en bandera verde y nos quejamos de que la FIA es una mafia porque no cumple el reglamento. Es que la verdad, perdonadme, sé que no es opinión popular, pero eso es lo que pienso.
Tienes razón en que nunca llueve a gusto de todos, pero te diría algo, Sergio. Yo lo cortaría por lo sano. Yo no sé la gente de la comunidad que me gustaría leer qué harían en caso de que hubiera un accidente, hubiera un coche parado en las últimas vueltas de la carrera, ¿no? Yo lo que haría sería poner una bandera roja, como bien comentabas, una bandera roja, vuelves a hacer una relanzada, las últimas 3 vueltas, como si fuera un pequeño sprint, y ya está, no pasa nada. Los metes en el pit lane, los dejas cada uno parado en sus garajes y luego vuelves a salir en las últimas vueltas en parado y
W Series Singapore, the Marina Bay Street Circuit.
Si eso yo no lo niego, pero tú puedes hacer eso cuando lo hayas estipulado en el reglamento.
No, por supuesto.
Entonces, primero cumples el reglamento y intentas que el reglamento sea ese. Pero si desde el año 2022, desde el Gran Premio de pretemporada 1, teníamos de los premios de la pretemporada de Barcelona, teníamos entendido que una carrera se puede acabar con bandera amarilla si es necesario, se acaba. El reglamento hay que cumplirlo. Entonces yo estoy a favor de lo que tú dices, pero en base a que se cumpla el reglamento. No, porque si no, esto es el mercadillo de Michael Masi. Cuidado.
Uy, ¿cómo ha sonado ese nombre, amigo mío? ¿Cómo ha sonado Michael Masi en las últimas 3 semanas, sobre todo en el post del Gran Premio de Italia aquí en kilómetros? La gente que lo pedía también, y un poquito cabroncete que ponía una encuesta que otra para incentivar a la gente. Que lo fueran colocando en el chat lo que pensaba, lo que se le pasaba por la cabeza. Pero bueno, yo creo que ni uno ni el otro. Lo que sí que me apena, Sergio, es ver que a pesar de que tengamos un bar, que pensamos que hay 2 directores de carrera, Niels Wittich y Andreas Freitas, ¿no? Eduardo Freitas, perdón, que se van alternando la batuta durante toda la temporada y que aún así sigan los mismos. Y está claro una cosa, no es problema de los directores de carrera, que también, sino el principal problema es la base. ¿Qué es la base? Es el reglamento. El reglamento está mal. Si sabes que algo está mal, cámbialo. Hay que cambiarlo para que no tengamos espectáculos bochornosos. Hay que cambiar el reglamento. Si al fin y al cabo el órgano rector se rige por una normativa y la normativa está mal, obvio, echas la culpa al que está actuando, pero la culpa realmente es de quien hace. Y sabiendo que están mal y te quedas con las manos cruzadas, yo creo que hay un problema grande con la normativa. Al fin y al cabo, sí, tú bien lo has comentado, ¿no? Creo que es algo muy positivo lo que estabas diciendo. Si la normativa no la estás haciendo caso, ¿para qué queremos una normativa? ¿Para qué queremos seriedad? Creo que hay que replantearse muchas cosas de cara al año que viene y que se pongan manos a la obra y que se dejen de tonterías. Vaya deporte. Es un mercadillo.
What advice would you give to your fellow drivers about racing in that kind of climate?
Estoy a favor del espectáculo. Si yo pondría una ley, ¿no? Imagínate, 5 vueltas antes de acabar la carrera, si hay bandera amarilla, se pone roja para acabar en pista, vale, muy bien. Pero cuando esté estipulado en el reglamento y entrar, no. Porque prefiero una Fórmula 1 aburrida y una Fórmula 1 de mercadillo. Os lo digo en serio, esto es como cuando hay un país que hay un presidente malo, lo echan y entra otro peor. Pues lo mismo, ¿sabes? Hay que tener cuidado.
Bueno, pues ya empezamos a ponernos a tono. Quedan ya menos de, un poquito más de 10 minutos antes de que arranque esta primera práctica del fin de semana aquí en Singapur. 400 personas que nos acompañan. Está por aquí Gabriel Díaz. Dice, sería igual una oportunidad para que equipos recién estrategias. Comenta por aquí, ejemplo, si un piloto de un equipo importante no está sumando puntos y su compañero va segundo, el listo chocó para que se reanuda la carrera. Dice por aquí Jesús que la FIA parece que apuesta por el mal menor. Tenemos por aquí a Mark Aitor, ¿pretendes que la FIA admita sus errores? La FIA. Así es, hermano, sí, sí. No, pero yo creo que todo. O sea, no tienes que asumir ningún tipo de error.
So just a reminder of our championship standings before we head to the first Asian race for W Series in Singapore. It's Jamie Chadwick out in the lead with 143 points, followed by Alice Howe on 68 points, equal to Bryce Kivita. Next up, we sat down with Jamie and Emma for a little game of trust with a bit of sensory
no tienes que rendir cuentas a nadie. Esto lo pone el reglamento a callar. Esto es lo que hay en el reglamento y punto. Y no pasa nada. Pero claro, cuando vemos el espectáculo que solemos ver, pues siempre nos solemos quejar. Igualmente, veremos a ver qué sucede. Muy bueno lo que yo haría, Sergio. La verdad que lo he leído, no es mío, lo leí en el Gran Premio de Italia, en el post, y me parece una muy buena idea. No sé quién lo dijo, la verdad, pero lo comentaba. Bandera roja, todos para el pit lane. Quedan 3 vueltas. Bueno, pues 3 vueltas. Pues 3 vueltas y se irán es decir, en parado, perdón. Y ya está.
El motor Sport es lo que se ha hecho en la mayoría de categorías, que priman un poquito más por la emoción, por el público. Claro, eso es muy típico realmente, vamos. Como decía, la IndyCar se lleva haciendo toda la vida.
Bueno, pues lo de toda la vida es lo que solemos hacer nosotros, Sergio, a estas alturas ya de directo, a estas alturas de retransmisión. 9 minutos para arrancar, nos marchamos a la cabina de retransmisión. ¿Estás listo?
Más que listo.
Pues pónganse cómodos porque vamos a por el Gran Premio de Singapur. Esta primera toma de contacto en este circuito callejero de Marina Bay.
Let's drink.
Pues dicho y hecho, ahora sí, bienvenidos a Kilómetro Cero, bienvenidos a la Fórmula 1 aquí en YouTube. A punto de arrancar 8 minutos y medio, Sergio, analista técnico, nuestro ingeniero. Bienvenido a tu casa, a punto de afrontar esta primera práctica donde vamos a ver un poco de todo. Por cierto, estoy viendo que está saliendo el sol y todo, pero ¿qué es esto? Si está nublado, sale el sol, queda poquito para que empiece a anochecer. A medida que vaya pasando, Sergio, bienvenido.
Bienvenido, Thor. Y bueno, como suele ser clásico en estos momentos en Kilómetro Cero, digo muy rápido las actualizaciones. Red Bull trae modificaciones en el suelo. McLaren es el equipo que más ha cambiado porque ha cambiado parte de los pontones del difusor y del suelo, y por lo visto todos van al estilo de quien parece que tiene el mejor coche este año, que es Red Bull. Alpine también en el suelo. Alfa Tauri ha traído un alerón delantero nuevo. Aston Martin el sellado del suelo, y Alfa Romeo freno trasero lo ha cambiado, ¿vale? Pero vamos, el freno trasero es más de Z. Freno lo han cambiado todo, prácticamente.
Pues sí, bienvenidos a todos. Ahora repasaremos un poquito más al detalle todo lo que han traído. Por cierto, ni Mercedes, ni Ferrari, ni Haas, ni Alfa Romeo han traído modificaciones, compañero.
Efectivamente. Hombre, ya hay equipos que todo lo que tienen que hacer está en 2023 y nunca vamos a saber realmente a partir de ahora si yo diría que o el 80% o el 100% de estas actualizaciones no son para 2022, sino que son para 2023 y están ya pensados en la altura del suelo que tienes que levantar.
Bueno, recuerden carrera nuestra, como siempre, el banner en movimiento, los horarios del próximo directo, los Libres 2, que estaremos en un par de horitas con vosotros, pero primero, esta primera práctica, junto con Edgar Javier, que dice la FIA hace lo que más le conviene, mucho dinero por delante, dice Luis Jiménez, que buenos días también para ti, Dani Gameplay nos saluda desde Orlando, buena vibra para ti también. Tenemos a Jesús, que dice el espectáculo del Gran Circo, Ceferino Samaniego nos saluda desde Panamá, y por aquí... Jesús, nunca te acostarás sin saber una cosa más, dice José Vicente. Bueno, ¿cómo estamos, chicos? ¿Qué tal? ¿Qué creéis que va a ocurrir en este Gran Premio de Singapur? Como siempre os comento, antes de arrancar el fin de semana. Sobre mojado, sobre seco, sobre como queráis. ¿Qué creéis que va a ocurrir? 75% de humedad, que estoy viendo ahora mismo. Madre mía.
Sí, es más, cuando tú decías que era muy exigente, es curioso porque aquí no hay muchas puertas G, hay muchas curvas, pero las puertas G suelen variar de 2 a 4, ¿vale? Entonces no son tan fuertes como en otros circuitos. Pero por la cantidad de humedad que hay, pues lo hace bastante dura, ¿no? La situación en un lugar urbano, ¿no? Y al estar continuamente hiperconcentrado, porque continuamente tienes que maniobrar a la hora de frenar, acelerar, girar y tal, porque realmente el desgaste para el piloto es mucho más grande que en un circuito rutero. O sea, que no es tanto por fuerza G, sino sobre todo por la humedad y la concentración.
Bueno, y algo que destacar de este fin de semana, algo así para entrar en materia, tenemos también a Verstappen, que puede hacer historia, lo vuelvo a repetir, 25 años que cumple hoy, el piloto neerlandés podría proclamarse bicampeón del mundo este fin de semana si los astros se alinean, que podría ser, ahora comentaremos qué debe de ocurrir para que eso se haga efectivo, y también a un Fernando Alonso que va a hacer historia, se va a proclamar el piloto con más grandes premios de la historia de la Fórmula 1, con 351 en su bolsillo, superando así a Kimi Raikkonen. Sergio.
Bueno, lo de Fernando Alonso, pues no sé si alegrarme o no, porque claro, ha batido el récord intentando ganar un tercer campeonato, cosa que no la conseguía. No sé si alegrarme o no, pero con Max tengo que batir, romper una lanza para ganar este campeonato, ¿no? Está claro. Pero no solo eso, es que ha ganado 2 campeonatos en 2 reglamentos diferentes. Y eso, amigos míos, muy poca gente lo ha hecho. Ganar 2 campeonatos en 2 reglamentos distintos.
Pues yo solo te digo que cuidado a ver ese rumor, si se va acrecentando a medida que va pasando el fin de semana o no. Recuerden, para aquellos que se acaban de incorporar a nuestra señal, hay un rumor que va cogiendo forma, y no es un rumor idiota, no es un rumor tonto de personas como tú, como yo, ¿no? Que lo ponemos por Twitter y ya está. No, se está hablando del paddock y sobre todo de Amos, un medio certificado más verídico de la Fórmula 1. Se rumorea que tanto Aston Martin, pero Red Bull, ponemos el foco en Red Bull, habrían pasado el límite presupuestario la temporada pasada. Es decir, si esto fuera cierto, Sergio, hay una posible sanción y la FIA debería de obrar con contundencia. Es algo bastante difícil, ya lo comentaba también Albert Fábrega esto ha sido esta mañana, hace una horita aproximadamente. Sobre todo a ver qué va a ocurrir, porque la FIA podría restringir el desarrollo del Red Bull el año que viene. Por lo que se podría meter en problemas.
A mí me da que ha sido por la nueva directiva de la FIA reinterpretar los papeles que había que tenían sobre el límite presupuestario del año anterior, pero bueno, ahí no sé mucho. Ahora aún así, si le quitan 10, 15, 20 millones, le va a molestar a Red Bull, pero no demasiado, porque al fin y al cabo el gran cambio en este tipo de reglamentos este año. El año que viene ya vamos a empezar a ver más detalles, no vamos a ver cambios tan grandes como hemos visto en la mayoría de equipos, que a lo mejor hay un gran premio y metes unas actualizaciones que es cambiar el coche entero. Entonces creo que les puede molestar mucho si es por dinero, pero no excesivamente.
Pues estaremos muy atentos a esas últimas horas que van ocurriendo, porque creo que va a ser muy interesante. Esto ya va a comenzar en nada y menos. Pónganse cómodos para vivir. Gracias a todos aquellos que se suscriben desde el primer momento de la mañana, de la madrugada por Latinoamérica. También aquellos que le dan al like, al me gusta, al pulgar hacia arriba a esta retransmisión. Gracias a vosotros. Muchísimas gracias, porque fuimos en el hat-trick tanto de Bélgica, del Gran Premio de Holanda y el Gran Premio de Italia, como los número 1, la referencia de habla hispana aquí en YouTube de la Fórmula 1 en toda Latinoamérica y por supuesto también en España. Gracias de corazón por el apoyo. Volvamos a repetirlo, chicos, gracias por ese apoyo siempre. Dense cuenta de que el like es muy poderoso, no lo pedimos en vano, lo pedimos por gusto, simplemente para hacer la referencia de todos aquellos y que cada día seamos más, ya 53.000 suscriptores, ahí estamos. Estoy seguro que vamos a cerrar con broche de oro esta temporada 2022. José Arreola nos saluda desde Sinaloa. Tenemos a Junior Santi que nos saluda desde Perú. Muy buenos días también para ti. Ya tenemos imágenes en directo, Sergio. Ponte cómodo porque la Fórmula 1 vuelve. Tenemos el cielo prácticamente encapotado, 31 grados la temperatura del ambiente. Tenemos 75% la humedad. Es una barbaridad lo exigente que es este circuito, lo exigente, las temperaturas, la meteorología que siempre tenemos en este país. Ahí nos ponen a Max Verstappen ya hidratándose un poquito. La refrigeración también seguro bebiendo un poco. Pueden llegar a perder casi 5 kilos a lo largo de la carrera de esas 61 vueltas que daremos el domingo. Nos ponen aquí el rótulo, ¿no? Como su aniversario, 25 años. Y está rompiendo récords, podría convertirse en bicampeón aquí. Sergio, ¿tú qué crees? ¿Lo hará o no?
No, aquí lo veo difícil, pero si no lo gana aquí, lo gana en Japón. Un instante dado por hecho que ya tiene 2 campeonatos del mundo.
Bueno, pues Sergio, te voy a dejar para cuadrarlo todo con la comunidad, leyendo toda la última hora que nos van dejando, todas las expectativas que tienen nuestros chicos, nuestras chicas. Con esto arranca, vuelvo ya.
Efectivamente, pues nada, va a empezar el Gran Premio, los libres 1 en absolutamente nada de tiempo, nada os lo digo. Y a ver qué es lo que vais comentando por aquí, os vamos a leer los nombres de los clientes. Márquez, Cantrax, Ferrari sus paradas desde tiempos inmemoriales. José Vicente, ¿qué pasa, José Vicente? Que esto nunca te acostará sin saber una cosa más. Jesús Rodríguez Álvarez, sin duda. Saludos a familia de Kilómetro Cero. Oscar, buenos días. La Fórmula 1 prevalece más el dinero que el deporte. Claro, pero en todo en la vida, día de hoy. Oscar, en todo en la vida. Independientemente de la ideología que tengas, creo que es algo básico. José Arreola, saludos desde Sinaloa. Ezequiel Castro, grande Fernando Alonso. Armañez, saludos desde Andorra. Valentino Estrada, saludos desde Atlanta. Israel Sauregui, saludos desde Carlos Corcuera, saludos desde Venezuela. José Vicente, buenas Ivano, esta sábana quítatela de la cabeza. Señor Makoto, perder 5 kilos en 2 horas. Dios mío, santo, cuánta exigencia física. Chico Pérez y muchos pilotos lo que han hecho ha sido coger el típico disco este que pesa, ¿no? Para tirar, ¿no? Y ganar peso. No sé qué músculo, que será en lo que sea en los hombros y los bíceps, creo que me corrijáis, que no sé exactamente cuál es. Dentro de una sauna, ¿no? Para que el cuerpo se vaya acostumbrando a perder esa cantidad de peso y a ese cansancio, ¿no? Antonio Cantalejo, Alonso hace podio, Ivanov, 10 minutos para que le comienzo, José Vicente, ahí de aquel que le rompa la bomba de agua para rehidratarse, Ramón Orozco, buenos días, de camino al trabajo, Cristóbal Alarcón, vamos con esta información, Oscar Gas, saludos desde California, y lo más importante, acabas de empezar el Gran Premio de Singapur, y bueno, madre, están saliendo la mayoría a correr, ahora mismo, os digo, la vuelta de instalación, la temperatura de la pista 38 grados, temperatura ambiente 30 grados y humedad, como siempre, casi.
Pues sí, ahí tenemos en pantalla ahora mismo a Max Verstappen, que va a salir con el neumático medio, pit lane abierto. Todavía las gráficas no nos arrojan qué neumático lleva cada uno. Os lo vamos a comentar con simple vista, tampoco las gráficas oficiales de la Fórmula 1 no nos dejan, pero tenemos máxima actividad ya. Tenemos a Bottas, a Guan Yu Zhou que salen. Guan Yu Zhou que ha sido renovado para la temporada que viene con la escudería Alfa Romeo, Magnussen. Acaba de salir Carlos Sainz, Latifi, Alonso, Gasly, Ocon, Yuki Tsunoda, Mick Schumacher, Norris, Leclerc, Verstappen. Acaba de salir afinada Checo Pérez, Hamilton le sigue la estela y Daniel Ricciardo que va a salir en nada. Un Daniel Ricciardo, Sergio, que sigue comentando que no estaría nada mal ir como piloto de reserva, una escudería top.
Absolutely.
this is like a three-way fight, so the teams are going to be against each other. You definitely can't get napped in the engineering room. You're going to have to throw everything at it to try and do it. But Mercedes, Hamilton especially, looked like he could ride the curves. I don't know if it's fuel related, whether Mercedes dropped the fuel level where it was, just looked sharper, more nimble the car through it. But at the same time, he put in a very good lap. Very competitive. A second in front of George Russell has shown his wealth of experience around here, and what a grid it would be if he lined up the front row.
You actually had some success around here. What is it about this marina-based circuit that is the most challenging, do you think?
I think it's getting in the rhythm. It's more about thinking consecutively about corner sequences, how it all comes to you, but of course it's very easy to overheat the tyres in these extreme temperatures. And then on Sunday it's a game of mind games. It's purely keeping yourself in top physical condition, but equally pushing at the right times of the Grand Prix, because you can very quickly go over the peak grid. Once you go over the peak grid, you then go into the second stage of tyre degradation, and that really suffers where you are in strategy, but it's just a great place to come. Nice to be here after the break we've had with COVID, to see the cars under the lights, and the drivers all love it, and it is a true test to what these are about.
Yeah, we know that Max can win the championship this year, this weekend I should say. I mean, it's a long shot really, he's got to outscore Charles Leclerc by 22 points. Sergio Perez by 30 points. Building himself into the weekend again. He's not the kind of guy, I just saw you actually talking to his dad, who puts himself under much pressure, does he?
No, they're kind of rock solid. They're taking it race by race. You know, they're not thinking too far about the championship. And, you know, like anyone, I think in the paddock, it's just when he's going to win it. It's not if he's going to win it. He'll get the job done, but he's very solid what he's doing. He's out there. They'll try and maximise what they can, but they probably didn't think Mercedes were going to be as much of a threat this weekend to them, and that maybe will catch them by surprise.
Okay, drivers finding the limits out there and sometimes going over it. Let's go to Sky Parantes there to have a look at some near misses.
Radio de Leclerc diciendo que tenía un problema en los frenos. Por eso lo que estáis viendo la retransmisión están apuntando a Leclerc y que va muy lentito, porque parece como que no puede llegar a frenar bien. Como comentábamos, aquí una clave importantísima va a ser los frenos, que se recuperen bien lo más importante. Y también ajustar bien la presión de la frenada, que además que los frenos en la Fórmula 1, como sabéis, son muy sensibles para no bloquear, porque si bloquea te cargas un neumático, porque el neumático es una capa muy dura, y como la mayoría de curvas son enlazadas, en la siguiente curva no entras a la velocidad buena. No es como en Bahrein o en otros circuitos, que aunque tú te pases en una frenada, tienes una larga recta para remontar los kilómetros hora. Aquí no, aquí te cargas varias curvas. Por eso ya está el primer problema de Leclerc y automáticamente está entrado en un poder
Bueno, recuerden que Pirelli trae la gama más blanda. Es un circuito que tiene poco grip, circuito callejero con mucha suciedad, y por ende van a tratar de tener ese agarre con el neumático, con los neumáticos tanto el C3 para el duro, arriba a la derecha en vuestras pantallas lo tenéis, el C4 para la gama media, la gama media, perdón, y el C5, la gama más blanda. Uy, madre mía, cómo se le iba detrás a Max Verstappen en esta consecución de curvas desde la curva 16 hasta la curva 21, Sergio. Es todo revirado, trompicones, un stop and go, pasando también por debajo, por ese pedazo de tribuna, y un pequeño túnel. Ahí está Verstappen, que pasaba por meta, se colocaba primero, primeras referencias ya, están todos en la pista, menos Leclerc, que hacía la primera vuelta de instalación con el neumático duro, reportaba algunos problemas con los frenos.
Yeah, they look a bit like they're bouncing more than they normally do. I know we've seen evidence during the season they can deal with it, but it certainly caught Carlos off guard. They lost half an hour with Charles Leclerc in the session for the brake issue, so I expect him in this session to certainly be pushing the front two, and he's the guy that kind of unknown at the moment what the true speed of that car is. I mean, he's always that little bit in front of Carlos as well.
Well, there you go. As you said, the atmosphere is building here ahead of the race. Everybody really excited. 82,000 in every single day here. They've been itching for Formula 1 to return. It has. For the first time since 2019, and we'll have that second hour of practice under the lights here in a couple of moments.
Se adaptan más a las curvas lentas que el de Red Bull, un tipo de motor que, quitando la fiabilidad, ¿no?, es mejor para este tipo de circuito urbano, un coche que genera, no sé si más downforce, pero sí que, bueno, que en líneas generales, sin meternos en temas, genera más carga que el Red Bull, entonces en la teoría se le daría bien. Y ahora están ya comprobando aquí todo el tema de los frenos. También voy viendo que la pista sigue bacheada, más fijaron la vuelta de Max en el sector 3, que ha cogido un pedazo de bache brutal, y también vamos viendo que ya tanto Red Bull como Williams, o por mucho que hablan de las suspensiones, el coche va botando continuamente, y aquí ya os salgo de dudas rápidamente, sin que me preguntéis. No es rebote aerodinámico, no es por pushing, es rebote mecánico. Las suspensiones son muy duras Y aquí pasa lo que pasa. Eso es donde te viene muy mal. Te viene muy mal al apurar el punto de frenada. Porque si el coche te va botando, ¿cuándo frenas? ¿No? Cuando tienes el neumático completamente conjunto con el suelo, ¿no? Entonces lo vamos a verlo en todos los equipos, pero hay que tener claro que Mercedes y Alpine, que son los que traen de base las suspensiones más rígidas, en ese sentido van a ser los que más van a llegar a su.
Y sobre todo la recta donde tendremos la primera zona de DRS, en esa recta trasera donde está pasando ahora Vettel, donde está pasando Stroll, muy bacheada. Recuerden que estamos en un circuito callejero y esto se nota muchísimo. Como bien comentaba Sergio, compañero, fruto del rebote, ¿no? De los baches que hay en este circuito, la FIA ha decidido aumentar la métrica para medir el porpoising, esa oscilación, ya que se sabía, ¿no?, que todos iban a entrar en ¿cómo se dice?, ¿no?, en el límite que acarrea una sanción. Entonces no querían, lo han pasado por alto y han dicho, bueno, sabemos que el rebote no va a ser por el monoplaza, sino por la pista. Entonces hagamos un alto al fuego, vamos a aumentarlo y ya seguimos la fiesta en Japón.
Sí, aquí no he coincidido para probarlo. Vamos, a mí, por ejemplo, me ha extrañado de McLaren, que aquí haya traído tantos temas aerodinámicos, porque yo no probaría mucho aquí y me esperaría Japón, pero bueno, tampoco pasa nada. Y por cierto, las actualizaciones de McLaren es que las trae Norris, pero no Ricciardo.
Sí, las tiene Lando Norris, Ricciardo, que no las va a probar este fin de semana. Vamos a ver qué ha ocurrido aquí con Alexander Albon. Sí, ¿qué ha ocurrido? Vaya contravolante. Estábamos unidos a bordo de su monoplaza Williams. Fíjate, con el suelo bastante levantado. Claro, no es para menos. Está muy bacheado y es muy parecido al circuito de Mónaco. Vamos a ver en repetición de Carlos Sainz subiéndose por los pianos, atacando la curva 20, la 21. Subiéndose por la banana también. Mira cómo bota el Ferrari. Prácticamente en suspensión, que se ha quedado el piloto español por un momento. En repetición de Verstappen. Habría el DRS. A pesar de tener el fondo levantado, fíjate cómo va echando chispas. Una barbaridad. De noche es muy bonito. Las cosas como son. De noche te dejan unas imágenes muy bonitas. También vemos a Checo Pérez ahora mismo en pantalla. Venía mejorando. El primero es Fernando Alonso. Los primeros tiempos que ya se van plasmando aquí en la hoja de tiempos. 20 pilotos. Están todos en la pista menos Leclerc. Un problema de frenos parece. Tenía que abortar la vuelta de instalación y para adentro. Verstappen, que ha pasado por meta ahora. El neumático medio se coloca primero 1.45.4. Mientras Checo Pérez sigue en pantalla. Últimos metros para el piloto mexicano. Curva 22, curva 23. Vamos a ver dónde se coloca Checo. Checo se va a colocar segundo. Coloca segundo por detrás del tiempo de su compañero de equipo Verstappen, a 1.1 de diferencia. Bueno, están probando todos con el medio y con el duro. Primer setup, la base, por así decirlo, sobre todo con un ojo a las precipitaciones que están por venir. Tenemos un 80% incrementado de cara a lo que teníamos al inicio de semana, Sergio, para mañana y para el domingo.
Nunca diría que va a llover, porque aquí es difícil. Ahora, lo que sí os puedo decir es que en Ferrari están todos los mecánicos haciendo cortinilla. Cuidado, porque aquí puede haber algún que otro problema. A mí yo ya lo comentaba, porque es que Leclerc no estaba frenando, no tengo su tambor, pero se veía, vamos, que no estaba frenando, que no podía frenar, Así que mucho cuidado con esto, ¿no? Y luego, claro, siendo la mayoría de pilotos, y como digo, ellos tienen aquí levantado el suelo. Aquí lo tienen levantado, además, como tiene un circuito que tampoco genera mucho efecto suelo, tampoco pasa nada. Pero es que aún así, como digo, la rigidez de las suspensiones es tan grande que claramente el coche te bota, porque el coche es una plancha, ¿no? No es algo que se amortigue, que se adapte a la situación. Y hay una bandera amarilla.
Sí, bandera amarilla. Vamos a ver qué ha ocurrido. Bandera amarilla en el segundo sector. Pues ha sido un Mercedes, creo que ha sido Russell. Sí, ha sido Russell, pero por momentos,
Well, hello everyone, and welcome wherever you are to Singapore in the 13th World Championship Formula 1 Singapore Grand Prix. We're here at Marina Bay, where Sebastian Vettel has been the most successful driver over the years with 5 wins, and where Pole has won 8 out of the previous 12 runnings of this unique race. It's the first, the original, and still the best night race out there, and it comprises of 61 laps around 23 corners and a circuit that is so also demanding on the drivers. It's hot and it's humid inside the cockpit. It's very, very hot and it's very, very humid. Carlos Sainz yesterday saying that it's like driving in an oven at times. Fuel consumption's high, brake energy is high, wear on the tyres is high, especially with traction out of the many slow corners. And Pirelli have gone for the softest tyre compounds that they bring to a Formula 1 Grand Prix. The C5, the C4 and the C3 in use for the first time since the Austrian Grand Prix. That's the view from the helicopter. It's a great scene around the Marina Bay circuit. In the commentary box with me, Anthony Davidson and Paul di Resta, a man who knows what it's like to succeed around this circuit. Qualified 6th, he finished 4th in 2012. I still think that was one of your best races.
Yeah, probably. Never quite got there to the podium. It was very close. Had it not been a safety car, but that's the nature of this track, isn't it? Great place to come. Nice to be back here, most importantly. See these cars come alive at night around this track. And a true test for the drivers. Not always what they get, but most important that they're conditioned for this event. And we'll see how it comes out.
How do you condition yourself to drive in an oven, as Carlos Sainz put it?
Well, I never had the pleasure of racing around this track, but I did do Malaysia 3 times, and it's just down the road from here. Was it a 3 or 4 hour drive? And that was a really difficult circuit as well in those similar humid conditions. But I think this track, what makes it so tough is the fact that the air becomes stagnant between the barriers, the walls and the buildings more so. So look, every driver knows this race is on the calendar and they prepare themselves the best they can in all kinds of different weird and wonderful ways, but there's no better place to prepare yourself, to condition yourself than in the car on the racetrack. And I feel like drivers that have missed out on driving recently, they're concerned because their match fitness deteriorates. We saw that with Carlos Sainz. He mentioned it himself earlier on in the year. With his unreliability, I'm actually becoming less and less fit. And by the time he got to Barcelona, he found it a real challenge on his neck. That's not the case here. It's more your core temperature rising and rising throughout the Grand Prix.
Spare a thought then for the Alfa Romeo duo. Valtteri Bottas and Joe Guan Yu. That team last of laps completed in 2022 anterior crono sigue en esa primera posición. Los mecánicos de Mercedes chequeando la parte delantera del W13 de Russell después de esa pequeña salida a la curva 13 y colisionaba el ala delantera contra esas barreras de Pro. Bueno, yo creo que a lo mejor ha podido doblar la parte delantera, lo están mirando. Yo veo íntegra. How close to the speed limit were you on that drive?
I've never done it. Somebody told me, Crofty.
Esa pérdida de presión.
I don't know what they were driving. Maybe it was Max Verstappen that told me. And would you doubt that if he had told you?
No, he's been going faster than anyone else for pretty much this whole season. There he is at the top of the Drivers' Championship with 335 points on the weekend that he can become. And it's the first time in his life he can become a double Formula 1 world champion. We'll give you these permutations throughout the weekend. He needs to win the race for it to happen here. He needs to outscore Charles Leclerc by 22 points, Sergio Perez by 13 points, George Russell, who's still in with a chance of winning this championship, by 6 points, or outscore Carlos Sainz or finish 10 points or fewer behind him. They are still mathematically in with a chance, but Ted Kravitz, it's only a slight chance given Verstappen's domination during 2022. Good evening.
It is indeed, yes, it is indeed. Hello, Crofty. Hello, Anthony. Hello, Paul. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pit lane. And you know what? If you'd have told Sir Stamford Raffles when he first established Singapore in 1819, there'd be about 200 years later, there'd be this going on. I'm not sure he'd believe you, but was the Dutch connection way back then, the establishment of Singapore with the British. So maybe there is a Dutch connection in there so far. And just wanted to update you before this session gets underway. Now we do have green light. It is underway as to the health and race fitness of Alex Albon, which I'm happy to say is good, and he is in the car and ready to go, as you can see, for free practice 2. So he didn't report any particular ill effects with his lung or anything with his fitness. He's been a bit hot, like all the drivers, and while they've been training in the heat, they've been cooling down before the sessions in ice baths around the back of the hospitality buildings here in the Singapore paddock. Charles Leclerc, I saw him with his top off in an ice bath. path. I think it's a sort of converted wheelie bin, actually, with a load of ice in it. And other drivers have been doing similar if they've got some paddling pools round the back filled with cold water and ice. But yeah, apart from feeling pretty hot, as everybody is, Alex Albon has reported no further ill effects of his rather scary scare last week, a couple of weeks ago, following appendectomy.
Yes, so glad to see Alex Albon here at 100% health as well. That was,
sí, la nueva decoración a mí personalmente me gusta.
After his operation, there's Lewis Hamilton
just
coming out.
Que si te soy sincero, no sé por qué la han puesto. No he podido confirmar ninguna información sobre el por qué ese cambio de livery. La verdad que ahí sigue a bote pronto, no tengo ni idea. A mí me parece muy bonita, pero poco más.
Is this the best chance Mercedes have of winning a race between now and
el casco de Norris también, ¿eh? El casco de Norris.
We always ask ourselves this.
Ahí vemos a Leclerc con casco nuevo.
We ask it most races. When they've been running the high downforce car recently, the cars perform better. Everybody had their doubts though coming here because A, it's traditionally been a bit of a bogey track for them, and B, the car has had pretty poor ride quality, as we well know. It's been well documented from the start of the season. They have got more on top of the ride quality, but I certainly had my doubts coming here whether the car would be quick enough to challenge the likes of the Red Bull or the Ferrari. But I did see the car come more and more alive as the session and the circuit rub it in. And in the latter stages, the car looks better, certainly did. But we don't know what the fuel load is. It makes such a big difference around this track.
I was just going to say the car looked more alive, it looked more sharp, it just looked alive, and I'm just not sure if that is fuel related or whether the car is working. The big advantage they've got here, the top speed is so low. I mean, the speed traps, the most you see the cars in the speed, I mean, they do go quicker than that. It was 297, 298 kph we managed to see in FP1. I know they go quicker, that's just the reading that we get on the screens. Mercedes were in that. It's the bit after that they struggle on normal tracks that Red Bull and Ferrari have the advantage on them. So it could very much bring them in, but they're able to ride the curbs with confidence. And certainly in this game, I mean, what a lineup it would be if we could get the top three teams all fighting out for pole position.
Another thing probably I think where they've struggled traditionally here is getting the tyres up to temperature. And actually this year, with this current car, more so, is getting the tyres switched on the qualifying lap, on that one lap when you need them, and it seemed to be there with relative ease for Lewis on that lap earlier on. So I think that might give the team a bit of confidence as well.
Sergio Perez was talking about that with the run now to the end of tyre blankets, tyre warming in Formula 1. The fact that the tyre blankets are not allowed to operate at such a high temperature, they're steadily, gradually cooling it down. So actually, it could be giving a risk to the drivers because we go out now, or will be, on stone cold tyres in the future, but that is for a couple of years down the road. By the way, when Lewis Hamilton won here in 2018, the only time that the average speed for the winning car has been over 100 miles an hour, such as the low average speed for this track. In fact, last year it was about 96 miles an hour. And this year, I would imagine it'd be even lower, given the regulation changes that we've had.
Talking about even lower, that car is running, I think, a lot lower than it was in FP1. It's sparking so much over the bridge. It came towards turn 12. Absolutely crashed into the deck there. Sparks came flying. We saw it at the exit of turn 14 as well. I think most teams would have run their car a lot higher in FP1 just to avoid any element of doubt. You want to try and run the cars lower and lower. You get more ground effects that way. These goes fastest, of course, with the three fastest sectors, but only a few out there at this stage. But I think now they're really starting to explore in getting the car lower because you didn't want to waste too much time in FP1 by running it too low. You would have to come in and make immediate changes.
Nicholas Latifi, who this week, last week announced that this would be his last season for a while.
Y esto puede ser un efecto dominó porque todo depende de también lo que va a ocurrir con Pierre Gasly. Se le está poniendo también de cara ir al team.
Okay, Gasly's behind you.
Sitting on my shoulders properly. I don't know why my shoulders like sticking on something when I'm turning.
And with 23 corners, you want to feel comfortable in the cockpit, and he certainly isn't. Nicholas Latifi, who announced this week that his contract with Williams coming to an end and he wouldn't be with the team for next year. Now, Charles Leclerc missed a lot of time, didn't he, in the first session? Not looking good for him at the moment. He's at the back of the Ferrari garage. Ted Kravitz.
And the one thing Charles Leclerc needed to start free practice 2 in these very representative conditions is a fresh start and a clean start, and he doesn't have that. There is some issue with the car, the floor is off, there are mechanics climbing all over it. The laser scanner that actually checks all the setup of the car is still at the front and ready to go, which points me to think that they've had an issue, and now only now are they ready to put the floor back on, just about, and then get it going again. But even then, they've got to do the laser scanning to check that everything is set up right. So I think this is more than 5 minutes delay here to Charles Leclerc getting out, and that's just exactly what he didn't need. The only other driver stuck in doesn't look like he's getting out for a while is Lance Stroll, following his off in free practice 1.
And a precautionary gearbox change, I'm told, for Lance Stroll. Now, Anthony Davidson said that the Mercedes might be running an awful lot lower. Let's go trackside. See Martin Brundle's picked that up as well. Good afternoon, Martin. Where are you situated?
I'm on the inside of turn 1, which is also the pit exit, as you can see there, from the Williams and now the Aston Martin as well. And look, it feeds right into the heart of what is turn 3, effectively down there. There's always a problem on street circuits, or often a problem where you feed the cars back into the track, but here they really are fed directly into the apex. So 1's the left-hander, 2's the right-hander, 3 is the left-hander down there where the pit lane exits. It's like a natural stadium here. Big grandstands on the outside, because they've seen plenty of action here at the starts over the course of time. And what really almost makes it feel like an indoor stadium, because you're under, look at that, 6-7 lanes of motorway, freeway, call it what you will, up there as well, and fans here on the inside of the corner as well. So a real atmosphere down here, lots of lights. But what's really surprising is when they come through turn 1, as the Alcantara's going quite slowly there, there's just a trailing throttle through there. They don't push really hard. It's almost like if they accelerate hard, they'll never get slowed down for turn 3. And it almost seems slightly pedestrian. It's odd. So big challenge here. You've got braking. You've got to be able to ride the curve. Direction change, brake again, and then a tight left-hand corner. And I've yet to hear a driver get anywhere near full throttle from the exit of turn 1 to the entry of turn 3. It's almost like they're sort of coasting through here, not wanting. I'm sure in qualifying they'll be giving it more than that. That car's on a slow lap anyway. But they're really having to be super steady. There's so much torque, so much power underneath their right foot. The Williams there. So on 2, it's already trailing. You can hear the fuel saving going on. The engine starts to misfire. It's running so lean. So quite a lot of caution, I would say. It's not an area that's sort of where I'm going, wow. And see, as soon as he did pick up a little bit more throttle and a bit too much curve there in the Williams, the back end of the car started to come out on him. So really interesting to see just how delicate they've got to be in this part of the racetrack. We'll move around to turn 5.
You take turn 1, about 84 miles an hour, third gear corner. Turn 3, about 50 miles an hour, second gear corner, to back up what Martin was saying.
Yeah, good place to be. Nice place. It's a nice opening to the lap, actually. You can kind of hover the extra track on the right hand side, just over the white line, and really fire a lot of speed in, and you get that connection.
Y yo pensando qué poco conocen a los aficionados entonces, ¿no? Si no los habéis hecho en caso durante años, así como a la izquierda, ¿qué me estás contando? Esos cambios, la verdad, a mí me gustaría un deporte.
And that was Kevin Magnussen a few moments ago. Carry on,
and it leads into there as you kind of head out of 3 on traction, really difficult across the bumps, and then obviously you arrive at 5, and that's the first sector done. So when you open the lap, you definitely want the tyres in the right place because that's what gives you the confidence, and that momentum carries all the way through all the corners on here, and there's 23 of them to get through as well.
There is Lando Norris out there in a special livery on the McLaren, which is very much coming alive under the light. Out on the track, 17 cars so far. We know about Charles Leclerc, Sergio Perez and Max Verstappen. The other two that haven't gone out yet heads outside the Red Bull garage.
You know, Crofty, when you're at work and you're trying to do something really complicated and fiddly, you're trying to concentrate on it.
Well, like
what do you really not want? You really don't want 5 or 6 or 7 of your co-workers just staring at you, watching with their arms folded and assessing your work. And that's exactly what's happening to poor Ole and the front-end mechanics on Max Verstappen's car, who are just trying to do a fairly basic front suspension change, and it's just quite intricate with everything they have to do in there. And they're trying to do it as quickly as they can, bless them. But it's just taking some time. Max is quite cool about it. He's sat at the side of the garage. He's not going anywhere fast. Having a little discussion with Helmut Marko about some, maybe about all the ice packets that are packed into that cool vest. There's still ice in those.
Yeah, I could have done one of those running at the track last night. Let's just move on very quickly from Max Verstappen for a moment. And George Russell going off exactly the same place where he went off and hit the barrier.
Yeah, almost a carbon copy of what he did earlier on, but managed to get the car stopped this time before hitting the barrier. Clearly struggling with, I think, still this torque demand from the engine acceleration.
Going close to the barriers there, Fernando Alonso. Christian Horner is with us on the Red Bull pit wall. Christian, so Max and Checo not out on the track. Good evening to you. Is this part of the run plan that you want to send Checo out a bit later? And what's going on with Max's car?
Just a bit of a tidy up after the first session. So setup changes, going on and just being finalised. So Max won't be long, and the repair to the drive shaft that obviously was the issue with Checo just being completed. So they won't be too long.
Christian, was one of the complaints from the drivers riding curbs because we went on board, but Hamilton was able to use the curbs in the last sector. We know that makes quite a lot of time here. Is that something you're trying to solve?
Yeah, certainly the drivers felt they couldn't get anywhere near the curbs in the first session, so that's part of the setup changes and tweaks that are going on now. So hopefully we'll improve in that area. We still feel that we can improve. I mean, obviously when Lewis said his time was a very strong time, but it was quite a bit later than Max had done his. So the track, that's a temporary circuit, it's just ramping up, all the time. So I'm sure it's just going to get quicker.
Christian, Anthony here. Where did you find the problem to be with the drive shaft failure? Was it a certain curb somewhere that's causing that? And if the track is continuing to rubber in, would that be more of a problem later on?
We don't expect so. Just it's still under investigation, but I think they got a reasonable idea what it was. Hopefully we won't see a reoccurrence.
Christian, we spoke to you a lot about the story that's brewing in the paddock at the moment about cost cap and a couple of teams that may have fallen foul of it. Toto Wolff said the FIA need to bring in some stiffer penalties and some harsh penalties. If that is the case, you have the right to respond if you wish to on a weekend where I'm sure you would have wanted to talk more about an impending World Championship for your team. It's good news and bad news stories potentially for you over the next 7 days.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, look, there's an awful lot of rumours and gossip, and we know where most of that permeates from. So, let's see the FIA process. They haven't, issued the completion, the compliance certificates to anybody yet. So, there's a lot of conjecture about Red Bull, but that could well be about 4 or 5 teams. Aparte de eso, it's the first year of these regulations. Accounts were submitted in March. There's been clarification since March on certain aspects of what and how things can be submitted. And these regulations are still very, very immature. So of course the FIA, they're doing their best to get their arms around them and police them, and rightly so. They're taking their time to do the job properly, and we're very confident in the submission that we've made. So,
neumático blando que es el más blando de toda la gama de Pirelli de este año. O sea, lo que nosotros llamamos el soft,
it'll all come out in the wash Wednesday. I'm led to believe is when the certificates get issued.
Pero
is
en el
that right?
tercer sector se te sube de temperatura. Por lo que tienes, normalmente lo que hacen es que las mantas térmicas la ponen menos antes de salir a pista para empezar un poquito frío en la primera, segunda curva más o menos, y pero ya en el tercer sector que el neumático te dé unas prestaciones perfectas. Y eso normalmente es aquí lo que suelen hacer en Singapur.
No deberíamos de tener muchas declaraciones. Recuerden, un asfalto medianamente abrasivo por la humedad, por la calor, tenemos un circuito callejero con mucha suciedad, con poco grip. Y como bien comentas, sí, hay alguna cosa recta donde se llega más de 300 kilómetros por hora, pero prácticamente todo el circuito es un stop and go. Frenar, acelerar, frenar, acelerar. Por eso prima la importancia de la tracción y de la frenada. Un buen agarre mecánico.
It's on a card, wasn't he?
It's a practice session. He's allowed to be where he wants to be as long as he's on the push lap, yeah?
Efectivamente. Y mira, ya han puesto aquí a Aitor Zuno del Blando,
if you're Lewis, when you're coming up to the back of a car that's just not doing anything, not on a time lap. I mean, one thing catching a car that's on a long run struggling with tire dig, but that was somebody who looked like they were just driving around looking at the city view, taking in the sights of Singapore.
Can you take in the sights of Singapore, given that there's concrete barriers on either side? You've been out the track, you know. That was in a rickshaw last night. I'm not sure what he was taking in. Oxygen by the end of it.
My own sweat.
Otra cosa es que lo puedes amortiguar. Nunca mejor dicho.
You can see down the Raffles Boulevard. Look, there's my hotel.
I think it's just frustrating. If you're the driver that comes across somebody that's doing that, you just expect a bit more from your fellow colleagues in Formula 1, I guess.
Good point. Lewis Hamilton is the fastest driver at the moment by only 4/100ths of a second. Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari. George Russell a couple of tenths back. The problem wasn't it turn 11. Fernando Alonso, Esteban Ocon completing the top.
Ese parecido pasa normalmente el piloto a que te ponga en la pantallita Torque 9. Y eso significa que cambian el mapa motor en esa recta para que la potencia en vez de te la dé justo en la salida de la curva, ¿vale? Sea de torque, de tracción, estilo motor Ferrari, te lo dé más a media potencia. Y cuando salen de esa curva y entran en la parte revirada, pone torque, la de torque, 7, ¿vale? Y si no es 7 o 9, bueno, simplemente miráis el dashboard y vais a ver como todo siempre lo cambian en el mismo lugar. Para que entendáis eso que comentamos de un mapa motor más de torque o un mapa motor más de potencia.
Para que sea una potencia, te refieres a que el mapa lo van controlando para que sea una potencia más prolongada, que no sea tan radical, porque el muro está más cerca y la pista está sucia. Y estamos viendo algún que otro piloto ya que al dar gas se le está yendo de atrás.
Claro, no, o sea, a ver, es que con los mapas motores hay mucho mito. El mito es que un mapa motor no te da mayor caballaje, o mayores caballos o mayor velocidad que otro. Eso no es así. Los mapas motores simplemente es un reparto de la curva de potencia del motor, ¿vale?
Entonces, la modifica, ¿no? Según cómo quieras.
Claro. O sea, tú de un mapa motor, vamos a decir, más malo al más bueno, puede ganar como si es una décima, no más, ¿vale? Otra cosa es que lo que tú haces con el mapa motor es que sea de tracción, o sea que la potencia del motor te la dé en la salida de curva, te la dé de 0 a 100 o de 0 a 150, como aquí haces en Singapur o haces en Mónaco, o lo quieres estilo Monza, a lo mejor. Otro mapa motor que sería que no te la diera tanto en la tracción, en la salida de curva, pero sí que te la diera de manera fuerte, ¿no? Entonces aquí en la parte revirada quieres un mapa motor de tracción, básicamente que te dé la
coaching from qualified financial advisors entirely for free. You work hard for your money, best invest it. Book a free coaching call today.
Intelligence is the foundation of any good business.
Se preparan también para salir en Alpine. Bueno, en Alpine se preparan, ¿no? Lo que están es preparándose para comprobar algo del fondo. Lo están levantando el monoplaza de Fernando Alonso. Neumáticos quitados, el morro delantero quitado. Está trabajando ahí lo tenemos en el fondo. Recuerden que trae una nueva clasificación Alpine. Stroll que pasaba por meta. Estaba segundo en estos momentos. Ahora hacemos un repaso enseguida. Recuerden, estamos aquí en Singapur. Voy a poner para aquellos que sois nuevos, que es la primera vez que veis este circuito. Aquí tenemos lo que es el circuito. Bueno, como pasa, ¿no? Las autovías o las autopistas, la verdad que no tengo ni idea de lo que será. Son carreteras muy grandes que pasan por encima del circuito Ya está cayendo la noche, ahí lo tenemos. Vamos a poner otra gráfica, obviamente, se ve un poquito mejor, pero para que os hagáis una idea, aquí está al lado de la Marina. Nos deja unas panorámicas increíbles este circuito de Singapur. Repetición de Russell, a ver qué le ha ocurrido. Ah, neumático duro. Pues no, te venía una radio por ahí, Sergio, en cuanto puedas, porque Russell está teniendo una primera práctica un poco complicada. Mientras sigo viendo a Carlos Sainz, que ha salido con el neumático blando. Quedan 24 minutos para el final. Damos los buenos días a toda la gente que ya nos acompaña. Muy buenas tardes, España. 12:36, hora peninsular aquí en la bella España. Ahorita menos en Canarias. Saludamos también a Baleares, Ceuta y Melilla y a toda Latinoamérica. A todos los que nos acompañáis desde cualquier lugar del planeta. Verstappen primero. Segunda posición para Lance Stroll. Tercero Fernando Alonso. Cuarto Pérez, que ha salido ahora con el neumático blando. Vamos a ver las marcas que va dejando con el neumático blando en estos momentos. También tenemos en la quinta posición a Vettel, sexto Sainz, séptimo Ricciardo, octavo Valtteri Bottas, noveno Russell, décimo Magnussen. A partir de aquí, Alexander Albon con Leclerc, Hamilton en la decimoquinta, todavía está guardando la calle de boxes. Decimosexto tenemos a Norris, ahora sube Schumacher a la decimoquinta, decimosexto Hamilton, decimoséptimo Norris, decimoctavo Gasly, decimonoveno Tsunoda y vigésimo tenemos ahí a Nicolás Latifi. Sergio, ¿qué nos decía esa radio?
Pues lo que comentaba
Max Verstappen's out on track. Let's head down to
Russell era que
Charles Leclerc
¿qué pasa con el overrun de la curva 8 y 9? Pues,
because he's waiting for this laser scanner, this little robot, this scanner to scan his car, and he must be thinking he's not. I can't.
Tienes que meter el torque para que la potencia te lo dé al salida de curva, y él notaba un overrun como lo que pasa con los motores turbo, que de repente nota un exceso de potencia en la salida porque el turbo actúa de distinto en un momento distinto de cuando tú quieres que te actúe. Entonces te da un exceso de potencia a la salida que te hace que el monoplaza se te cruce, y esto es lo que no quieres. Y puedes hacer por el turbo, y lo que Russell está haciendo.
Mira, el que está rapidísimo ahora mismo es Checo, viene mejorando primer y segundo sector, acercándose poco a poco al neumático C5, la gama de Pirelli. Recuerden que es como Mónaco, la misma gama, para tratar de aportar el mayor agarre posible. Ahí está Checo, pasando por la zona más revirada al tercer sector, últimas curvas para él, y viene para colocarse primero, pero por pocos momentos, porque Verstappen está volando en el primer sector, 27-9, importante esta parte final de la práctica número 1. Será un poquito largo Pérez, pero consigue marcar el primer tiempo. 1:43.8, se coloca primero Sergio Checo Pérez, y cuidado con Verstappen, que venía volando. Uy, pinchazo, cuidado, creo que es Vettel, no es Stroll.
More efficiently than others as we've learned over the years, Ted. Thank you very much for that one.
Está en la recta de atrás, bandera amarilla.
Max Verstappen is a tenth.
Esto no es un pinchazo. No, de hecho creo que tiene la suspensión trasera rota.
They're on the hard tire. I was wondering.
No creo que ha sido un pinchazo porque sí.
It's always going to make yourself laugh. I was going to say, at least somebody's laughing. You'll be speaking to Simon later, no doubt.
Verstappen's on the hard tire here.
Bueno, va a terminar la vuelta igualmente, va a terminar la vuelta.
FP1, they started on the big jumps. Ferrari and Mercedes obviously been on the hard tire, but they've come together. So the advantage that Mercedes got here, they've had two cars out there 20 minutes early.
María, Verstappen que pasa, se coloca primero.
They'll get on the long runs earlier. They'll get the long run data. Ferrari, that Ferrari been stuck in the garage as well.
Recuerden que llevan diferentes fondoplanos. No llevan el mismo monoplaza, nos lo comentabais mucho, pero no son los
which is going to hurt them, and it could even hurt Red Bull. So
estaba más que claro.
At this point, you've got to say Mercedes definitely taking more from the sessions.
La primera del fin de semana.
Bueno, Sergio, provocada por Lance Stroll en la curva 7. So important here. 8 out of 12 won from pole. The damage can be limited because, as you know, it's not the easiest place to pass. Even though, with the advent of that third DRS, overtaking ramped up massively last time we were here.
You have to say it's got to be a nailed-on two-stop normally. You think with the tyre compounds out here, and you should comfortably get through that. That doesn't mean to say how gently you bring them in, but because Verstappen fifth so far.
La repetición, a ver qué ha pasado. Sí, bueno que se ha tocado, sí, no, y de hecho ha partido la suspensión.
Hard tire, it's the C3, it's not exactly the hardest thing that Pirelli brings to a racetrack. Never won or taken pole in Singapore. He's had a couple of podium finishes here, has Max Verstappen. There is Charles Leclerc. He knows what it's like to be on pole here, of course. And on the podium as well, and comes into this race back-to-back podiums for the first time since the first 3 races of the season. To get out there and add to the 17 laps he produced in FP1. And Sergio Perez with that drivetrain issue. Well, he'll be going out soon, but he's going to be the last to get out.
No creo que sea la única. Stop the car, le decían
onto the track, and will have missed pretty much half the session.
The more compressed day on a Friday definitely hurts teams more now with that 2-hour break as opposed to 2.5 hours. It's just half an hour too short if you have an issue to see all the cars out. And now, you may say, well, that's fine, but it's the fans that are here to see the cars that are denied the experience.
Pues sí, ahora la bandera roja que sigue, tenemos a Sainz, Latifi, Schumacher, Verstappen y compañía, Hamilton también que van a ir para adentro, va a paralizar la sesión, bueno, se va a paralizar, no, recuerden que solo se paraliza en clasificación o en carrera, siempre y cuando sea entrenamientos libres. Si sale una bandera roja, el tiempo sigue corriendo. Así que
sprint race is going to be part of the World Championship. Are they going to be a standalone championship or the sprint races
van a poder retirar
take place on a Friday or a Saturday? Will qualifying count for the sprint race and for the Grand Prix?
Para dejar un setup medianamente balanceado,
as well, all to be worked out in the future. My theory being that if you're going to have 6, we've had a couple of years of experiments now. If you're going to have 6, make it a standalone World Championship. Otherwise, you're running the risk of a World Championship being decided not on a Grand Prix, but at a sprint race. And you can have a Friday where you have a first practice session, then run a sprint race, standalone sprint race, and reverse grids should you wish. Doesn't count for the Grand Prix World Championship. And then you can go into second practice.
Con el coche de Verstappen y de Checo. Bueno, lo comentamos desde Bélgica, que traen un
on a Saturday, followed by qualifying, and then the race on a Sunday.
I'm always torn with the idea of a sprint race. I like racing, of course, and I like seeing the drivers out there doing battle on another day, and look forward to still the race on the Sunday, the main race on Sunday. Well, it's a bit hot. I didn't turn 1 where Martin was standing earlier on, just carried too much speed there. But and then on the flip side, I feel like sometimes the race on Sunday is a little bit diluted because the teams have learnt so much on the Saturday. And actually, if you've had a bit of a shake-up in the qualifying orders, it rectifies that in where just a couple of laps, they filter into their rightful positions, and then they start, in a slightly more predictable format.
I couldn't agree more. That's why, to me, the qualifying system is brilliant. Don't change it. Let that be the influence for the Grand Prix, and let the sprint be a completely separate sideshow.
I think this is the issue, though. You could ask every single person that's involved in Formula 1 what's their opinion on how they would do it. They would all come up with different answers. But ultimately, I think it's about F1 just coming with a proposal that works for TV, that works for fan experience, fan engagement, and the teams just have to live with that. If they've accepted, they're going to do it.
But also work for the teams, because what you don't want to do is put a lot of pressure on the crews to have quick turnarounds into qualifying or into a race, etc. We'll keep you posted, because at the moment it's an open page as to what happens with the sprint races. Hopefully it'll get decided very swiftly. Ted, down to you.
And we're about to have a sprint of sorts, because everybody who's out and ready for it, has left the garage on brand new, fresh, soft tyres. So it is this time, isn't it? About halfway through.
Igual que Ferrari, los viernes también van menos
that we get the qualifying simulations. So those who want to do a bit of a heavy run early on might be fat with fuel, but some won't, and we're about to get some indications of how fast some people are. So let's see how it goes as Lewis Hamilton just passes me again on brand new soft tyres. The AlphaTauri duo have gone out, by the way, and they're also the centre of some hot stories around the place. Both Pierre Gasly and Yuki Tsunoda looking forward to...
Dentro de 6-7 décimas ya sí que creo que de verdad va a haber...
driven around here in Formula 1 before. Referred to his penalty for the reprimands of the last race in Monza as a useless penalty, which when we spoke to him on Thursday. So
glad it was rather, because he picked up quite a...
Hubo equipos que se quedaron en 1.42 y ahora mucho más lento que el de 2018. Ya estamos, por ejemplo, Max Verstappen o Checo en 1.43.
There was no point giving me a penalty for all of that. In any case, he's hoping for...
de tiempo y bueno, se reanuda esto.
better weekend. And Pierre Gasly, who's the centre of lots of stories, saying he's going to be announced as Alpine driver in the next few days, with Nick de Vries taking a seat at AlphaTauri.
Yeah, which I went and checked with AlphaTauri. That is pure speculation as it stands currently, and as they reported, Pierre Gasly's got to leave first for them to have a seat. So nothing so far definite on that one, despite the reports that you might have read. Sergio Perez out the track, fresh soft tyres. Turn your TV up. Let's listen to the sound of the Red Bull around. Marina Bay, and he almost had a bang there. And Sergio very nearly completely lost it at turn 5, and I won't be at all surprised if he backs off a little bit on this lap.
No me acuerdo, sí, es Guanyu Zhou que está confirmado para una temporada más. No ha sido una mala temporada, no ha sido una temporada plagada de errores como de normal para un rookie podría prever. La verdad que tengo aquí la clasificación, tenemos a Guanyu Zhou con 6 puntos. Sí que es cierto que la fiabilidad no ha ayudado mucho para Alfa Romeo, 5 abandonos para el piloto chino y un Valtteri Bottas que ha abandonado 10 abandonos en toda la temporada para Alfa Romeo, una auténtica barbaridad.
Y además es que la mayoría de los primeros abandonos de Alfa Romeo eran a Guanyu Zhou. Entonces te imagínate que te adaptas al F1 con lo complicado que es y siempre tienes tú los problemas de fiabilidad, ¿sabes? Por eso la verdad que ha tenido mala suerte, no ha estado tampoco a nivel grande, pero tampoco yo creo que ha estado a, no sé, así como Masterino, como Tsunoda del año pasado, para nada, vamos. Y con el tema de Tsunoda, bueno, yo creo que no se merece estar en la Fórmula 1, pero ¿qué pasa? Que la academia de Red Bull no confía en Liam Lawson, que es el piloto de F2, a Yuri Vips. Qué casualidad que ahora entendemos por qué, por ese insulto. ¿No? Qué casualidad. Y creo que quizás no lo necesitaban, querían deshacerse de él. Y habrá más pilotos, los cuales no me acuerdo, de la academia de Red Bull en F2, pero no confían en los nuevos y quieren seguir, por lo tanto, manteniendo su noda porque ven que lo mejor es lo que hay.
Sí, bueno, y cuidado porque como vaya Nick de Vries, puede ser un piloto potencial.
Well, Sergio Perez goes 8th fastest. He tried at turn 5 to hit the wall, but he didn't. But he did.
Quién sabe, ¿no? Porque Checo Pérez también tiene una edad ya.
Hit the wall, and then he did hit the wall a little bit later on. Carlos Sainz, he's on an absolute flyer. George Russell had a very good first sector on him.
Problemas de subviraje de nuevo. La parte delantera tiene que contravolantear.
Had a problem in the middle section, has lost a lot of time. Sainz flying through that middle part of the lap as Esteban Ocon goes third fastest. Everyone on the soft compound side currently that's out of the track, and you can see Carlos Sainz almost losing it.
They're all starting to push now,
aren't they, just
making it look every inch as difficult as this circuit is.
Good lap over there, half a second clear of, well, 7/10 clear of Valtteri Bottas, but a very fine lap from Carlos Sainz. Lewis Hamilton, we should pick up in a moment, he's on a 27.8.
Dios mío,
for the first section, the 10th up on his teammate George Russell.
It's a Borchito Cross,
te lo juro. El que le acaba de poner, ¿verdad? Es que estaba sufriendo de una manera.
Buah, mira cómo le ha contravolanteado. Estaba.
Remember, he was the one that had the drive shaft issue at the end of FP1.
Todo. O sea, pasándose de frenada,
supirando.
En otros momentos siempre nervioso, pero fíjate además como en la mitad de la curva, en la parte del viraje, también le hacía extraño.
Pues el milagro, lo ha salvado y van a tener... Bueno, las declaraciones de Carlos cuando termine esta primera sesión va a ser seguro. No hemos encontrado el setup. Me lo veo venir porque vaya primera, pero tanto para él como para Leclerc. Leclerc lo tenemos ahora mismo en la 14ª plaza, ha vuelto a salir, está con neumático blando. Vamos a ver la última tanda del casco. Pero también es cierto, ¿no? Para eso está esta primera sesión. Pero fíjate cómo
in the middle sector he's backed off too. Let's go trackside to Martin Brundle, who I think Martin was down at turn 5, but Sergio Perez came through.
Yeah, indeed. And I'm just watching a Williams.
Recuerden, Verstappen primero, segundo Pérez, tercero Carlos, que a pesar de salirse,
all out of shape as well. There's a lot more wow about turn 5 than there was about turns 1, 2
and 3. En la cuarta plaza, quinto tenemos a Stroll, sexto Fernando Alonso, todavía sin salir, estaban trabajando en el fondo plano del piloto español. Séptima posición para Vettel, Ricciardo, Bottas, Russell en la décima. A partir de aquí Magnussen, Tsunoda, Albon, Leclerc, Guanyu Zhou, Schumacher, Hamilton, decimoséptima. Hamilton tiene que estar probando algo.
Oh, he got very, very wide on the exit there. Lots of oversteer as well. But there's some bumps on the way in. And so many of the cars are bouncing up and down, front to rear like this, and the drivers are having a second guess almost when to pick up the apex. The Ferrari was much better over those bumps. They take this apex around 85 miles an hour, 140 kilometers per hour, and they pick the throttle up. But if anybody is half a meter offline, dust is kicked up everywhere, or getting out of the way. It's extremely dirty down there. This track will rubber in. We talked about, we heard about some resurfacing, but that's really only in a few specific places. You can get so close to the wall here under braking, and gaps like this in the wall, you get like a massive air pressure coming through as the cars are bulldozing their way down the track, and you can see the drivers with total commitment on the way in. If they run slightly wide,
aunque yo creo que
los mejores
Let's
see if we can see one more car come through here in a hurry. Here comes the Alpine, and it's a belief thing. As long as you can hook up to that apex, the white line there, then you know you're in the right place and you can start to pick the throttle up. But if
Y hablabas de la potencia de los motores, pues fíjate, los últimos datos que conocemos, Sergio,
then they're onto the dirty side, the dirty area of the track. Then they're in double trouble. So it's a corner of great opportunity. And as you saw with Sergio Perez, great risk as well. Back to you.
Eléctrico por parte de Ferrari.
Quite. The reward is there, but the risk ever present. Thank you very much, Martin. 25 minutes to go. Charles Leclerc's lap on the medium.
Los hombres de Alpine.
Y una es así,
enough for the second fastest time. Just moves ahead
a la hora de entender la
Bottas,
velocidad, otro factor clave. Cuando Red Bull abre el DRS,
soft tire, there's always a difference, a delta as the teams call it, between the soft and the medium, with Yuki Tsunoda
no lo genera
back
por
of the
la parte de
garage,
arriba,
not in
sino
the car.
porque por la parte del suelo,
you wouldn't want to wait.
Por lo que cuando abre el DRS gana mayor velocidad punta que lo que hace Ferrari. Y eso no lo decía yo, sino que lo decía Martínez, que está dentro del equipo Ferrari. De ahí que tienen esa velocidad punta que siempre ganan por el DRS y aparte bueno por el motor. Y dicen, nuestro problema y todo cuál es, como digo, la potencia a mitad. Porque lo que hago, lo suplo con un mapa motor eléctrico que me dé la potencia más al principio.
Wide, I should say, in turn 11, and that's 13. The slowest corner on the track, just 45 miles an hour minimum speed through there.
But
car doesn't look quite as low as it was, as I say that, bouncing around before turn 15, but generally speaking, not quite as low as it was at the beginning of the session. But yeah, he's not happy on the brake pedal today.
Driver's eye line must get really affected here by the bumps.
Para utilizar 3 zonas de DRS.
As you're driving along, you're trying to pick the spot that you need to pick, but the bumps constantly mean you need to readjust.
Your neck goes with it, doesn't it?
Los programas de esta práctica número 1 para saludar a toda la gente,
like one of those nodding dogs on the back of a Vauxhall
Good time though, despite the lockup.
Yes,
día tras día, semana tras semana, gran premio tras gran premio, se suben al vagón de kilómetro cero para disfrutar de cada estación que recorremos junto a ti.
Of Carlos,
it's actually his first sector where he didn't even produce a personal best. So I wonder what happened there.
Viene mejorando la marca personal, el primer sector 28-0. Vamos a ver lo que hace en el segundo. Saludamos a Miguel Gallardo, a José Vicente, a Julián Real, saludamos a Cristian, a Marcos Cantras, a José Vicente, Eduard Calvin, Emanuel Reyes, Junior Galano. Tenemos también por aquí a Seguridad Barcas, Martín Di Paola, Luis Jiménez, Argenis Peña, Carlos Guanipa, que nos saluda desde Venezuela, Enrique Renacimiento desde México, con queso las quesadillas también nos dice buen día señoritas, buen día señorita también para ti. Tenemos a Manuel Castillo, nos saluda desde México, dice vamos Checo, quiero ver ganarle a Max para callar bocas. Tenemos también aquí a Cristian Antonio Vidal, mientras Hamilton, vaya tiempazo niño te ha sacado, buen tiempo, la pista mejora, para el piloto británico, se coloca primero 1.43.0 a 84 milésimas del tiempo de Max Verstappen. Obviamente vamos a ver cuando vuelva a salir Verstappen. No, Verstappen de hecho ya lo está. Vamos a esperar cuando vuelva a hacer una vuelta, pero primero Hamilton. Estaba comentando Hamilton en rueda de prensa que no está tan mal el monoplaza para este fin de semana. Vamos a ver lo que puede ocurrir.
Mid-sector, the tires aren't quite there, so it looks like it's one lap wonder. You've got to do it straight away, and that's where they're struggling. But This is not the true potential of Mercedes.
Tenemos la... Uy, espérate, que ha ocurrido algo. Bandera amarilla en el tercer sector ha sido Verstappen. Fíjate, hablando del Rey de Roma, trompeaba, creo. O se iba fuera. Bandera amarilla, bandera verde de nuevo. Pues la escapatoria le están salvando a los pilotos, Sergio, compañero. De momento solo Lance Stroll, que colisionaba saliendo de la curva 5, pinchaba el neumático y provocaba la primera y única bandera roja del fin de semana. Lo demás tan solo han sido sustos.
Well, I'll tell you what, Russell coming on the radio and saying, well, that was awful, and then Lewis Hamilton doing it on his second lap to be just 4
con alguna radio. A ver qué ha ocurrido aquí con Verstappen. No, nos iba larguísimo, se iba larguísimo.
It's just second and third place for them, splitting the Ferraris, and you know, you got to say,
redirigir la trazada y salir ahí pegadito de Esteban Ocon. Ponemos por aquí, Cristian dice que si los pontones, que si los Mercedes volvieron a tener pontones. No, siguen con la misma filosofía Mercedes. De hecho, junto con Ferrari, Haas y Alfa Romeo, son las únicas escuderías que no han traído ningún tipo de mejora, compañero. Para este fin de semana, también saludamos a Mohamed David, Steven Tapasco, José Gregorio, nos está escuchando desde Venezuela. Sí, señor, vamos Ferrari, nos comenta. Mauricio Álvarez, Elogio, Jesús. Horario de la carrera de Latinoamérica, lo tienes arriba, amigo mío. Lo tienes todo arriba, igualmente en la pestaña de comunidad. Tienes todos los horarios. Cuando se termine la sesión puedes ir a chequearlo. La zona donde estés, recuerden, en Paraguay solo cambia el horario del domingo. Ya lo coloqué, pero el domingo cambia, será a las 9 de la mañana. Hora para el país de Paraguay. 2 horas antes, como siempre, estaremos con la previa. Mientras Gasly, que estaba a punto de pasar por meta, vamos a ver el francés. No tardará mucho en hacerse oficial si se va o si se queda. La posibilidad es que se vaya para Alpine. Sería todo, chicos, sería la escudería Alpine con pilotos franceses, escudería francesa. Vamos a ver si ocurrirá. ¿Qué creéis? Déjenlo por el chat. ¿Se va a ir Gasly a Alpine o al final se quedará en Alfa Tauri? Yo creo que sí, yo creo que se va a ir a... Creo que se va a Alpine. Tras Verstappen, está pasando por meta y va a abrir la vuelta ahora. Lo estoy viendo con el neumático medio, me sale aquí. Vamos a ver si no es la gráfica la que se ha equivocado. Creo que va con el neumático medio usado de 5 vueltas. El stint que estaba dando. Así que esperemos a ver. Ya te tengo por aquí, Sergio.
Perdona, pero se me ha olvidado poner a cargar el ordenador y no me avisa de cuando se va la batería.
Ah, vale, buenísimo. Has perdido LERS, el sistema eléctrico. Adiós, muy buena. Bueno, no pasa nada,
Perdonad, nada, que los de Checo Pérez, lo que le ha pasado, lo que pasa es que le ha dicho I cannot drive, ¿no? Como no puedo pilotar, pero lo que le ha pasado ha sido que ha perdido, luego le decía al ingeniero que había perdido el diferencial, pero claro, tú no pierdes el diferencial. En todo caso, lo que habrá perdido es valer simplemente como lo que transmite la potencia desde el diferencial al neumático, ¿sabes? Como el intermediario, digamos, ¿no? El diferencial no lo puede...
We did see in FP1, this is testing the cars different to what they've ever had any other Grand Prix this year. Temperature is going to be a bit of an issue.
And running high downforce as well, you want to close in the car as much as possible, which gives you even more downforce but less cooling. Temperatures can run away with themselves.
Right, 16 minutes and 50 seconds to go. Max Verstappen's still got to get out and do a qualifying simulation, but it's Carlos Sainz with the fastest time from his teammate Charles Leclerc. Russell and Hamilton, third and fourth.
De Vigo se frota las manos, compañero. Siempre aquí en una ciudad española, en Galicia. Tienen ahí las mejores luces, la potencia pura y dura. Siempre para las navidades. Viva Vigo, que me gusta más a Coruña. Discúlpenme. Más a Coruña. Los gallegos me van a matar ahora.
También comentar que, bueno, lo que decía en la radio Carlos Sainz, que el neumático blando la segunda vuelta se le caía, ¿vale? Eso es verdad que Ferrari no lo está haciendo bien, pero yo creo que será todos, ¿vale? Que será todos los equipos, por lo que nos veremos quali con el blando, sin lugar a dudas, no digo nada nuevo, pero lo que pasa, como pasó en Austria, como pasa en Mónaco, o sea, los circuitos que Pirelli trae la gama más blanda, que en la carrera se utiliza solo medios y duros, y aunque hagas estrategias a 2 paradas o incluso, ¿no?, que haya una bandera amarilla casi al final, pues siempre vas a medio y a duro, casi nunca irás a blando, salvo estrategia de Ferrari que irá a cagada, ¿no?
Bueno, pues cronómetro a cero. Vamos a ver si Ferrari, porque en teoría es un circuito que le debe de venir como anillo al dedo, pero también hay que mencionar que desde la TD39, que es la reglamentación técnica, ¿no?, sobre el porpoising, esas métricas que se hicieron a partir de Spa, le ha venido peor todo. Le ha venido peor todo porque tiene que sufrir de agarre mecánico, esto se produce también en más desgaste de neumáticos, etcétera, etcétera. Y si no hubiera esa normativa, Ferrari aquí es imbatible por las características de este circuito, ¿no? Luego viene Ferrari, te la lía y te dice todo lo contrario, pero aún así sigo pensando que deberían de estar un paso por delante de Red Bull este fin de semana, al menos a una vuelta, Sergio. Algo muy parecido de lo que vimos en Zandvoort, pero claro, luego te viene Verstappen y ya vemos, ¿no?
Claro.
Pero las características del coche debería estar un paso por delante Ferrari aquí sobre Red Bull. Ahora bien, si llueve, ya es la moneda de siempre, tirarla al aire y si sale cara a cruz, y ya está, poco más.
Hombre, al menos a una vuelta tiene que ganar Ferrari, ¿no? Es verdad que a nivel de piloto, Leclerc no le gustan los circuitos urbanos. Acordémonos de Mónaco, no se le da bien. Y a Checo sí se le da bien, no por urbano, pero sí que por circuitos estrechos, sí que por circuitos que tienes una tendencia al subviraje como pasa aquí. Entonces yo creo que Leclerc no iría muy bien sobre el papel, Checo Pérez sí, Verstappen creo que no iría mal, pero tampoco sería el circuito que mejor se le daría, así que creo que en Japón o en Estados Unidos destaca, brilla, pero aquí no tanto. Y Carlos Sainz, bueno, vamos a ver. Y con el tema de las lluvias, que es lo que digo, es que la lluvia cambia cada nada de tiempo, sinceramente, por eso es muy difícil llegar a decirlo, ¿no? Y si fuera así, sería una lotería completa.
Bueno, pues la bandera a cuadros que se agitaba, se termina la primera sesión. Hamilton el más rápido, todos los pilotos para adentro. Cambiamos ya de gráfica para que veáis dónde se encuentra este circuito. Hay mucha gente que es nueva en este mundo de la Fórmula 1 y por supuesto lo vais a sentir con nosotros como si lo vierais durante todo el fin de semana. Cerquita de la Marina, ahí lo que estáis viendo, la parte de abajo es todo agua. Y pasan por encima esas autopistas llenas que cuando es la carrera, Sergio, ves como, bueno, prácticamente una cola de tráfico porque se van parando poquito a poco para ver si pueden ver algo. Pero va recorriendo toda esta zona central de la ciudad de Singapur. Recuerden, Hamilton primero, Verstappen segundo, tercero Leclerc, cuarta posición para Checo Pérez y quinto Russell. Un segundo de diferencia entre estos cinco primeros. Sexta posición para Carlos Sainz, séptima posición para el francés Esteban Ocon, octava plaza para Lance Stroll. Estoy viendo aquí cómo ya están. Bueno, qué bonita imagen, ¿eh? Todos poniéndose ahí en la parrilla para hacer las simulaciones de salida con la noche ya caída. Es muy bonito este circuito, pero a mí personalmente lo técnico no me gusta nada. Pero visualmente es una barbaridad. Es una barbaridad. Octavo, como digo, Lance Stroll. Noveno Gasly. Décima posición para el español Fernando Alonso. A partir de aquí la segunda parte de la tabla. Sebastián Vettel, Ricciardo. Decimotercera posición para Valtteri Bottas. Decimocuarto Kevin Magnussen. Decimoquinto Yuki Tsunoda. Decimosexto el ya recuperado por la apendicitis del Gran Premio Italia Alexander Albon. Wang Yusou. Decimoséptimo Schumacher, Norris y Latifi. Me sorprende mucho Norris, Sergio, entre comillas, porque ha estado probando, sí, muy lejos, pero no ha parado de probar esas nuevas mejoras que ha traído aquí McLaren, ¿eh?
Claro. Sí,
iba prácticamente plagado de parafina, de arriba abajo.
Claro, es que cuando tú traes tantas actualizaciones no vas buscando tiempo. O sea, lo suyo es que seas estable, ¿no? Que seas muy equilibrado para decir, oye, ¿cómo por ejemplo funciona? No sé, imagínate, ¿no? Si es parafina, por la carga aerodinámica, con tal altura del suelo, cómo funciona con tal mapa motor o con tal alerón, ¿no? Entonces, no quieres que el piloto se vea reflejada en la telemetría, sino justamente al contrario. Quieres que el coche se vea solo, no te interesa ver el pilotaje, ¿no? Porque si no te puedes confundirte entre difusor nuevo y Lando Norris, ¿sabes? Entonces, pues por eso mismo.
Bueno, pues ya una vez, después de hacer la simulación de salida, ya van todos para adentro, están completando ya la parte final, pero ya se terminó. Recuerden que arriba de nuestras cabezas el banner en movimiento, todos los horarios para todos los países, desde el lugar que nos estáis viendo. Siguen poniéndonos imágenes aquí de los hoteles. Bueno, increíble, ¿eh? ¿Quién pudiera estar ahí? En este país de Singapur. Brutal, está muy bueno, está muy bueno. Bueno, pues ahora sí, pasamos estos minutos, esta parte final, esta parte del post de cada sesión con la comunidad para leer. Así que Sergio, todo tuyo, a ver qué nos han acercado. Por cierto, Mauricio dice, ¿lloverá o no lloverá? Pues tenía aquí, te lo voy a decir ahora mismo en vivo y en directo, la meteorología, porque ha ido cambiando. Voy a actualizarlo, dame un momentito. Tengo aquí con la tablet, que por cierto me la regaló Movistar, gracias a Movistar, obviamente publicidad. Me regalaron la tablet y va que ni pintado, ¿eh? Aquí está. El tiempo, ponemos un momento Singapur, muy importante. Y la probabilidad, pues sí, mira, para mañana, Sergio, tenemos 84% de probabilidad de lluvia. Ahora bien, bajará un poquito, estaba a 60% para la hora de la clasificación y para el domingo igual, está en un 80-81. Pero se viene tormenta. Recuerden que en esta parte del planeta, cuando cae lluvia, suele caer una tormenta tropical.
El monzón tropical,
sí,
efectivamente. Sí. Efectivamente. Bueno, a ver qué es lo que nos dicen los compañeros. Jesús Rodríguez Álvarez dice, Ocon no se lleva muy bien con Gasly, pues eso no lo sé yo, la verdad. Jerónimo Coleccionista
dicen que no, es cierto, dicen que no mucho. Es verdad eso. Dicen que no se llevan muy allá.
Bueno, Gasly sí que sé que se lleva bien con Leclerc, pero más no sé. Jerónimo, eso, Hatch tendrá podium, Steven Tabasco, para Alpine el problema, ¿quién quedará en Alfa Tauri? José Vicente, pues no le ha quitado el tiempo a Sainz. Carlos Banda, buen día desde México, chico podio. ¿Cómo ve la probabilidad de lluvia para el domingo? Pues eso. Enrique Dujal, ¿por qué no se mueve el puntito de Russell? Bueno, pues
estaba bugueado, ¿eh? Estaba bugueado. Sí. La verdad me he dado cuenta hace un ratito y digo, no sé por qué no funciona. Eso no tiene nada que ver con nosotros, simplemente porque, bueno, funciona así, le da por buguearse y ya está. Siempre, cada fin de semana hay uno que se buguea, que se traba.
Luego, Mauricio, lloverá, no lloverá. Jonas Ayad, Leclerc siempre fue un rápido en Mónaco. ¿Qué dice? Bueno, no es que sea en Mónaco, sino que él lo que no se le da bien, es más, Mónaco se le da bien, lo que pasa es que le ha tenido mala suerte allí, ¿no? Pero lo pongo como ejemplo de circuito urbano. Sea Singapur, sea este. ¿Por qué? Porque no se le dan muy bien ese tipo de circuitos más subviradores, ¿sabes? En los que a lo mejor no es tan fácil adelantar, ¿no? Es por el estilo, sea Mónaco o cualquier otro circuito. Pero es verdad que sí, que en Mónaco yo creo que ha sido un 80% mala suerte. Steven Tapasco, ¿qué piensa sobre la entrada de Ford en 2027? Tío, pues eso no me había enterado.
Yo tampoco. ¿De Ford en 2027? No me había ni enterado, ¿eh?
A ver. José Vicente, Sergio Vox, Manuel Medina, Latifi y Pastor Maldonado van junto a la nueva escudería. Hostia, vaya doble. ¿Vamos a tener un 2023 sin pilotos alemanes o entrará Hülkenberg? Pues fíjate tú, es verdad que cada vez el nombre de Alemania no está perdiendo más en la Fórmula 1. Lo que pasa es que está Mercedes ahí, que claro, fíjate tú, le provee de motores a casi la mitad de la parrilla.
Entre circuitos y los pilotos, porque vamos a ver qué ocurre con Schumacher. Ojo, porque no está renovado todavía. Vamos a ver qué sucede. También es cierto que algún que otro manda más de la Fórmula 1, que tiene cierto renombre por el paddock, que está tratando de mover sus hilos, no de manera literal, pero sí hacerlo con psicología, ¿no? A las escuderías, tratando de condicionarlas sobre que no ha hecho una mala temporada. De hecho, es cierto, ha ido increciendo el alemán. Yo lo dejaría una temporada más. Solo una temporada más. Haría lo mismo que Tsunoda y que Guan Yu Zhou. Lo renovaría una temporada más, sinceramente. La verdad que sí, aunque no te niego que me gustaría muchísimo ver a Hülkenberg en ese asiento.
Efectivamente. Pero claro, es que al final está todo tan constreñido, ¿no? La entrada a los 20 asientos que hay, que... Dices tú, claro, ¿se quedaría Mick Schumacher un año más? Sí, pero es que ¿quién no se merece un año más? ¿Sabes? De Piastri, de... Muchos, de muchos. Fijaros, por ejemplo, ahora este hombre, ¿no? Ralf Boschung, como está también. El que ha ganado ahora, el brasileño, está ganando la Fórmula 2, ¿no? Es que... Drugovic, ¿no? Es que
Drugovic, que ha firmado con Aston Martin para ser piloto de desarrollo. Piloto de desarrollo de...
Claro,
de Aston
y
Martin.
Ahora no es el problema lo de Drugovic, porque él estará medianamente contento, pero en 2024, como es lógico, Drugovic va a decir, para yo quiero un asiento. Como es lógico, ¿no? Porque ha ganado la Fórmula 2. Es que hay tantos pilotos que quieren entrar que yo creo que el problema es que no puedes permitirte un año de rookie muy malo. O si tienes la suerte de que te renueves un segundo año, no puedes permitirte un segundo año muy malo. O ya tienes que al menos estar bien, ¿eh? El año de Mick no es malo, pero tienes que estar muy bien. Y porque hay mucha presión. Entonces,
13
ahí
puntos,
donde yo creo que está la
Sergio.
historia.
13 puntos tenemos a Schumacher en la 15ª posición en la tabla de pilotos. Ha abandonado 3 ocasiones esta temporada. 12 puntos, insisto. Y su compañero de equipo está 12º. 3 peldaños por delante suya. Ha abandonado 4 veces, una más que Schumacher. Y tiene 22 puntos. O sea que no tan solo son 10 puntos de diferencia. A ver, que son 10 puntos en una escudería más precaria en cuanto a prestaciones como es Haas. Pero, y antes por ahí por el chat nos comentaban, ¿no? ¿Va a traer Haas algo más? No, Haas la única actualización que trajo fue para el Gran Premio de Hungría. No va a traer nada más. Ha aguantado la primera parte de la temporada muy bien, la verdad. Y la segunda, pues oye, hay circuito. No sé, yo siento que tiene una muy buena base el Haas. Tiene una muy buena base. Magnussen también aporta un poquito de feeling a ese monoplaza. Schumacher no lo ha hecho nada mal. Cuando han tenido una oportunidad de materializar un buen resultado, lo han hecho. Y también una pizca de suerte, ¿no? Que siempre hay que tenerla, como por ejemplo vimos esa 5ª posición en Bahrein, en el estreno.
Sí, claro, pero no tienen dinero, ¿no? Y al final en la Fórmula 1 actual sin dinero no puede llegar a conseguir mucho, ¿no? Porque ellos solamente han traído un gran paquete de actualizaciones, mientras que el resto de equipos, incluso los que tenían su filosofía, como Alfa Romeo o Ferrari, han traído pues 3 o 4, ¿no? Ya a estas alturas del año.
Te dejo con el chat porque quedamos en 15 minutitos, más o menos nos marcharemos. Vendrá Sky, que estará todavía durmiendo porque aquí en España es la 1, en México será las 7 lo menos, 7 o 6 de la mañana. Y nada, iremos con la previa de la práctica 2. Recuerden, luego a las 3 hora española nos iremos con la práctica número 2, igualmente aquí arriba. Mira, voy a colocar ya los horarios para que no haya ningún tipo de pérdida. Todo tuyo, Sergio.
Bueno, pues Eliezer David nos dice Supermax con este medio de los primeros 10 y está segundo. Imagínase si le colocan blando a Ana María o con Mercedes, Manuel Melo y el tío Sky, pues viene ahora a los libres 2. El Ekel Van der Belt rifa la tabla y una taza. Rubén Quintana Bazán, Mercedes estará a nivel de Red Bull y Ferrari. O el tiempo de Hamilton es solo un espejismo. Pues no lo sabemos, ¿no? La verdad, lo único que sí que está claro es que Ferrari no ha acertado con el setup que trae aquí. Christian, lluvia más circuito callejero, bandera roja, claro. Aquí la probabilidad de ese checar es de un 100% durante la carrera, Christian. Así que imagínate si llueve. Roberto Valenzuela, buenos días, son las 6 de la mañana. Héctor Cabrera, buongiorno, activo desde Savona, Italia. María Secas, hola chicos, llegué tarde. Manuel Medina, Latifi Maldonado confirmarán el nuevo equipo Bumperman de la Fórmula 1-2. Creaciones artesanales, Dios los bendiga, muchas gracias. David Rodríguez, ¿qué pasó con Norris? Pues no lo sabemos. Pero es verdad que ha quedado 19º, pero ya no solo eso, es que Ricciardo normalmente iba entre los 10 primeros, pero bueno, no sé. También es que claro, como Norris está probando la mayoría de las actualizaciones, pues va más tranquilo, más lento, como digo, no quiere marcar tiempo, pero es verdad que aún así no hace un tiempo bueno. Rubén Carretón, Pastor Maldonado que le gustaba, sí, no era malo, y es lo que tú dices, ese carrerón en 2012, ¿no? Creo que era, en España, fue brutal. María Seca que vuelva a Hülkenberg para aumentar el récord de carrera sin podio. Rubén Carrerón. Fernando le sigue de cerca, en mala suerte. Adonai, 6 de la mañana en México. Edgar, que también está en México. Dani Ramos, que nos pregunta que qué pasa con Carlos Sainz. Pues Carlos, que el setup de Ferrari ha fallado. Pero en los últimos 15 minutos, es verdad que había una diferencia, más o menos, no mucho, ¿no? Pero de setup entre el Leclerc y el de Carlos. El de Leclerc iba medianamente pero el de Carlos era una barbaridad. O sea, es que tenía problemas en todo. En la salida de curva, de subviraje, no frenaba bien. En la parte intermedia de la curva, ¿no? Cuando ni aceleras ni frenas, en ese momento el coche se le iba. Bueno, era una locura el setup que le han puesto, vamos, malísimo. Pedro Rafael García Verstappen para todo el mundo. Antonio Figueroa, que nos da los buenos días. David Rodríguez, no estoy de acuerdo con la actualización de McLaren. Bueno, David, vale, pero vamos a esperar un poquito de tiempo, ¿no? Porque recordemos que McLaren ha cambiado el pontón, el difusor y el suelo, y son demasiados cambios para sacar ya conclusiones. Tendríamos que tener la telemetría del equipo de McLaren ahí delante para saber realmente cómo puede ir funcionando, ¿eh? Entonces, por eso yo todavía te pediría un poquito de tiempo para ver cómo funciona. Sergio Quesada, llegué tarde. José Vicente, al final la pagas, Aitor, nadie regala nada. César Augusto, saludos desde Bolívar, Venezuela. David Rodríguez, no debieron copiar el carro de Red Bull. Rubén Carretón, En realidad sí carretón, pero te compró el apellido Carrerón. Bueno, David Rodríguez dice que por eso están tan lejos. José Vicente, que no se llevan bien, es cierto. Igual que yo no me llevo bien con Aitor Ortuño.
Claro, eso es lo que hay. Siempre hay rencillas dentro del equipo, ¿no? Eso...
Hay rencillas.
Qué bueno, chicos, acabo de colocar ya el horario, ¿vale? Bueno, coloco también el de Estados Unidos, porque sé que hay por allí también latinos, viven por allí, y lo van a agradecer, así que ahí lo tenéis. Nada, muy temprano, un fin de semana muy temprano para vosotros en aquella parte del planeta. Para nosotros, como siempre, nos tocará sufrir un poco la semana que viene. Y sí, la semana que viene nos vamos a Japón, Gran Premio de Japón, circuito de Suzuka, circuito precioso, pero que yo no sé yo cómo va a ocurrir porque es muy estrechito con estos monoplazas también, pero el ritmo de una vuelta va a ser una pasada, vivir la clasificación. Tenemos a César Augusto que nos saluda desde Venezuela, Ciudad Bolívar, nos da las bendiciones, también bendiciones para ti, hermano, claro que sí. Tengáis un buen día, César Augusto, a todos aquellos que nos saludan y están en el trabajo, que arrancan su jornada, que tengan un buen día. Tenemos a José Vicente, Mauricio, que estás en modo sueño. Mauricio, otra madrugada más, dice, sí. Esto ya es la tónica. Pedro Rafael, saludan también desde Venezuela. Bueno, Sergio, antes estaba escuchando, ¿no? Por aquí te estaba escuchando que has leído a algún suscriptor por el chat que te decía sobre Hamilton, sobre si el tiempo de... algo, no sé qué te decía correctamente, pero... Claro, es muy bueno que Hamilton esté ahí arriba, muy bueno que haya podido dar una vuelta limpia, muy bueno que el Mercedes de momento bien, pero es práctica número 1, la pista va a ir mejorando muchísimo, mañana tenemos probabilidad de lluvia, media alta, todo puede cambiar, o sea que si de verdad va a llover, que sé que siempre lo decimos, pero claro, es nuestro trabajo, ¿no? Si hay probabilidad, tenemos que decir que hay probabilidad, luego lo que pasa es que nos dan en la boca y nunca hay, pero desgraciadamente... Pero si hubiera probabilidad de lluvia, esto es un circuito donde te diviertes y mucho. Circuito callejero, el muro muy cerca, posibilidades de adelantar con lluvia las hay más. Y de error aún se maximiza muchísimo más. Tendríamos que estar muy atentos. Luis Enrique, que nos saluda desde México, dice que está con Checo Pérez. Vamos a ver Checo qué puede hacer. ¿Qué creéis, chicos? Mexicanos, ¿creéis que va a ganar Checo una carrera antes de que termine la temporada o qué? Estaría bueno, para México, ahí delante de vuestro... Bueno, de vosotros, ¿no? Del público mexicano. Hola, Ortuño, esta semana, ¿de qué color te pintas la barba? Pues fíjate, David, el otro día soñé que ganaba Carlos. ¿No te lo vas a creer? Yo soñaba que ganaba... Nunca suelo soñar con Fórmula 1, pero soñé que ganaba Carlos Sainz en la carrera. El domingo hablamos. Vamos a ver si es cierto o no. No, pero ya no me pinto más barbas, ¿eh? Saludos desde Guayaquil. Dice, quizá el domingo haya lluvia. Está igual, tanto para el domingo como para mañana, para el sábado, ¿vale? Tenemos también aquí que se la pinte de azul si gana Fernando, así tiene posibilidades de librarse este año. Saludos desde Venezuela. Iraida, ¿qué tal? Bueno, saludos también a Ricardo Guanique, que se acaba de suscribir, a Chen Tang Do, que lo acaba de hacer. Imagino que chino o japonés, que no se entiende, pero muchísimas gracias. Héctor con H de Historia también se suscribe. Y de verdad, gracias, chicos, y bienvenidos a la familia. Claro que sí, de kilómetro cero. Disfruten, tomen asiento y respeten su casa porque así lo es. Gana este año una carrera Fernando con ese coche y hago palmas con... Ya te digo, Rubén, realmente es imposible. Pero bueno, en la Fórmula 1 hay veces los imposibles sí que existen, ¿no? Y si se alinean los astros, hay una carrera loca. Por rendimiento, no, ni en broma. Por rendimiento, Alonso no podría ganar una carrera con ese coche ni de broma. Pero, oye, podemos ver algo que nos pudiese sorprender, ¿no? Pero bastante complicado. Tenemos a Cristina49, ¿a qué horas en Europa? Son esos horarios. Sí, dame un momento, que los voy a cambiar de nuevo, ¿vale? Y vuelvo a poner los horarios de todos los países. Y recuerden que para Paraguay... está bien donde está la bandera de Paraguay, a las 6, a las 9, a las 6, a las 9, a las 6, a las 8, pero la carrera para Paraguay cambia. Es el único país que hay que tener cuidado y ponerse la alarma antes. Será a las 9 para los paraguayos. Ya lo he puesto ahí en la parte superior derecha. Bueno, Sergio, ¿qué te cuentas? ¿Algo para terminar? Porque nos marchamos enseguida con la previa de la práctica 2 con nuestro amigo Sky.
Solo para acabar, dar el dato de que en las dos últimas vueltas que ha hecho Leclerc con el blando ha pintado de morado el segundo sector y también el tercer sector, y que una cosa que me está gustando es que no veo tampoco demasiada, o sea, la hay, pero no demasiada diferencia de tiempo entre distintos sectores, ¿sabes? Por lo que aquí parece que normalmente quien va a ganar es quien sea más equilibrado, en vez de el que, como pasa muchas veces, ¿no? Que haga muy bien un sector y que luego el resto no lo hagas tanto y ganes. No, aquí parece que lo importante va a ser equilibrado. Un poco como lo que comentaba que estaba haciendo Checo Pérez.
Pues bueno, yo estoy con ansia de vibrar ya para mañana esa clasificación donde estaremos con Nelson Guerrire, el lector de la Fórmula 1 aquí en YouTube, el analista oficial. Y ahora, por supuesto, que vamos a vivir la segunda con el comentarista Sky y con nuestro analista, el ingeniero Sergio Codón. Así que creo que, Sergio, es el momento de despedirnos, pero por momentos, porque en 40-45 minutos estamos de vuelta.
Pues sí, pues nada, yo voy a almorzar ahora y a tomarme otro cafelillo y también pues voy a estar atento un poquito a las redes sociales, que seguramente a lo mejor hay alguno que cambia algo, no va a penalizar ninguno, lo más probable, porque casi todos penalizaron en Monza, pero bueno, a ver si hay alguno que cambie algo, hay alguna noticia, miro más fijamente, ¿no?, los diseños, que no me ha dado tiempo a verlo, y os comento ahora para los libres 2, así que en un ratillo nos vemos.
Pues sí, nos vemos enseguida. Cuidado, porque hay que recordar que el motor de Fernando Alonso, ahora que hablas de cambios, de penalizaciones, no debería de penalizar aquí porque han podido reparar ese motor después de la pérdida de presión de agua en Italia. Pero sancionar aquí es un disparate. Es muy complicado, la verdad, hacer algo saliendo desde atrás. Aunque lo hizo, ¿no?, en aquel 2008, pero ya sabemos todos por qué fue, ¿no?, por aquel famoso Crashgate. Que fue el primero, de hecho, Fernando Alonso, en ganar aquí. Fue en ganar aquí, pero sin contar mentiras, ¿no? Añadiendo lo que hay que añadir, siendo reales y legales a la historia, con aquel Crashgate que dio la vuelta al mundo de la Fórmula 1. Pues nada, chicos, un placer, de verdad. Vamos a irnos en nada. Tenemos aquí a Sara Yespi, dice: hola, Hitor, acaban de salir los nenes del cole y aquí os estaban esperando. Qué grandes para Romeo e Ethan. Un saludito también para vosotros. Dice por aquí Jesús Oroezpa, que significa que respetes su casa. Nada, que respetes el canal de Kilómetro Cero como si fuera tu casa, porque lo es, para una mejor convivencia. Eso significa, hermano. Martín Di Paola, Mercedes tuvo que bajar el coche entonces y aceptar que por picaros lo arruinaron. No sé a qué te estás refiriendo, si lo han tenido que bajar, porque has dicho el copete.
En todo caso, subir.
Claro, en todo caso subir, claro, y más en este circuito.
Que es perder rendimiento al final.
Pues sí. Bueno, pues nada, chicos, nos vemos en nada, en 30-40 minutitos. Pónganse cómodos, tengan un buen día, amanezcan con todas las buenas vibras posibles. Desde el Kilómetro Cero, mucho gas. Hasta ahora.